It is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the kickoff hour. We start a brand new week together, and we thank you so much for being with us. Bubba is back in town, and we look forward to having him back with us today. He was on his hamcation Thursday and Friday. Can't wait to hear the recap on the guys going down to Orlando in one of the nation's largest ham fests. We'll talk about that, get all the information from him. We got a Super Bowl to look at. We got another champion. It's a repeat. The 49ers lost out to the Chiefs last night. We'll break it all down as only we can, plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And I don't want to spoil it, but we have an albino red-tailed hawk visiting the show today. We'll explain. Right now, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Everybody fired up?
Boys.
Yeah.
Ready to go? We have.
You don't get a red. What'd you call it?
It's a albino red-tailed hawk.
That don't happen every day.
It's not going to happen every day, Greg. It only happens about once a year with us.
If it's albino, does that mean his tail's not red?
Do you remember last year when the Alabama Wildlife Center came in studio?
It was really cool.
And we know Tracy with Wild Birds Unlimited, and they came by.
Bunch of birds.
Yeah, and
I seen an owl about that big.
Yeah, they've got their big gala coming up. Gala, whatever you want to say it. 2024 Alabama Wildlife Center's annual For the Birds charity gala. How do you say that? You can say it two ways. I hosted one. They said you can say it both ways. But
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, they're going to bring the hawk in.
Gala.
Can't wait. It's called Betty White.
I've heard it both ways as well.
Yeah.
Gala and Gala.
Yeah.
Tomato.
It's Betty White.
Well, that's good.
Yep, the albino red-tailed hawk. That'll be last.
Yeah, that was
hour.
pretty neat last year. They had all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, you kidding? So that'll be fun today, last hour. As we roll on, how about just right out of the gate, I know we'll do it on the main show, my wife, excuse me, happy 49th birthday today.
Oh,
honey.
boy.
49. And we had a great weekend together, and it was just the two of us on Saturday, and we started the day, and I said, what you want to do today? I said, it's all about you. Let's go have fun. And we did. We started and we went shoe shopping. We just went all over the
I thought
place.
you said you were going to have fun.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's one of those things.
Shopping.
I'm having fun because she's having fun. Okay. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. I'm happy because Mama's happy. And she did. She had a great day, and she needed one. She does a lot for a lot of people, and so Saturday was her day. When you get to our age with a busy life and big family, you sometimes can't celebrate it on the actual day. You do it when you can, and so Saturday we had a good time together, and we'll get all the family together soon. But that was a great day yesterday. Saturday. We had a blast.
Well, good.
Yeah, I had some good lunch together and hopped around and just did whatever. We're on just our schedule. It's like we ain't in a hurry.
Yeah, nobody depended on
Yeah, let's just go.
Rare.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We did the same thing Saturday, but there was no birthday involved. It was just a hang out. It was a day that we didn't see coming because we got rained out.
Yeah.
And we thought, you know what? Let's just not do anything the next 2 days. And that's pretty much what we did.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
You need that.
Yeah.
That's good.
We had plans to see the grandkids, but every one of them come down sick.
Well, that's what you were telling me. What's
Yeah.
going on?
I don't know. The family can't seem to get well. But, yeah, we were going to go to see Taylor and Kelce and the kids, and then LSE was sick.
Oh.
So, anyway, and it was Paige turned 3 yesterday.
Oh, man. Congratulations. I can't believe he's
They're having
3.
his party next week. But,
Wow, that happened quick.
yep. So, but like I say, we had plans. I just kind of fell through.
Yeah. Yeah, well, when everybody's sick, you kind of do that.
Yep.
It's just like, well, we won't be coming over.
I know. So, explain to me, you was telling me earlier. So, you're on your way to JC's game.
Oh.
And you're hung in traffic. And he hits a grand slam, and you're not even there.
No.
And then everybody's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
And you're watching it, which is behind
Right.
what they're seeing.
Right.
So they ruin it for you before you get to
yeah.
see it.
Yeah, and they didn't know. But, yes, it was Friday. Friday.
Yeah, because, you're getting out here trying to get
right.
there.
Yeah. And
Well, it's great that he hit the grand slam. I hate you missed it.
Right. And anytime you're trying to get somewhere and all of a sudden you see red coming up on the interstate and you stop. And then all the 18-wheelers, I try not to be a bip, but every now and then I'll have one come up beside me and I'll go, hey, what's going on? and they'll tell me.
You engage them?
Well, sometimes. It was a very nice gentleman, and he said there was a car chase. And
car chase.
It ended badly with the fatality.
I think I saw that on the news.
And I didn't go anywhere for a long time. Hey,
sitting
a long
still?
time. Yeah, a long time. And so UAH baseball, they offer a couple of different, ways you can watch, listen, stream, whatever. Well, we were stopped. I'm talking about don't leave it in drive. Just go ahead and throw it in park. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
So that allowed me to watch the game.
True. At least you weren't being unsafe.
And next thing I hear is now batting J.C. Wilburn. So I'm just sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, let's watch it. Oh, wow, strike one inside. Yeah, I was a little shaking your head. That's all right, Oh, ball one, ball two. Yeah. Oh, strike two. Oh, what we got here? And then all of a sudden, text messages. It was bases were loaded, 2 outs. All of a sudden, text messages start coming through. Grand slam, I can't believe it.
And what you're watching isn't there.
It's not there yet because even if you're watching a live game stream, you're still going to be 10, 15 behind. So all the people didn't do anything wrong that were there. But man, they start blowing it up, and I was confused for a little bit, and then all their text messages start covering up the screen of what I'm trying to watch.
You can't believe you're trying to get through it.
And he got him one. He turned on it and sent it out, and got him a little grand slam in a big yard. That's not a small one, and so congratulations to him. But the funny part about it was that I couldn't get there. I was stuck in traffic trying to watch it, and then the text messages start coming in. I can't believe it. Woo!
Wait,
he got that one.
I can't see.
Right.
That is the ultimate can't have nothing.
No,
truly is.
You can't have a thing. But
you're sitting in traffic.
But we were blessed to have Terry there. She was able to be there, and so that was good. She said after the game, she saw JC, and she said, "How mad's Dad right now?" That he's not too happy, but
sitting in traffic, cheering.
Right, but you know what?
Talking to truck drivers.
Right. I did embrace one. Well, after about 10 minutes of sitting beside each other, and he had the window down with his arm out, I went, "Hey, man, what's up?" I mean, because we just sitting there.
Yeah.
We could have got out and just kind of leaned up on the side of the car.
Got your new friend.
Yeah.
Do you want to get in there with him?
I did. I wanted to ask him where he was going and everything. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Love is in the air, and some things just go better together, like whatever you're listening to and Raycon's everyday earbuds. And like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time with 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. They offer tons of useful features. Most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/treat or text TREAT to 511-511. Text TREAT to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The Good Time Gang is here. We have got myself, Speedy, over here is Greg, over there is Helmsy, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. We've already teased a few things. We are going to have us a albino red-tailed hawk in the studio later today. She's called Betty White, and the Alabama Wildlife Center has their big annual gala coming up March the 2nd. And we're going to talk to him about that, but also have the Hawk in studio, so we look forward to that. Bubba is back today from his Ham Fest, his little Hamcation. And so can't wait to hear about that as well. I'm sure that'll come with some stories. Plus, we have a lot to discuss. We were just mentioning that today is Terry's birthday, my wife's birthday, and Saturday we had found us a day where we could just kind of just do whatever. Boys are gone, they're out. It was just a day. Now we could have sat around the house and enjoyed it. And Helmsy, that was probably would have been a really good idea. But I didn't think it would turn into a full day. But one of the things with her birthday coming up is that we're not real good on getting new shoes, and we've discussed this before. There's people that have their little shoe game that goes really. I mean, they have multiple pairs of shoes. They wear different pairs every day. With the Wilburns, we'll just wear something to where somebody's like, "Hey, you need some new shoes," and then we'll finally go get some.
Well, you got to get your money's worth.
Yeah, and she wanted some new shoes, and she was looking for maybe a little purse or something that she had been looking for.
I bet that was exciting.
Yeah, it sounded good, didn't it?
Yeah.
But you know what?
While you pick out purses.
I flipped the script, and I'm like, I'm all in. Let's go. I was the driving force behind it because I wanted her to have a good special day.
What did you find in the store while she was looking for purses that you go? You always try to find something.
Yeah.
Like Hobby. When Lisa makes me go to Hobby Lobby, they got a section that has like old sports vintage pictures. I always go to that.
Yeah. There was some of that. I would walk around at times looking at my phone because I would maybe we'd get a text message or something, and she would have to get my attention. Hey, hello. Hey, what about these? Hey, that look great, honey. And really, everything. She was like, "I'll do one pair, one shoe on one foot, one shoe on the other. Which one you think?" And I'm like, "Well, they both look fine.
And it doesn't matter what you think."
No, it doesn't. So we finally decide on well, actually, we left one place and we didn't get a pair, but we went to another place and we finally found a pair.
Well, you don't want to just grab the first one you see.
Yeah, and I don't know why
missing something out there.
I don't know why we do this, but as husbands and as guys, we treat everything like a ball game. And really, I was thinking if we could find these things that she has on her list, that's a win. You know what I'm saying? That's a score. And so we finally found a pair of shoes that she was really happy with. And so I'm like, win.
And you went over the top about, oh, yeah, and you didn't know the difference.
Well, no, I was like, I'm just a man with a wallet.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I'm not an expert in women's shoes. I'm just not.
No, but you know what? It's your day, honey. What do you want? If you don't want these, we ain't got to get them. I know they don't have your color, but let's just try them on and see if you like them. If you like them, we'll go back and order them. You know, it's just, but whatever. We found one, getting a brick and mortar to find one that you actually like and they have in your color is kind of hard nowadays. But we were able to do that. We weren't successful on the purse that comes with a little matching wallet, but we were able to order it online while we were standing in the store. So that was, I felt like, somewhat maybe a field goal, not a touchdown. And then we decided to go to one of her little favorite places to have lunch. And we went to Chewy's, and she just loves that place. And so we went there,
stuff.
And it hurt when it said just for two. It was just for a party of two. It was a 20 to 30 minute wait.
Oh wow!
And that's just a party of two.
You got to time that place right.
Yeah, you do. You do.
It's a tough one.
Do you ever think? Because I rarely go out to eat anyway. But when they give you that time, that they're giving themselves a buffer. That they say 30, but it's really not going to be 30.
It's going to be 15 or 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hoping anyway when they say that.
It's usually
they
the
don't
case.
mean
They're
that.
usually giving you a worst case.
Yeah. They're going to give themselves
They want
to
to see how bad you want to be there, too.
That's a good point. So, they get your number, and then they'll text you. We'll text you when your table's ready.
That thing that used to go.
Well, now they don't do
How
that.
they text you.
Now they just text you. But guess what? When
you do need to get out more, Greg.
Yeah, I don't go eat.
It's been going on a while.
I don't do.
But how about this? When it's not your day and it's all about her, guess what you get to do? Is that too long for you, honey?
Yeah.
Or would you like to go somewhere else? And just let her decide.
Yeah.
True.
And if she's okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Well, and with that place in particular, if you're gonna wait while you shop because there's a Lululemon right next to us.
Well, that's perfect.
And
so you got to deal with that.
And I understand what they were doing because the forecast was iffy all day Saturday where we live. Hey, there's rain. No, there's not. Okay, there's a break. Oh, it's pretty. Oh, a little breezy. Okay, now there's more rain. So they kind of closed the outside, which is a lot of seating out there. So during us waiting, we were able to kind of go over to the edge and just kind of sit there and look at Birmingham.
Yeah.
Look at 280. Honey, look, there's the studio way down there. See that? And so we just kind of, able to do that. And then we walked over to where Helmsy was just talking about, and because they got my number. So they're just going to text me.
Yep.
So we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
Because that's where she wanted to eat. So we eat, and, man, boy, it was good. I'm glad we waited. And so after that, the next mission was that Terry has a phone that's about 3 years old. They get them out with all these phones, and this is how they get you. I know, Greg, you're going to say it. Now there's the 15 now or something like that for iPhones. I think she's got the 12. And so she was doing an upgrade, and so I was like, well, the plan would be let's just run over there and get you a phone. I mean, it's all about you today. And she even wanted to go to Trader Joe's, look at some flowers and some chocolate-covered almonds. We'll tear some of them up.
I'm a fan of those.
Mm-hmm. Dark chocolate, too. They're good, real good.
I like milk chocolate better, but I can't deal with the dark.
Yeah. So I made the mistake of, and they're looking at this to get a call. They think I might have mojoed us, jinxed us, because we had gotten some phones recently in the family, and things were just seamlessly working fine. I mean, they were just, I'm talking about in and out in maybe 25 minutes.
Because I don't know any of my codes or anything.
Yeah, and they moved their store down a little bit, and I'd tell her about that. And so we find the store, we walk in, and, hey, what you want? New phone? Okay, what you got? Oh, what's your number? All right, let's move over to this desk. What are you looking at? I'm looking at this one. Okay, great. How you doing, ma'am? You're going to help us. Okay, this is good. Well, last time I was in here, man, I'm impressed. Man, this thing works fast. And Terry looked at me. She said, what did you just say? And I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, I think you just mojoed us. And I said, no, I'm talking about what's happened. What's happened is that it has worked fast. We have been in and out here.
Not necessarily talking about this particular.
Right. I'm like, hey, honey, go over there. What kind of case you want? She's just hopping over there. I'll take that case. And, okay, want this, want that. And the place is kind of busy. But then all of a sudden I hear the little the assistant go, I've never seen this before. Mm-mm. And she looked at me. She says, "Hold on, let me go talk to my manager."
Oh, God.
I was like, "Oh, no."
You go. You never want to hear that.
And
get you a good, comfortable seat, buddy.
That was probably at 3:30, maybe 3. At around 5 something, we walked out with her same phone that she walked in with.
So you didn't solve anything.
No, we didn't. Apparently, the Apple server was down. And it went down when we were in there, and our buy, or it got hung in the cloud, I guess. It was talking to AT&T. AT&T approved it and was sending it back, but Apple didn't see it because the server was down. So they had to
Good night.
It was a mess. So that was we got beat on that one. But.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No matter your thoughts on Valentine's Day, we can all agree some things are better together, like peanut butter and jelly or a blockbuster movie and a bucket of popcorn. You know what else is perfect? A perfect match is whatever you're listening to in Raycon's everyday earbuds. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are so comfortable. Like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Raycon's everyday earbuds also feature 3 customizable sound profiles, earbud tap functions, and noise isolation, and the awareness modes. And they're used to feeling the love with tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba now. Get a 15% discount. Your Raycon order and free shipping is at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. Go get yours now. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba back today from his hamcation, so we look forward to an update from that. Super Bowl 58 last night. If you're looking for a good game and you don't really care who won, but
that was me.
I think you were pleased because it was a good game that went into overtime, 19-19 at the end of regulation, and it goes into overtime, and the 49ers kicked a field goal. They won the toss, wanted the ball. They kicked a field goal, and then the Chiefs get the ball, drive down, and score. So they win on the last play of the game.
Let me ask you about this. I don't know if I was paying attention. All right, we used to do sudden death, field goal, whatever, game over. The other team may not even get a ball. Okay, we changed that to if you kick a field goal, the other team gets a chance, but if you score, it's the game. So they've even done away with that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. The new playoff rules are different.
Yeah, because remember they changed it
if you score a touchdown, the other team gets a chance to score another touchdown.
Right. When they first changed the rule, if you scored a touchdown, it was over.
Yeah. And everybody complained about that because they're like, man, that kind of.
Well, one Super Bowl, what was it? I think it was when Kansas City got beat. It was under the old sudden death rules, and whoever they were playing took it down, kicked the field goal, game was over. They never even get to touch the ball. But that had been the rule forever, as long as they'd ever played. And then they said, okay, if you kick a field goal, then the other team gets a chance. But now they say
correct.
Each team's going to get a chance no matter what the other one does.
Right.
So if 49ers would have scored or whatever, when they ended up kicking a field goal, if they scored a touchdown, it would have been the same thing.
Chiefs are still going to have a chance
to
respond.
But that's hadn't always been that.
No,
just changed in the last few years. I want to admit something that I struggled with yesterday, and it's not. I'm not proud of this at all. But I went into yesterday just really not knowing who I was going to pull for. Didn't really have a dog in the fight. Got caught up in the pregame. By the way, they did I didn't know any of this, but they did. I guess it came on pretty early yesterday, where they went back and told the story of how Brent Musburger. That was excellent, by the way.
Looking live.
I didn't know, first of all, that the show was called that. Okay, because you got his,
and he would always say that.
Yeah, he would always say that.
We're looking live.
I didn't realize how much
Field.
influence he had in those. He did things.
He was the man.
He did things that we all take for granted today. Like it was like, for instance, he did what is the show NFL Red Zone? Like he did his version of that.
But then the technology
wasn't
that they
even
had
there.
made it hard.
Yes.
And that was really good, and showing it was him.
Jimmy the Greek. Which I didn't know
anything
anything about Jimmy the Greek.
You didn't know about him getting in trouble and all that?
Didn't know that him and Musburger got into it.
Oh, got in a fight.
Yes, didn't know any of that.
But what about the thing? You didn't know about him, what he said that cost him his job and all that?
No, I had no clue about any of that. And that whole deal was fascinating.
What time of day was that?
It was
early. It's
very
like 10 to 12 or 11 to 1 or something.
It was
like
the
that.
first thing that had anything to do with the Super Bowl, and then it went into the full day coverage after that. But it was really good.
It was, and I didn't know about the is it Jane
Kennedy?
Didn't know that, and Phyllis George. Yeah, I didn't know any of these people. The only one I knew was Brent Musburger, and what stood out to Brent Musburger is I've always known him as the voice of a big game. Like called so many games in the booth. And I had no idea that this was his world prior to that.
Oh, okay.
And so it was really good. But what I was going to say is, gosh, I by the time the game started, I was all in on the 49ers because I was sick and tired of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I mean, sick and tired.
I'm more tired of Travis Kelce than I am her. He's secondhand embarrassing me when he gets on the mic.
There's a little bit of that.
I mean,
so I just want to go on record,
Eminem
and I'm not proud of this, but I was pulling for the 49ers last night because I'm done with the Taylor Swift thing.
I caught myself pulling for him. I just like them better.
Yeah.
As people. I don't know. But then again, I didn't care enough that it mattered. When they were at one point, I kind of wanted them to win.
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Purdy does look just like Lee Harvey Oswald. By the way. I was noticing it all
He
night.
does.
He really does. I know it was a stupid question at the press conference, but he really looks a lot
He
like
really does. Now that's all I see.
Yeah.
But I, of course, was rooting for the Chiefs, but I'm really more on the fact of Kelce. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's like I saw a sit-down interview with him, and when he just is talking and he's not trying to be a hype guy, he's okay. But then he gets into that shouting, and I don't know what he's trying to do there on that. But
Viva Las Vegas, y'all saw that.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to admit is I went to bed. I didn't watch the overtime.
Oh,
You
boy.
didn't watch the overtime?
When they tied it, I just said the heck with it. I'm going to bed.
Oh, wow.
I actually stayed
Man,
up.
it was a good finish.
So you missed
Long day ahead.
You missed Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah, I missed all that.
But we'd be glad.
Yeah,
Of that.
I missed all that.
It's not all bad.
No. Now I want to
Great
thank you,
game,
Greg. Thank you, buddy.
What's that?
You ruined the national anthem for me.
No, Reba did an outstanding job.
Well,
she
no,
did too.
no, you ruined
like
it
Reba.
because I can't just enjoy it. Now I'm looking for what you say that she does.
Yeah, she did just a little at the end.
Yeah, but that's all I was focusing
it's just a
on.
technique. I mean, I'm not making fun of
I
it.
thought Post Malone nailed it. I thought
He's
Reba
hard to
nailed
look
it,
at.
and I thought Usher nailed it.
Oh, Usher put on a good
Um,
show.
Usher
I mean, that
actually-
ain't even my thing, and that was it.
Yeah, Usher kind of when it started out, I was like, oh boy, but as it continued. It got better and better and better and better, and so by the time it was over, Terry and I even looked at each other and said, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was,
it was entertaining.
Yeah.
I wish I'd had
Ludacris
had
coming
half
out was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. I had
Not fair.
half the dance moves that Usher had.
Yeah.
Goodness
I'm
gracious.
picturing it now. I'm picturing him doing those.
And
things.
he's 46 and can still move like that. You know, those kind of things
Yeah.
stand out to me.
Took his shirt off. Yeah,
if I looked like that, I'd probably take my shirt off all the time
just
too.
find an excuse to do it.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, no, thank you, Greg. And we even in our little text thread even said thanks, Greg. Just because you bring
she
up
didn't do it,
things,
though, really, she didn't really do it.
right?
I guess it
but
depends on what
you're-
style song.
But you're
it is.
missing the point. Is I wasn't focused on. Oh man, this is. Let's honor our country, and this is the national anthem. This is awesome. Instead, I'm watching her mouth and focusing on things I normally would never even think about.
Yeah.
And so, thank you for that. Appreciate you. So commercial-wise, I thought we did a really good job. We even talked about it Thursday and Friday.
Helped me enjoy the evening.
Yeah, of not ruining commercials for everyone. There was a few that really stepped out to me. The Duncan commercial with Ben Affleck in it was good.
A good one.
That was good.
I'm going to tell you something. There was a line in there that I don't know. Amanda didn't pick up on it. And when Affleck said those pinstripes, he said something about he made a reference to A-Rod, which was excellent. And they were joking about that.
That's so good.
And it was one of those things like, I don't know what he said exactly, but he said
something about the pinstripes.
Pinstripes have got your mind. I don't know what it was, but he was a throwby to her and A-Rod.
Yeah,
it was really good. That whole thing was good.
And Matt Damon acting like he didn't want to do it.
Right,
he was so embarrassed.
Right. Then all of a sudden there's Tom Brady. She says, Tom, you can stay.
When I said I'd do anything for you, this is anything.
Yeah, right.
He's like, I'm so sorry. He was apologizing to everybody.
And there's others, but these just jumped out to me. The Uber Eats with Jennifer Aniston.
What about when Jelly Roll couldn't remember that he had tattoos on his face?
It won't come on! Because you got to forget something to remember something.
Yeah,
and then Usher comes out about the halftime show or whatever, they all look at him like, what the? Arnold with State Farm, when he instead of saying neighbor, he was saying neighbor, and they're like, no, that's not it, and they kept trying to do it over and over again. That one was good.
That was good.
There was a few others that were really good. Those kind of jumped out at me. I'm missing one.
I'm gonna tell you one that was funny.
Which one?
And I always love. They always do a good job. Did y'all see the E-Trade with the babies and pickleball talking trash about pickleball?
That was funny.
That was excellent.
That was good.
That was well done.
Yeah,
it was.
What is the other one? There was one more that I thought really stood out, and we'll have to remember it. All right, so Bud Light, we talked about their commercial coming back. What did you think about it? Did you see it?
Yeah. I mean, it was okay. It was pretty good.
All right.
Peyton popped in there.
Yeah.
He wanted him to be his best friend. Or something. I really can't remember.
And then all of a sudden they say, let's go to the game, and then they come back and they're all at the game.
I didn't pay as much attention to him as I should.
Okay. That's fine.
There's some I got to go back on.
We did have it like we liked it at the house. We had an empty house, and it was just the two of us sitting there watching the game. So we had lots of volume during the commercials. We could hear it. Could hear everything versus being at a party where you go like, shh, y'all be quiet, I can't hear.
Yeah.
This was the first time in a long time where I actually went to the bathroom during the game and not during the commercials.
That's good. So you don't miss one. That's funny.
You know why? Because we didn't ruin them.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're just kind of skimming the surface of some of the stories that will hit harder during the main show today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you want to chime in. Then you can do so. They'll be unscreened, though, so understand that. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show coming up in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on this Monday edition. If you're listening live, this is the Kickoff Hour. Last segment, main show starts right after top of the hour. It's brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from those daily aches and pains, maybe it's from trying to do a little bit better, or maybe you're getting older, the activities that you're just involved with, you're walking, you're just trying to live life, but you just, man, those aches and pains, and it's just part of your life, and you're like, man, I really wish there was something that could help. Let us suggest Relief Factor. It has helped for so many people. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, the Quick Start Kit, for just $19.95, and they love it. About 70% of the people go to order it again. Relief Factor isn't simply about feeling better. It's about living better, living the life you want, and doing activities you love. So check it out right now. Relief Factor, the 3-week Quick Start Kit, is $19.95. And they do the 3 weeks because through all of their research and data and everything, they're like, okay, at that 3-week point, you're going to know if it's working for you like it has for so many others. So go to ReliefFactor.com right now. ReliefFactor.com. You can also call 1-800-4RELIEF. It comes with a feel better or your money back guarantee. And as always, you'll always find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so this one, just a little, we love little side stories when it comes to big events and stuff. We have one here for the Super Bowl. We have some fans, 2 NFL fans, appeared to sneak into the Super Bowl. That was a pretty expensive ticket.
Oh, boy.
Dressed as Sky Sports staff, and they got in. They enjoyed the game, apparently. It's one of the most in-demand sporting events on the calendar. Millions watched the game last night, and the pair made up in the post-match celebrations, and it looks like they got in, and there's a picture of them standing there enjoying the game, but they snuck in, Greg, which I know you would
that should concern us.
Yeah, but they snuck in and dodged the $10,000 ticket to watch the game. And their Chiefs win because they were Chiefs fans. But that sounds like a challenge that maybe we would.
I'm sure they walked in backwards. That didn't hurt.
Yeah.
But I will say this, and I want to tell the networks, we want to see streakers and stuff on the field. That thing, well, let's don't show it. It just
had us one.
It makes people want to do it for the intention. Well, I'm sorry, I still want to see it.
Right.
I mean, we're watching the ball game. If somebody busts on the field, I'd like footage of it.
It's funny. I put, and I do think it takes away from the broadcast, and here's why. One of the few times I picked my phone up last night was right after that, so I could go find it.
Because you knew somebody had it.
Because I wanted somebody was there.
So people are looking away.
And exactly. And so I think I know why Romo said that about, we're not supposed to talk about it because they've been told they can't talk about it. But what is wrong with going, hey, here it is.
Look at this idiot.
Quick. Yeah.
Ooh, watch him as they pin him to the ground.
Yeah.
Very harshly.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, how about this? I mean, it's a show,
and it's gonna cut.
I know it makes you look bad that somebody got on the field. I get that, and
back in the day, you could hide that from people because there wasn't the access that we had.
Everybody's got a phone.
But now we get it, whether you show it to us or not. So we can stop all this.
We don't want to encourage that kind of behavior.
Well, that doesn't do anything. If it's on Twitter or Instagram, it's encouraging it.
Yeah,
so why not you go ahead and do it?
I just watched it a few minutes ago, and wasn't a whole lot to it. He went down and gave himself up real quick. Did you say that?
Yeah.
He even put his hands behind his back.
Yeah.
Now, he was shirtless.
Yeah, and Romo made comment on that.
He
which
said,
is
well,
funny.
he don't have a shirt.
Romo got caught up in it, forgot he wasn't supposed to be talking about it.
I know. And you remember we talked about this on another one. If you're not completely naked, you're not streaking.
You're just a guy running on the field without a shirt.
Aren't you glad that they said that?
Streakers are not.
I thought them
a
correcting
streaker
that
means
was
you're
good.
naked. If you hadn't heard the song "The Streak," it pretty much lays it out for you.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought them correcting that was good. Well, technically, he's not.
Yeah, But we've had them many times. A headline streaker gets on field, and you look, and you say, he ain't streaking.
Yeah. Romo wanted to talk about it so bad.
Well, I wanted him to show it.
I did too.
Yeah,
I went and found it pretty quick.
Yeah, I love it when somebody breaks out, especially when they take them down. Of course, he did. He gave it up. He didn't really want to do it. It was one of them things that somebody talked him into it because the minute they got on him, he got on his stomach and put his hands behind his back.
I
like when they juke and try to
with the cost of tickets. If you get in that thing and then you streak, you're getting kicked out. So somebody's in the group's gonna go, man, I'll cover you.
Exactly.
You're gone, but I got you.
$10,000.
I'll cover your ticket, but you're out of here.
How can something anyway? I don't know how they pay that for tickets. Unbelievable.
I know. It's another world for sure.
Most of those folks is play money, so they're not really.
But you're looking when they scan across the. Well, I do this when they go across the crowd. I'm looking. I know you can't tell by looking at somebody where their finances, but you see some people that you go, well, that is just like some normal guy,
right?
You know,
yeah.
And it may not be, but I don't know.
Yeah, that is the other. We talked about commercials, and we're getting some commercials here. We didn't forget the Beyonce commercial. It was okay. It was the Verizon commercial
trying
where
to blow up the internet.
Yeah, it was all right. But apparently after the game,
I like Beyonce.
After the game, is this true? She's officially going country after her Super Bowl ad for Verizon.
Now, that will
aired,
kill the internet.
She announced a country album is coming March the 29th and released the first 2 songs.
Huh.
Right.
One's called Texas Hold'em, and the other is 16 Carriages.
Is that going to come across as stupid?
I don't
hokey,
know.
Weird.
At first, I thought, okay, this is still part of the ad. You know what I mean? But no, it looks like this is like real. That she is,
you've had like Darius Rucker, people like that that's crossover, but Darius wasn't a huge pop star,
right?
You know, this is a huge pop star.
Speaking of
Steven Tyler cut a country record, but I heard some of it, and it really wasn't that country, but in his mind, it was kinda. But that's not that far a stretch, country rock and roll. But I just think from this over the top, overproduced pop sensation to country is going to be weird,
right?
Or is it going to be? It's going to be the pop country anyway.
Yeah.
I doubt she's going to get up there and sing Coal Miner's Daughter.
Speaking of Darius, did I see Tua get up on stage with him and jam some? I think as he was live in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe one of the parties.
What was that
Because Tua,
commercial
you know, is
Tua
known
was
he
in?
can play guitar and all that.
What was that commercial Tua was in? Did you see it when they were trying to throw that up over the top of a cliff? What was that for?
Top of a cliff.
You ever throwing? What was that? Then the old bald-headed guy from Star Trek.
Yeah, I
was in
saw it too. I was halfway.
Was it Paramount? Paramount?
Oh, Paramount Plus. You're right. I think
Maybe.
it was. I think
Yeah.
it was Paramount Plus.
Yeah, it was Paramount.
Yeah. Is that her?
That's
Texas
Hold'em.
Yeah, I had some samples here, but I
She's
didn't know.
gone country.
Look at them boobs.
So apparently
Beyonce's going country. Is that real?
Yeah. There's
I doubt it's country.
I saw the headline, but I thought, okay, they're getting us. This is part of the super. But then People.com has got a story on there. It says surprises everyone with 2 new songs from her upcoming country-themed album.
She's gone country.
And she's released 2 singles from it. So there's that.
All righty then.
But yeah, that commercial was okay. You know, when she's up in space trying to do stuff, and you broke me. Anyway, all right. So that was in the commercial. That was kind of funny. There were some. There were some that was like, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah,
You know, and then there was some that was like, all right, I didn't catch that one. Like the one YouTube TV commercial early, I was like, that's a little weird. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We'll break all this down a little bit more in depth as we get ready for the main show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mm. 1,400 that have been recorded. These are not raising your hands, or these are people who have made that public decision of following Christ.
Can you give us, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, can you give us an indication how that would compare to years past?
It's probably a third more. You know, it fluctuates every year,
Sure.
but this is one of the largest we've seen.
Yeah, okay.
Such an outpouring.
Yeah.
And I think it's because Kanye draws. This was the first time we had an artist that actually draws lost students.
Right.
I mean, they know Kanye.
Right.
I love Hillsong. I love Hillsong. Lost people don't know who Hillsong are. So Hillsong's for the body of Christ.
Right.
Kanye was the one that kind of drew everyone together. And there were some challenges. I mean, let's just go ahead and face it. There were some challenges trying to bring that many people into East Tennessee. Discreetly, it's just not going to happen. So we want to thank the Pigeon Forge Police Department. I feel like we probably had every police officer in East Tennessee helping us. And then you're bringing a lot of West Coasters to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Can
That's
you
where
just
my sweet
imagine
spot
that?
is on this.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where my sweet spot.
Yeah.
Did they go see how taffy was made?
We actually put them all in buses and took them to lunch in between the sessions. And I asked Laura, our logistics person, I said, well, where are they going? We took them to a restaurant called The Local Goat. So,
oh my goodness. Well,
yes.
How do you, Scott? How do
Dawson.
you start by getting a table for 130?
It was actually 175, Bubba.
When all said and done, huh?
75.
Well, everybody's got to eat.
Yeah. So, my goodness. So we made this point, and look, we have to always.
How you get that many orders?
Look to every life. Look to every life we say that makes a proclamation. Let's pray that they finish well. Let's pray that they're not attacked and failed the test. But, we were talking about this in the break, I think it was Friday, and, people, and I was one of those people that we were like, man, we'll see, man. I'm just cautiously optimistic. And certainly I think that's fair. I don't think people are cautiously optimistic about everybody in this room.
Oh, yeah, every day.
As far as finishing well. But I said, here's a fact. The guy who we know was living a fake life was not the guy we would have thought. I mean, when you looked at strength to stand, we would have thought John Chris was solid gold. And how about this? He wasn't. So I think we can give at least Kanye West the benefit of the doubt we gave John Chris, can't we?
Oh, yeah. Again, I think I may have told you that.
Yeah.
My daughter said, Dad, you replaced the one person we thought would never fall with the one person that most people thought could never be redeemed.
Oh,
yeah, that's good.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's what we were saying, but your
of the
daughter just put it in a much quicker statement.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's the power of the gospel.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. That's the power of the gospel. He can take the one that's been overlooked, left out, abandoned, and thought there's no hope, and totally transform their lives. I don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Sure, none of us
But I'm telling you, based on the experience we had yesterday, the humility in the room, the spirit of just genuineness that came across from most of the people in his group. I mean, everyone that was with Kanye, I'm going to tell you, they did have a spirit of humility, and the experience they had. Anyone in that room, and hopefully some people will either send you Facebook or email.
Oh, we're getting them.
Oh, yeah, we've seen a ton.
We're getting them,
yeah.
It was unlike anything I've seen in 30 years. I mean, it was 38,000 flowers and having to cut down trees at 2 a.m. and busing 4 buses of a gospel choir in from Knoxville and trying to figure out security and people trying to climb over fences to get. I mean, it was a lot of challenges, and we will have some conversations at lunch, not on the air. But
I can hardly wait.
Yeah, please, let's pencil that in.
Well, look, how about this? This is.
And how do you run 130 wireless mics at one time? I got to know that. I got to talk to somebody, Scott.
I'm going to tell you this: the guy who did the production left here. He's going to work on the Grammys, and then after that, he's going to do the Super Bowl halftime show.
Okay. There's your answer. There's your answer.
You had the GOAT then, right? I mean, you had the best. But still, I don't care how good you are. 130 wireless. I don't know that there's that much band space out there.
Well, on those screens and what he was doing.
Oh,
well, Scott, get some rest. I know you got a few more sessions, and then just kind of hibernate.
Lunch is on us when you get back.
That's right.
And the most important thing, God was glorified and people were redeemed.
Yeah, and thanks for all the prayers. Thanks for everyone that listens and prays. Thank you.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so other stories from the weekend. I knew, Bubba, you came in toting this Copperhead story.
Oh, Rick.
Copperhead Road. If there's a snake story, Bubba's got it.
Dang.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour, a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. Rick and Bubba's show rolling. National Anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. The kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy knocked that out for you. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray with the Rick and Bubba YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. And those of you watching on YouTube, whether that be live and or archived, or a combination of both. Or maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber and this is your best of hour. Whatever the case, thank you for the YouTube support. Other options, America's boldest radio station. You got radio stations across America on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network carrying the Rick and Bubba show. That's a live option for you. Don't have an affiliate? Don't have YouTube? Well, how about our streaming app? You can stream the show on TuneIn. That's a free download. Just search the Rick and Bubba show. So 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel, archive shows in their entirety, but also the live option as well. Looking for archives only? Well, I mentioned one. The YouTube has a daily archive for you, the entire show. Also, our podcast channel has a daily archive, entire show. So the gang all settled in. We're missing one. Back from a hamcation, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's what I say. Perfect in every dimension. Hey! She's a bad man with jammer. Hey. Yes, she is. Bad man with jammer. Yes, I did have a nice anniversary weekend.
Yeah.
So it's good to be married to a bad man with jammer, isn't it? Huh?
Yeah, always good.
Oh, buddy.
Always good.
Bubba, my goodness, I know the weekend was fantastic, and we cannot
really
wait
was.
to hear. We'll recap your trip to Orlando, and also we have the Super Bowl, everything that goes with that, the game, the pregame, the halftime show, the commercials. We'll look at all that today. There's going to be wild birds in the studio.
Can't wait for that.
I don't know how we can get any better. So we do have a lot to discuss on the program today. So welcome back. Hope it was a nice weekend.
Yes, it was a very busy, eventful, but fun weekend. I tell you, I'm a little tired today, and it's not from the trip, and it's not from the Super Bowl. It was all the storms we had coming through.
Yes,
last
we
night,
did have a lot. Where we
I'm
live,
kind of crazy. I can't sleep through thunder. No. When it's rattling the house.
Yeah, I can't either. I think with the combination of the Super Bowl and I was talking out in the hall. I said the problem. I went and looked at the hour by hour forecast for where we lived. And I said, okay, so it's just one thunderstorm after another. Where we lived, it wasn't severe. A lot of rain. Matter of fact, I had the police was out there to work us through a flood zone coming in today on my way to work. But we got through it, lift kid right on through. But
Y'all follow me.
But everybody right here. I'm with you. I can't do it. So I thought, all right, the Super Bowl went into overtime. That hurt. Then you go to bed, and you know you've lost some time, and then the thunder would wake you up about every hour or so. And so I don't know how many I strung together, but it wasn't many.
No,
Right.
a lot of tossing and turning.
Yeah, I might have strung 4 together.
Right.
I don't know, but
let's keep that coffee pot full.
It wasn't me. But you know what? You can't go to bed with overtime. I mean, you can't.
No,
I mean,
we
had
a group. We had a group over to watch the game. It's always fun, but wow, hey OT. But what a great game, though. I mean, we couldn't ask for a better Super Bowl. I mean, we lived through so many that were blowouts that everybody was done with it, in the second quarter. So this is we've had some really good ones here the last few years, and I think this was as good as any of them.
No, you're right. I think we're so old now. There's been so many good ones in a row that people forgot when we had blowouts.
Oh, there was a streak there for a while.
Oh, my goodness.
Normally involving Denver.
Right, yeah.
And then they finally
the 49ers
won 2.
were in a few of those, too.
Yeah.
But they finally won 2. But remember, Denver used to get hammered. I mean, beat bad by the Redskins and everybody.
Yeah, and it was ugly at times. The Cowboys beat them real bad one time.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, we had a really good Super Bowl. Unless you're a Niner fan, we didn't care. I don't think anybody here cared who won, but it was except Speedy's.
Yeah.
That's his childhood team, so that was good for him. But I found myself trying to
Dynasty
connect.
now.
I tried to connect to one of the teams, and I couldn't. At one point, my bad mama Jamma Sherry. I watched it with her. She was pulling for the Chiefs all the way, and I drifted over to the 49ers at one point, I think, just to aggravate her, just so we could just so we could have some fun.
Right.
But it was why are you pulling for them? I said, I love San Francisco.
Well, beyond good football, both of these teams had a lot of sideline stories. You had the Brock Purdy thing.
Mm-hmm.
You certainly got the Chiefs, their excitement and all. Who's sitting up cheering for them, and Taylor Swift, and one of the most exciting moments when we were watching it was after the game to see if Kelce proposed.
No,
we'd heard that.
Yeah, well, I got a lot of texts and emails and comments on social media last night. What would your dad have done if one of his players had nearly pushed him down like Kelce did to Andy Reid?
Rick, how about speaking of me and Lisa were watching it. She was kind of leaning towards the Chiefs. Then she went 49ers, and I said, why? She said, because she didn't like him pushing the coach.
No, Sherry turned
and
on.
She flipped and went to the 49ers.
Sherry
just
didn't
because of that.
Didn't turn to the 49ers, but she no longer likes Travis Kelce because of that.
Right.
She said she thinks Taylor can do better, that he's a man out of control.
Have y'all ever done something and you were like, well, that's a little much. You didn't mean to. In his mind, when he hit him and bumped into him, he's like, oh, wow. I almost knocked him down.
My reply was, if that had been my dad, Taylor Swift could have written a new song, My Boyfriend Got Punched by His Coach.
Yeah.
You ought to watch Travis pick up teeth.
That is
It's just been a reaction.
Right. That's a bad look right there.
It sure is.
It's really, really
Especially Andy Reid, who everybody loves.
I know.
I mean, it ain't like you bumped Jimmy Johnson.
Exactly. I get that.
Yeah.
You bump Jimmy Johnson and people cheer for you.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back.
Mess his hair up.
15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Love is in the air.
Luck on this one, though.
Yeah,
Rick, a Mississippi hunter was taking the last of his dog pack back to a truck on Wednesday evening when he encountered. Do what?
He was getting 3 fresh dogs, it said.
That's probably
when he encountered a flooded ditch. He found a narrow spot where he could jump across. When he leaned forward to jump, he said he felt a severe pain on the left side of his head. He said, as soon as I leaned forward, bam, said Tyler Hardy of Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Bam!
He said, it hit me. It
Slingshot.
was like some sort of massive impact that struck me so hard. I thought someone had shot me or hit me with an axe.
Dang.
Bam! It knocked the fire out of me. I could not believe the force when the snake bit him in the head.
Bubba, I'm so sorry.
Golly.
He said he backed up, shined his light up on the branch near where his head was, and he saw a copperhead wrapped around the limb. Apparently had climbed up to get away from floodwaters.
That's what happens when it warms up.
And floods.
Hmm.
I mean, hey, you can't even have a dog hunt.
He said he had another hunting partner with him. They identified the snake as a copperhead. Now, this is a venomous snake, if you're not from this area that knows copperheads. They grabbed the dog, loaded her, and got the gear in the truck.
Hell, the dog.
They took a couple of minutes, they said.
I'm out of there.
It said Hardy was already feeling the the effects of the bite. He said it was about 4 inches above his ear. He said it was a severe burning. He said, and it was spreading. It started spreading rapidly and swelling.
Hey, buddy, you've been hit in the head. Who cares about the dogs?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
hey, I'll come back and get Sissy later.
Hey, look, if a snake bit me in the leg, okay,
get me out of here.
But I just got bit in the head.
Yeah, that's right there at your brain.
Amazingly, the two hunters didn't panic. He said he called his wife on the way to the hospital. They also called the hospital so that the emergency team could be prepared when he got there. Said once he got there, he got 5 vials of anti-venom, and then was airlifted to the University of Mississippi Medical Center in Jackson.
Doggone.
Wow, they had a plan, and they.
I bet that head swole up.
Hey, hey, Copperhead done popped me. Go ahead and get Sissy.
Get her in the box.
Hey, get her in the box. Call my wife, and let's go ahead and get the hospital ready. So when I get there, they got the anti-venom.
Yeah, I think it's good to call ahead. He said, and this is his own words, he said, I was struggling before I got the anti-venom, but now I feel a lot better.
You know why you were struggling? Because you've been bit by a poisonous snake in the head.
He said, as of now, all I have is throbbing and a goose egg on my head. I feel like I have been on a 5-day drunk, but other than that, I'm fine.
Dang.
Oh, man, I bet you.
So he thought it was a hatchet. What do you think? There were Indians out there in the woods still?
Well, when you know,
I thought it might have been a hatchet.
when you're not expecting
Hey, I think it might be a hatchet.
There's still some of them Indians out here that ain't conformed yet.
Hey, there's a hatchet.
You say it got me.
But you know, you're not
Hey, it got me.
expecting
It might be a hatchet.
Man got bit by a snake, guys.
Yeah.
He's nearly died. He's good. Yeah, that's true.
He's got a big old head.
Hey, the way he's handling it gives me.
Don't you know his head's swollen?
He's handing out a green light.
You're
It's
right.
fun.
You got to admit, that's kind of a rare situation. Copperhead's not known for climbing trees usually.
I know.
Hey, Bubba, it got me.
Oh, man.
What
But you're
was
not
it?
when you're not
What was it? I don't know. It
you're
might
not
be a hatchet.
Can't be a copperhead. It's in a tree.
Let me ask you this: what is that going
Copperheads
down?
don't climb up in trees.
What is that going down his neck?
Why is it? It looks like stitches.
Hey, Greg, I've been hit by a tiny Indian.
Because he said the bite was 4 inches above his ear.
I think that's just some weird birthmark he's got.
Yeah.
Or is that swelling down that vein or something? You know?
He's probably listening.
Could have been.
Hey, it's that Indian from Night at the Museum.
You got to watch him Forge Creeks.
Sit on the limb. I'm picturing it.
Now,
Look
Rick,
around. There's a casino somewhere.
Okay.
All right.
I'll watch it.
he did go on to say that he was going to be sure to invest in some snake boots and maybe a snake hat.
I was about to say, how about a
Boots wasn't going to happen.
snake toboggan?
Yeah. But at least they didn't run around in circles panicking. They stayed calm.
Y'all know what's
Think
going to
about
happen. You know how Bubba loves his snake chaff. Now he's going to wear a motorcycle helmet.
Bubba,
I'd wear astronaut suit if I could.
I'm going to talk to the merch department. We're going to do a Rick Bubba hunting hat, and it'll flap down and cover your ears with snake protection, like the boots.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Guy, it had to be horrible though. When you're just not expecting it.
No.
You know, it's like some.
Here we go. 21 minutes past recapping Super Bowl. Feels like it was just a few minutes ago. I guess for a lot of us it was. So we're looking back over that. No Rick and Bubba University this past weekend. We did not do one. Bubba was gone on hamcation. We'll get a recap on that coming up as well. We got anniversary this past weekend for Sherry and me, and a trip to Meridian for a wedding. All kinds of stuff to recap today on the program, and of course, wild birds. So, looking back over the game, do you want to go football first, halftime first, commercials first?
Let's go football, then we'll
Tony
work our way
Romo
to
first,
halftime.
who coached more than ever this time. At one time, I thought he was a coach.
Yeah.
They need to be running the ball right here, Jim.
You know, I think Kansas City's defense, so much improved.
Wow. They're the difference in the game.
The sideline stories to this matchup was great. The Brock Purdy.
Oh yeah.
You know what a great year he's had. He's got a big paycheck coming. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers are going to be fine. They'll be competitive for years to come. The Chiefs have a dynasty. Have they won 3 out of 4 now? Is that right? I know it's
They
two in a row.
Yeah, 2 in a row and 3 out of 5, I think. Anyway, they won 3, right? 2 in a row, and I mean, and they've been in it
a lot
5 times.
Yeah, it seems like they're in it every year.
Yeah, and they are the team right now.
Yeah,
and, and both defenses.
And they're fun to watch.
Both defenses. Yeah, both defenses were elite.
Yeah,
man, they got. I've never seen 2 defensive ends do a better job against Mahomes either.
Well, the 49ers were absolutely shutting them down the first half.
Yeah.
That was impressive. When you shut that bunch down, you've done something. But boy, when they had the ball and they had to score, and I mean they had a couple of fourth down. Well, they had 1 fourth down in there. You just knew you go. Can you stop these guys? They're like magic when they have to have it.
Oh yeah, as soon as the 49ers kicked the field goal instead of scored in overtime, I looked at Sherry and I said, "And the Chiefs just won another Super Bowl." She goes, "What?" I said, "I'm telling you, they're going to drive right down the field and score. Just watch."
Yeah, and
they're clutching that kind of stuff.
Travis Kelce, I know he is physically talented and big, but I mean, nobody can cover him. I mean, nobody can cover him.
Yeah,
it's
they held him for 1 half.
Yep. Yeah, they did.
Of course, couldn't hold on the second half.
So the bump.
Apparently, he thought that was Andy Reid's fault.
Yeah, from the bump we saw. Do we know any more about what that was about? I know Andy Reid tried to laugh it off and say he was testing his hip, which he had fixed.
Yeah. Well, in the broadcast, they talked about Kelce wanting to be in the game.
He didn't think they were using him enough. Yeah.
That's when they fumbled, and it was his reaction to them fumbling going in. He's like, "Why am I out of the game?" And now Kelce didn't say what he told him. I think he was asked about that, and Andy Reid's kind of playing it off now behind closed doors. I'm sure it's a different story, but.
Yeah, there was some security camera footage from the halftime, and this is the 2 guys just going at it. It was crazy.
Look at Andy Reid.
Look at Andy. Wow, he's hard to deal with.
Yeah,
he is.
Butterbean.
Yeah. Golly,
Butterbean.
Throw a punch.
Butterbean. I mean, Andy Reid is probably as nice a head coach as you ever run into. He doesn't show a lot of emotion till they win, and then he kind of tries to, but it's so awkward, him coming out of his shell.
It really is.
Now, Kelce doesn't have a problem with that.
No, he doesn't.
No.
And apparently none of the wives are girlfriends.
Right. And so it was it was interesting to watch. I think you just felt that it was headed this way. And when anytime you're watching a great offensive team and they're shut down, that's why the Chiefs' defense, as you mentioned, Bub, I think is the key in the whole game. I'm taking nothing away from the offense because they did what they needed to do. But that offense would have had a mountain that time would not have allowed them to climb if the defense had not said, I know y'all struggling, so we're going to see if we can't get the 49ers shut down too.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, there was a time the 49ers would have run away with it if the Chiefs' defense wasn't doing their job.
And they didn't to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, they had to have everybody up meeting on the side and got in it. So it was a great game. I mean, I think back over the years, it was as good as any of them to me, as far as watching it and it being enjoyable with all the sideline stories.
Yeah, we warned on Wednesday.
The location, you know, what a great stadium.
Yeah. Really nice. We warned on Friday, that if you're with these people that play drinking games, do not play one that you have to drink every time Tony says Jim.
Right.
And
you will not be able to drive.
I counted 32 gyms.
Yeah.
I had a little sheet. Where
Did you really?
Yeah, 32 gyms. It's a lot of gyms.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like he was just real excited, and he kept overcoaching a little bit, telling everybody what they need to do.
His little pen markings. I need those to be cleared before the play starts. Right. Did y'all notice that? He would draw in lines. Let me see the football players.
Right, yeah.
It's like
freeze it right there.
His gyms were in check early. Then the game progressed, and he got a little bit more comfortable in the second half. And then it got late, and he went into full coaching mode. He got so relaxed and so into it. By halftime, he was telling you everything.
Well, this may be a surprising statement. Somebody has gotten to him on being too overly excited.
Yeah.
Because he has calmed down. He doesn't holler like he did in the high pitch, but he's still coaching, and he's still got a lot of gyms.
I love his passion. Let him be excited.
I don't know, Jim. That's going to be close.
Heard a lot of that in him. Thank you.
Yeah.
Both of you.
He wants everything. He'll want something reviewed in a second too.
Well,
and
I can't believe that.
I'm telling you, the truck can't stand him. Stop it right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Back up. Freeze that.
He probably needs to buy a lot of dinners.
Right.
Hey, all right. So,
but
real
he's knowledgeable.
quick, I know we're hopping all over the place.
Really is.
The ultimate, you can't have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
in his name I can't.
Oh,
think
you're talking
of.
about the linebacker?
The 49ers linebacker,
Really
that is
good
just
player.
going onto the field.
Yeah, that was
and
terrible.
he goes to push off, and his Achilles pops.
Yep.
You
And
could
he's a
see-
really good player, too.
You could see as soon as it happened.
was
I was like, "Oh my
excited.
God!" You could see his whole calf vibrate
right there.
My man,
And
Look, he's jumping. He's ready to
standing.
go right
Oh,
there.
and away it went.
How about that little slip?
What? I mean,
Dang
like
the
you
luck.
said.
And I take nothing away from 48, but the Chiefs immediately said in 48 will be exploited, and they did exploit him. Now he played hard, but I mean he's not 57.
You know, if the Chiefs had receivers that actually could catch, there's no telling what they could do. You know,
Yeah, they were
they
talking,
led the league in drop passes.
and won the Super Bowl. Isn't that crazy?
Rick, and I don't know if you know it or not. I don't know if Romo told us enough about the two corners that play for the Chiefs. I know they're really good. They're Pro
They're
Bowl, first
fantastic.
team Pro Bowl.
First
We
team.
got it. And he could.
Duffy.
They really are good.
Duffy.
Yeah, can I ask y'all a
They
question?
really are good.
Was Brock Purdy picked last?
Yes, he was.
Wait a minute.
was.
Do you know one player that just kind of goes along with his business and McCaffrey? He's unbelievable.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a
my
player.
goodness.
You know, when he came into the league, I thought, no way this guy lasts.
Yeah,
I just did not
wouldn't.
think he could hold up, and he is. I mean, he is a beast.
He will get
he's
knocked
game-changer.
silly and just jump up.
I
Oh, my
also think he
goodness.
went on an incredible workout regimen because I talked to Greg, our nephew Pearson, who's a Carolina Panther fan, and I didn't follow when he was at the Panthers.
He got hurt a lot.
but he was hurt a lot there. To your point, Bubba. But I think he must have said, "Hey, I got to address this, or I'm not going to survive."
Right.
But buddy, he doesn't get hurt now.
I mean, I gave him 2 years. You know, when they drafted him, I thought, no way he'll hold up in the NFL.
But he's fun to watch.
And you know, really both backs to some degree do not fit that typical big bowling ball NFL back. They were kind of scat backs, you know, which most of the time those guys don't hold up.
Well, they hit that hole hard.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
The guy for the Chiefs, 10, is just. I mean, he is
The guy with the Russian name, and it looks weird on him.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
It looks real weird. That's why I'm not going to try to say it.
He
but-
hits
Pacheco?
the he hits the hole like his pants are on fire.
What?
Like he has fire on.
Yeah.
It looks like his feet are moving twice as fast as everybody else's.
Right.
I mean, he runs like a madman.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll talk commercials. We'll talk halftime show. We'll continue to recap. We'll get to some of your phone calls. Updates from Hamcation, weekend stories, wild birds. All ahead on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Check the website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, for all the information on how you can get the show live and or archived on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Slapping you upside the head when you ain't.
Dang, man, that hurt.
Something got me. Grab the dog.
He said he got.
What was his buddy's name?
Is it in here?
I don't know. Just call him Earl, Rick.
Earl, something got me.
Michael.
Hey, something in this bush over here.
Ricky got upset when Michael tried to suck the poison out. Back off. Rick.
Hey, Michael, stop it. You're going to give me a hickey.
Look,
All right,
that's not necessary.
Gwyneth said she knows him. Okay. Gwyneth out of Mississippi. Gwyneth, straight up, you know this person?
Well, I know his mom, and yes, we have Indians here in Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Well, I know
I
they
knew
hit me
it.
with a hatchet.
I knew it. Them
Yeah,
Choctaws.
the Choctaw. That's right. We have a big Choctaw tribe here in Mississippi, so it's not unusual that maybe he would think that we might be. No, seriously.
If he got hit in the head with dice,
Hey,
maybe.
Greg, I don't know if it's full-blooded hot chocolate or half Cherokee and Choctaw. But it got me. Hey, it might have been a Chippewa.
Hey, I'm thinking maybe these guys were really on top of things. They were thinking, and they, they're just regular guys, and they were on top of things, thinking about.
That's the way you handle it. That's the way you Don't
That's
panic. Walk through the steps.
Hey, I'd be worried it'd
there you
do a lot more
Hey,
damage in your head like that.
Somebody grab Sissy, call my wife, and get the anti-venom ready. Is this the guy that got bit?
Yeah, I think it's the guy that's with him, maybe. Or
Okay.
is it?
Ask him what that was. Tyler?
Hello.
Tyler, was it you that got bit by the copperhead or your friend?
It was me.
Oh,
wow.
Tyler, how are you doing?
Tyler.
Man, I'm doing good. I'm back at work. I'm at work.
Tyler, that had to be. I mean, we read your account of it, but obviously it caught you totally off guard. You're just not used to that kind of thing hitting you in the head, right?
No, we went back and looked exactly where we was at and everything the next day or 2 days, I guess, later, and I was standing. That snake had to be 3 or 4 inches above my head for at least a minute because it was crossing that little ditch.
Oh boy!
And the area we was at was probably 3 foot underwater 16 hours before, kind of flash floods through there, and we've had 70-degree weather.
Yeah.
Big bluff kind of a couple hundred yards from us, so I reckon he got out during the warm weather, and then that flood water caught him, and it was actually a tree that was falling over. It went about 3 or 4 inches around, a little pin oak, and I guess he just went up it. I handed my friend Michael, his real name is Kelce, where everybody knows him in Philadelphia. I handed him the leash.
What's his real name? Say that again.
Kelce. Everybody knows him by Kelce.
The little bird. Does he have little skinny legs and a big?
I knew y'all was wanting a better name than Michael.
That's it. Hey, Kelce, you got me.
There's choice words in there, but that's about the phrase it was. Dog's name is Dot.
Hey.
Wasn't Sissy.
Doc. Hey, somebody get in the well, never mind. So
How'd you get that name?
They didn't tell you anything about the copperhead had to chew you or anything, did they? Did you hear that call?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah, I think she's thinking about something else.
Somebody is saying she was mistaken, and she's talking about the coral snake has to chew you, not the
Tyler.
copperhead.
I mean, when we think about getting snake bit, we usually think about your foot or leg. Is it more dangerous in your head?
Oh. Well, they start anti-venom. They don't wait. Like what I was told was foot, head, your most common places. They'll observe more to see how far and how fast it will spread to your vital organs. It being in the head, they just went ahead and started it, and they're lifting me then. So I'm assuming yes.
How bad did it hurt?
It was bad. It was pretty bad. But now once they started anti-venom, I mean within an hour of that, I started feeling better right then. A lot of pain, a lot of pressure, a lot of throbbing.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm glad you're okay, brother.
Well, that's national news.
How about this? That's just a foul for a copperhead to be climbing like that.
That's not fair. You got a great story. You and Kildee's got one to tell.
Tyler, thanks for calling. We're glad you're doing good.
All right, thank you.
All right, buddy. I'll see you later.
He's back at work.
There he's back at work. See, that's our people right there. Absolutely. You get bit in the head over the weekend, you're back at work. We'll be
Let
back.
nothing slow you up.
We'll continue with your phone calls right after this. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba.
Back. Rick and Bubba Show, recapping all things Super Bowl from yesterday. Then we'll work our way back. All right, so what are the 5 Ps? You've heard us say the 5 Ps. How many times are you on this program?
There's 6 or 5?
Well, Stu Close and Tony gave us 6.
Yeah, there's one more.
I think he used that 6th one that my dad used, but prior planning prevents poor performance. Let me point you to Patriot Supply and our URL, preparewithbubba.com. Now, it could be as simple as you like camping, you like backpacking, you like hunting, boating, living life outdoors, and you'd like to have some supplies. Could just be that. But then you may live in areas, and they're all over, including us, that are prone to tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding. And then there's the biggie. What if the economy completely collapses? Will you collapse with it? So preparewithbubba.com. Go right now. You can be prepared. Things happen that you can't control, and self-reliance is critical for survival. That's where My Patriot Supply comes in, and why we want you to go to preparewithbubba.com. My Patriot Supplies has helped millions of American families prepare for uncertain emergencies, and if you're got a little bit of angst about where we're headed. Many of them start with the 4-week emergency food kits. That's got 16 food and drink varieties, and here's what that means. That means that you don't have anything to worry about as far as having a no food situation or nothing to drink. All that's there. Over 2,000 calories a day. There'll be no starvation. You'll get the water that you need, so you're hydrated. Inside ultra-durable packaging, these meals last up to 25 years in storage. So when the tornado, the flood, or some unexpected catastrophe shows up, you're ready. They also make great, like I said, for camping or backpacking and hunting, something not quite as daunting. Do not get stuck not being ready. You better follow those 5 Ps. Anything can happen at any moment, and you don't want to say, I wish I had been prepared. Prepare now. Go to preparewithbubba.com. As a listener of our show, you're going to save $60 off a 4-week food kit, plus get free shipping. Protect yourself, your family, your coworkers, and don't get stuck saying, oh, my, didn't see this coming. I wish I'd have listened to Rick and Bubba. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save 60% off a 4-week food kit, and get free shipping. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So you want to talk commercials?
Halftime.
Let's talk halftime.
What about halftime?
Let's go to halftime.
Usher.
Usher.
I thought he put on a pretty good show. I mean, I didn't have any problem with that. It was kept you entertained and looking for, hey, what's coming next.
Sure.
I thought the Vegas show tie-in was nice. Get a little local flavor there.
Sure.
I'm not as familiar with the Usher catalog as I am some other artists.
No.
But I thought it was a good halftime show. We had no wardrobe malfunctions that I know of.
Yeah, that's good.
Nobody, shooting a bird in the camera or giving any kind of secret symbols, right? Did we have any of that?
Well, we'll get a breakdown on Illuminati.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's plenty of Illuminati. There's a black cube. That surely means something.
It's like replay. You have to go back and look at it. And you'll go, oh, yeah, there it is right there. But no, I thought it was pretty good overall.
Elvis did call, want that first jacket back.
Well, yeah.
Bubba, I thought that he would be in your will.
I did too. It's overproduced music.
He's a little younger,
dancing.
isn't he? Because he's my age, and that's
Helms
where
and
I grew up. This is my world.
Helms and I knew
love
every
Usher.
song. Helms and I knew every song.
I was dancing, singing.
Lisa was screaming and hollering.
Kids had no idea.
Lisa was going nuts. She loved
he was like, what in the world?
Well, I didn't fully.
When it came out on roller skate.
Where we on the roller skate?
Yeah, that was good.
Where we on the roller
That was
skate?
good.
Did you see him at the end? He kind of stumbled a little bit.
I did.
I give him a pass because
I acted like I didn't see it.
He was winded by the end.
Right. I never fully transitioned, I guess, from the Michael Jackson Prince era into the Usher.
Right, we missed.
Yeah,
And
he
was
did.
kinda
He filled
next.
that void.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
But I've always liked him when his songs come on. I don't have a problem. I guess I don't know the whole catalog like I would.
Were you entertained though?
Yeah, I was.
Lot of dancing?
I watched. I loved it. I
Yeah.
thought it was great.
Did you pop?
No, I was actually just reclining at the time. But
He was locking, not popping.
But I wasn't gonna miss it.
Just a
I wasn't
lock,
gonna
not a
miss
pop.
Yeah.
Now there was one
I
point.
could do the skating thing. I kept telling Sherry, I said I could jump right in there with them.
Yeah.
There was one
Sunshine
point
Skate Center, baby.
at the end where they all were jumping up and down on stage, and it looked like the stage was
I saw
flexing.
that.
I thought, please quit jumping. Please quit jumping. We're going to have an incident here.
I saw the same thing.
I'll give it an A. I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah.
It was acceptable. It was entertaining.
My favorite part.
Better than Up With People.
Well, yeah, that I'll give you that.
Can you name?
Would you say it was better than Prince when it started raining during Purple Rain?
No.
Was it better than Michael Jackson flying out with a backpack?
Can't say that.
See, I don't put it on that level.
No, you can't.
And we saw that when I've told people you can't really imagine the show we saw live in Tampa, where you had NSYNC, Britney Spears, and what's the other group? Aerosmith all together when they were at their peak.
Yep.
I mean you can't hardly beat that.
Yeah, I mean it was a great production. We put on a good party.
Yeah.
I don't know how they get all that set up and take all that down.
It's really impressive.
Yeah,
I mean, the changing of clothes for him, I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess he had some Velcro rip-off kind of clothes going on because they were ripping that stuff off.
So 2 things. One, who was the guitar player?
That was her.
Okay, didn't know
Who
her.
was her?
No,
Her.
And then I thought
She is her.
who was the guy that I thought was CeeLo Green but was not?
Yeah, I didn't. They was dressed like a pilgrim.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I didn't know who that.
Now
was.
Will.i.am was one of them. He's the one.
You're
that
talking
had
about.
I know.
I know. Zach,
Yeah,
you're
you
talking
got
about the guy with that
Ludacris
little
and Will.i.am.
weird suit on.
But then that other guy came back. He had the the goggles on.
You had
too?
him, but then you had
Ludacris, and you had
I think that was different. Yeah, it was a different guy.
What's the
This
other
guy
guy?
was dressed up
Little
like a
John?
pilgrim.
Like a
You
pilgrim.
were right.
Sherry said, "Who's the pilgrim?"
I thought
said,
it was
don't know.
CeeLo Green at first, and then I thought, well, who is this?
It was
guy?
like a fat pilgrim.
He did.
I don't know who it was.
Did y'all think
He did.
Justin Bieber was going to be in that? Or
I
did I
did.
just read all that. I thought he was going to give a tip of the hat to Justin because he started being a fan of his.
Oh, that guy's name is JD?
Okay.
Don't know who that is.
Yeah.
And who was the guy, Greg, that just hollers, "Yeah"?
That's Lil Jon.
Lil Jon.
Is that all he does?
That's all he brings to the table.
Okay.
That's pretty good, Adler.
Okay. How about this? Not annoying at all.
Not at all.
I just wanted to hear Usher sing without you shouting that over the top of it.
Screaming over it.
Right, yeah.
Lil Jon.
But I enjoy,
that was Jermaine Dupri. That's JD. Okay, that's who they were.
Is that the pilgrim?
Some guy, Jermaine Dupri.
Who sings "Turned Down for What"? Which one's sung?
That's Lil Jon.
That's Lil Jon.
Turned Down for What? Yeah.
I mean, if you've been to a football game, you got to have that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
You gotta do
Well,
that.
but let's be honest. It's the music we like. Anybody could scream "Turn down for what?"
Right.
But not like that, Rick.
Turn down for what? Yeah, I bet I could. It's not all that
As much
complicated.
as it gets used, if he's got all the paperwork done, I bet he does really well.
Now, if you ask
yeah.
me to play guitar
yeah.
like, if you asked me to play guitar like her, and I can't do that.
No.
But I can scream "Turn down for what?"
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the pilgrim. JD, you said?
Yeah, look at him.
Jermaine Dupri.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
got
the
it.
pilgrim.
I'm not sure the look Ludacris was going for.
Yeah, I'm
here.
not either.
Because
Looked like
I
he
mean,
played for the Philadelphia 76ers back in '75.
Yeah.
Now, I tell you what it looked like for me. It looked like he was in some futuristic rollerball, like
Yeah,
he was
so-
playing football in the
Yeah.
future.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about.
But
that.
he's an artist. He's a great actor. I like the movies he's been in.
Funny
He does
commercials?
Yes, he does
Yes,
funny
he
commercials.
does.
So I've always kind of liked his approach to it. But that I looked at that outfit and I thought,
Yeah, my thing on the halftime show, because of my age, I would just go, yeah, that was all right.
Yeah. That's
I
what
don't
we
have
said.
anything
It
negative
didn't
to
make
say
me
about it.
miserable.
no.
I had to go change a gigantic diaper, so I didn't even know Alicia Keys came out.
I forgot about
I'm
that.
finding
Sure
that
did.
out right now.
Yes,
she
you did.
sure did.
And I missed In This Club.
Come on.
How about Sherry's comment on Alicia Keys? Would it hurt to put a skirt on? She would look really nice if she just put a skirt on. Now that she shouldn't be. She shouldn't be in that.
Train blow off the back over that big red something.
Right.
Yeah.
Cut loose.
Yeah,
That's
they
kinda
sure
neat.
did. All right, so how
The
about the fact
production
that it
people was
appeared to be everything was live and hey, here it is.
Yeah, because he was out of breath. a little
Nothing
bit one
canned
time.
and them moving the lips.
It was a
to
combination of both.
Yeah.
Was it?
I think it
Because
probably.
one-
Well, I mean, I know you
maybe a
had
little
tracks
help,
for him.
but-
Yeah. Because I'm talking about one time that one you just sang a minute ago. One of y'all. What was the song?
These are my confessions.
That one.
Yeah.
He started singing one time and he wasn't singing yet,
Okay.
and then he jumped. But he did sing live some, no
Right,
doubt, no doubt about that.
Did y'all see him go through the guy's legs on his roller skates? I
Yeah.
think he was just so tired by that point. He was like,
That's where I acted like that didn't happen.
yeah, he was like, whoa, a little tired.
Yeah,
But
this is
so,
it right here.
So
That
windy.
That could have been bad.
It gets a little tippy.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
He falls right there. We got
That's
quite a show.
impressive.
We do, yeah.
But
It's a
the stuff
different
they
show.
did on those roller skates was unbelievable.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
all the dancing and all the choreography and the production was over the top.
And then
you
they just
imagine?
roll it out.
At,
before you
at
know
the
it.
beginning, at one point, some guy just flew through the air.
I know, it was
they
amazing.
threw him.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So
saw
what about
that.
the one that was
Circus
doing this on
guys.
somebody's head?
Yeah.
Balance.
It was amazing.
Oh,
I,
yeah, here we go.
I also would like to find out what marching band that was because they
Yeah, look at
brought
that.
it.
Look
Yes,
at that
they
right
did.
there. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Is that a full man or is that a half man?
No, his pants
I think those are
Oh,
black
his pants are just black. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Could be
well,
half man.
There are half
Could be
men.
half man.
Yeah.
But I mean, watching that band, they could throw down.
Drummer
Okay, so-
was killing it.
Yeah,
Drummer
sure
was
good.
killing
Yeah.
it.
You had the band, you had the
That was
performers,
great.
you had everybody
The Fat
on
Pilgrim.
stage.
If Fat Pilgrim was
you
there.
You had
All we
the
needed was a fat Indian with him.
the people who had to get the stage and electronics going out there. I don't know how they did it. I mean, we've seen it. It looked like they had an army of 700 people
They
run out
do.
there.
Yeah, so that.
But what about the logistics of getting all those people
Unreal.
in the facility, parked? You know how people.
It's crazy.
I mean, I don't see how they do it.
Crazy.
It's incredible.
Commercials next.
Commercials.
Greg, we didn't see them till the actual game this year.
It made it so much better.
It did. It did. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, 26 years strong and still rolling down the track. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Rick and Bubba University interns are all here today. The interns today will be Happy Gilmore and Stretch Armstrong, so they'll be working your phone calls to us at the number that I just gave you, and we look forward to chatting with you as part of the program today as we break down the stories of the day. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun, so Wheel of Meat could happen today. Let's get the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year. There they are, December radio. We're excited, Bubba, because America gets to enjoy impeachment trial begins today.
Oh boy, that'll be a big item in the news. You can't get away from that today. Yep.
So that ought to be special. You're looking at this and you're just like. It's kind of odd because I was actually watching a little bit of the news last night, and you go, of course, it's wall to wall and treetop tall, and so you just simply go over here. You see excerpts and quotes being played, and on Fox News and letting the quotes finish out. Then you go over to CNN, and Don Lemon takes the same quotes and edits them, so you just hear the part that sounds like that. People are saying that he should be impeached.
Right.
It's just the weirdest. But anyway, so we will see what will happen. It'll be an opportunity, not for the Democrats because we know what they're going to do, not for those conservative Republicans because we know what they're going to do. But then there's that little dicey bunch of Republicans, and if there's ever a time that you feel like you just must show the world what a moderate you are, this would not be the time to do it.
Yeah.
Not if you want to get elected again.
When Clinton was impeached, I think the Republicans were very wise at the time to take a breath on that and go, what are we starting here if we do this? Even though it was justified. I don't know that this bunch of Democrats have. I mean, they're reckless, and I don't think they would take those considerations. So I hope the Republicans who have the majority will take care of this and set this aside and we can move on.
Well, we'll see.
Because you, the people, are going to get a chance to change presidents this year. So I really think this is reckless and dangerous because we've never removed a president, and once you do, the first one will be hard, the second and third will be easy. And it will get easier, and we're going to turn into a banana republic because it'll be political every time. It'll be done.
Well, it's kind of like we tried to educate Cher in the latter part of the live show yesterday. You can't really call anybody a king that could be removed from office in November.
Yeah,
I mean, you really that's not really how kings operate.
And if the people put him back in, he'll have 4 more years, and then he'll
be
go
done.
home. Yep.
Hey, the max anybody can be in this role is 8 here.
Yep.
And it's interesting that how the tide turns. I honestly do not care who the president is. Honestly, seriously, no matter how much I may like them, no matter how much I may think that, man, we really rocked and rolled under their power. I wish they'd just stay there till they die. Mm-hmm. I do not want that for any person. I don't want there to be any president that stays more than 8.
Yeah. That's I think very wise.
21 minutes past the hour. Howdy. Rick and Bubba Show. Much to do on the program today. We're kind of excited about talking to you guys, see what's on your mind. And that will be happening coming up here on the program today. Tim Tebow, Bubba, you said made a big announcement.
How about Tim Tebow is married? Rick?
How about that? Yeah, Greg,
over the weekend.
I'm going to pot Greg's mic down.
In South Africa.
How about that?
Married in South Africa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's his wife's from there.
Right.
Rick and Bubba Show. From Calhoun County to radio royalty, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Recapping the Super Bowl, and we'll get to some of your phone calls about that too. Still to come, Hamcation, weekend stories, wild birds, all coming up later in the program. So the commercials. Did you get a chance to see any of them, Bubba, before the Super Bowl? I know Greg didn't. I didn't. I didn't see them.
You know, I enjoy when we review them here on the show, and
Right.
we didn't this year, so I really was not. See, it doesn't spoil it for me. It puts me on alert to watch for.
Right, yeah.
But I know everybody's a little different with
Something
that.
I've already seen.
You know, there were a lot of funny ones, I thought, which was good.
I thought they were good, yeah.
And considering that comedy is on the endangered species list in our
Right.
country,
Yes,
I
it is.
thought it was a major step forward. There were some strange ones.
Yep, you're gonna have that.
And I was just reading about the RFK ad.
Yeah, that was
weird.
He acknowledged and has apologized to his family, saying that the ad was created and aired by the American Values Super PAC without any involvement or approvals from my campaign. Federal rules prohibit Super PACs from consulting with me or my staff. I send you and my family deepest regret. So apparently this was just something somebody else did.
You know, it's interesting when you said that. It's clear to me because I thought, all right, how does the Kennedy family feel about him using obviously a song from Kennedy's actual campaign?
Yeah,
in the
and then
60s,
superimposing his face.
Yeah,
over
I
JFK.
thought, I wonder how they feel, and now you've answered that. He's apologizing.
Yeah.
And they must have raised a lot of money because I'm gonna tell you what, when you drop one in the Super Bowl, we know 30 seconds was $7 million.
Yeah.
So anyway, and it was saying vote independent and vote for him, but it used all the old Kennedy songs.
that's gonna work.
Yeah, so that was, but he did not approve that. Okay. And they said that
Kind of creeped me out.
It was
bit.
weird.
Yeah,
Weird.
It was the weirdest of all of them, I think.
Old
Forrest
black
Creek
and white film footage jerks a little bit. It bothers me.
Yeah, and what's this TEMU? I mean, there was nothing funny about this commercial. It just ran a lot. TEMU.
I see their
TEMU?
ads all the time, too.
Yeah, is that what it's called? And for some reason, Greg, she claims, I think she said your wife, Lisa. She said, "Oh, look, that right there is a scam. I've heard about that." I said, "What are you talking about?" They try to sell you stuff so cheap. You'll go there and buy it, and then they steal all your information. It's a way.
It's just bait.
China's that's one of them Chinese things. And I was like, well, they got a lot of money. They rented a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But let's get
It
to
must be successful what they're doing.
yeah. So let's get to the good ones. So I thought the Arnold State Farm commercial was solid gold.
Making fun of him not being able to speak English, which we've done for years.
Oh my goodness!
So I immediately fell in love with that one.
What I loved about that one is you felt like early on that they only had one bit.
Yeah.
And it just got funnier as it went. And then the Danny DeVito thing at the end.
It's hilarious.
I mean,
That was gold.
That was just solid gold. It was. And of course, no surprise, insurance companies have a lot of money. But
State Farm must be doing well.
Greg, they all do quite well.
They get a lot of my money, I'll tell you that.
So anyway, I thought that was hilarious. Christopher
I can
Walken.
give you some stats on those.
Yes.
Yeah, Bubba, you can weigh in on
studying
it.
those.
Right.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken, that one was solid gold.
Yeah, for BMW, that was funny.
He's funny no matter what he's in. And the fact they were making fun of his very distinct meter in the way he speaks was even funnier.
Everybody trying to do it too.
Yeah, and everybody was kind of pulling it off.
Yeah. The how about the Mayo Cat with Kate McKinnon?
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that was it was funny.
That was kind of
it was kind of funny. But to me the best one was the Duncan one with Ben Affleck.
That
was
one
funny
in the
good.
Uber Eats with Jennifer Aniston.
Those
and
two.
That was funny. That was funny.
Those two
Matt
really
Damon's his character in this was funny. He was so embarrassed.
Very funny.
They're naming a drink after us, man. The Kawasaki mullet one.
Yeah,
that was
my
fantastic.
favorite.
With
That
Stone
was
Cold.
my
When Stone
favorite.
Cold got a mullet.
That was funny.
And I kept wondering how they were going to use the mullet in the ad, and then they said it was
Right.
business up front and party in the back.
The Kawasaki cart. The eagle got a mullet. It was great.
A bear.
Yeah, that was
That
good.
was a good one.
That
I
was a
like
good
that
one.
And I want one of those, yeah.
Vince Vaughn and Tom Brady and Bet MGM.
That
where
was
he
very
claims
funny.
that
You
Tom
won too
can't
much.
do it.
You
That
won
was
too
funny.
much. You're that was good.
That was
Yeah,
great.
it was good to see Vince Vaughn because hadn't he kind of been blackballed? Because
I
he's
thought the
funny.
same
I think
thing.
he's one of the
Unless you
funniest
watch some
people.
good B movies, you'll see him.
Yeah.
Do he just do anything?
Yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Helmsy brought up E-Trade.
E-Trade was hilarious, and Bubba, you'd have loved it. They took a shot at
always do that.
pickleball.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay, I missed
babies.
it. I missed it.
Yes.
That was funny.
Trash talking.
That was hilarious.
That was funny.
I missed that one.
God, Bubba.
Oh,
It
Bubba.
must have been a bathroom.
It was adults playing two little babies. And you know how they do
and the babies were owning them.
It looks like they're really talking.
Yeah. Verizon, Beyonce, of course, she's getting.
That was sorry. I
marks.
didn't get a whole lot for that.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was
trying to break the internet, or
I
whatever.
thought it was pretty funny that she thought somehow she could get so many that she would shut the internet down, and of course the phone could handle anything.
Yeah.
And that guy she was dealing with, he's funny.
Yeah, he is. He is.
You broke me.
And then there was the very kind of the uncomfortable. He gets us.
Don't do this.
Yeah.
I was going to not even talk.
I thought,
I was going to let it go.
I know it's going to come up on phone calls probably today.
Uncomfortable.
Oh, it'll definitely come up on phone calls.
Yeah, I just no.
Yeah.
No, I understand what they're trying to do. But again, the proper balance.
Yeah. So it's pandering.
very,
is it pandering?
very
What is it?
uncomfortable.
I have
Very
not been a fan
uncomfortable.
of this campaign from the very beginning.
No.
Right. Thanks, Adler, for that.
Thanks, buddy. I wasn't going to mention it.
Helmsy, can
Appreciate
we change?
you.
He gets us.
I know Helmsy likes
bringing up
Suits.
He called everybody to repentance.
And that's not a new
Forgetting
show.
that part.
It's been out on Netflix for a
Talking about
long
Harvey
time.
Specter?
Suits. Judge Judy was involved with this one because for ELF Cosmetics ELF
that was
Cosmetics.
pretty funny.
Lewis is debating Judge Judy or whatever. That one was pretty good.
Lewis Litt.
Yeah, and then Paramount Plus Mountain of Entertainment was good too.
I can't wait to show you, Bubba, the E-Trade commercial.
Yeah, I got to see
You
that.
will love
I got to
that.
see that.
I got it pulled up.
Funny.
Was I the only one when they had the commercial Shogun about the new series that I hollered, "Show enough, Shogun"?
I don't know, but that seemed to be a theme in this thing was movie trailers.
Yeah, there was a
promoting
few.
movies.
Well, if you want to promote a movie, that's where to drop
From
one.
The Last Dragon, "Show enough, Shogun."
The Halo app. Did y'all see that one with Mark Wahlberg? And then also, is that the guy from The Chosen in it too? It's a Halo. The Halo app is like a Christian, I think, maybe fake Christian
I missed
app.
that.
I didn't see that one.
Okay. Well,
I didn't see that. I
That
missed
must have been
this
a
one.
bathroom break. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
What I was doing.
Was that during the game?
oh, it's Pray This Lent with Mark Wahlberg on the Halo app. Jonathan Rumi is part of it too. So there you go. Okay, Halo is the app.
What about? What
Thanks for
about,
bringing up all the controversial.
Yeah,
ones.
what's wrong with you?
What about
Trying,
Bud Light?
trying.
Did it score? What do you
Wasn't
think?
Was it
bad.
the Clydesdales out in the? Was that the
no,
one?
it was,
when he wishes Peyton to be his best friend.
Yeah, the genie.
Oh, the genie.
Genie, the
Yeah,
Bud
that's
Light
not
Genie.
bad.
That was pretty.
That
good.
was
And
fun.
then somebody said, "I wish I was at the Super Bowl" or something, and then it goes, and they're at the Super Bowl.
That was
Yeah,
fun.
that was pretty good.
CNN has a list,
They're trying
according
their
to their experts, of who won and who lost. In
All right.
this.
Do you want to hit that?
Yeah, we'll run down the list right quick.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. We'll get to some of your phone calls next hour, too. More weekend updates coming and wild birds when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lee Nell Peters.
Everywhere I turn,
right?
something about South Africa comes
Isn't
up.
that her name? Demi Lee Nell Peters?
I don't know.
Is that right?
No clue.
Yep.
A lot of names. Did she add Tebow to the end of that, or
Boy,
does
that'd
that
be quite a name, won't it?
Yeah.
Peters Tebow.
Well, it's a long name.
Here we go.
It sure is.
All right. So, anyway, but
Boom.
if I had not, I would have exploded.
Right. Oh, yeah. I had to get that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great how you played the piano.
I don't know if y'all saw any of the pictures this weekend from their rehearsal dinner and all that. Man, they did it up.
I questioned his haircut though.
They did
Did
do
you?
it up.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Went too far. I got too.
Yeah, he'll sometimes take his hair and get a little weird with it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Tim Tebow. Let's keep it straight.
You know, I really just can't do much of this story.
Okay.
Because
Yeah, I
I
know.
feel like Greg is sitting on edge. And
Well, I mean, I'm
I'm
just
trying
saying
to trying to monitor
You can't
for
ignore the
potential
obvious.
for potential problems here, and I just can't.
Well, here's what we need to celebrate straight up. Straight
Yeah,
up.
haircut.
Here is a man who went about this process, including the gift that we're kind of having a little fun with right now.
Yeah.
And he was given that gift
Good nature.
from God the way God intended it to be given.
Yeah, that's our point.
And that is something to celebrate. And he is making it clear that adhering to God's standard, that the payoff was worth it. And it certainly is.
Yes.
It is a gift.
He's no longer eligible. You know, everybody wanted their daughter to marry Tebow. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And he's off the
Everybody.
market.
So guess what, ladies?
Well, that's a tough
He's
day.
off the market.
I wonder how he meets a Miss Universe from South Africa. You know?
It was at a Tim Tebow event.
Well, how about that?
the fundraiser he has. That's the night of like a prom for
the Philippines.
For kids with disabilities and things.
Well, she was also.
It's got a name. I can't remember. It's I saw it a minute ago. But anyway, he met her at that event or dealing with that event.
Well, there he is.
And what about when you, Greg? What about when you received that invitation? You got to go over to South Africa.
I know.
Is it a night to shine? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I think that's it. Louis Giglio was involved with that. I don't know if you saw that. He was there.
The gig will be everywhere.
Yeah.
And
I believe Todd Jones has gone to those events before that he holds. A night to shine.
Yeah.
As far as not the wedding.
Yeah, look at that.
Beautiful couple.
Mm-hmm.
That is a. Where are they going to live?
I know.
It'll be somewhere close to where the Mets
is he still
practice.
playing?
Yeah, he's still playing.
He's been invited to their spring training.
As a matter of fact,
I heard that he was moving to Helena. No, by Old Town.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say.
They said that.
So you'll have him and Boba.
He's a spring training non-roster invitee again this year, with his pursuits of baseball in mind. Apparently, for his wedding, they selected a cheesecake that Tebow could stick to his diet on.
Oh.
How does a cheesecake let you stick to it?
I'd like to see that.
What diet is
some
that?
kind of keto.
Can somebody show me that one?
That's a good cheesecake.
What is this with the cheesecake diet? But I would. I'm going to say something, and I wonder when it was going to happen, but it has officially happened to me. I have tremendous respect for Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
I love what he has done to advance the kingdom, and I love how he and his family have been the hands and feet of Jesus in their works as well. I love how he plays every game that he plays. He's married now, and he has done it the way God intended it to be done. Another great example. And I think there's much work for Tim Tebow to do. I love that he's part of the even we have a little fun with it, but I love him being part of sports from an announcing standpoint and a panel.
Yep.
But I will say to Tim, I'm done with the baseball thing. It's time to stop. Because there's so much that you can do, and I don't like this baseball thing. I don't really like you keeping around in the minor leagues and all of this. I'm ready for that to be over.
What do you want him to do?
I want him to I just want him to go out and be a speak. I want him to go speak. I want him to get involved in the ministries he's involved in. I want him
the SEC channel.
I want him being on the SEC deal. I don't mind if he does a few more game shows.
That was pretty good.
He's got a very successful life and career.
Got a good brand.
He's got a good brand. He's got a very powerful platform. And I think that maybe the grind of minor league actually takes away opportunities that he could do more with, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think this will be the last. He was promoted,
right?
So he gets an opportunity to start where he never has before.
Right.
And if he doesn't do anything with this, I think it's done.
Yeah.
I do think we're seeing that.
We're
seeing that he's either going to shine with it or we're going to see it go away as you wish.
Or
he's 32
Tim, I
now,
love
right?
you.
Yeah.
I love you, Tim. I respect you, and I'm excited about what God's going to continue to do through your life, and I celebrate what He's already done. But this needs to be it. If you don't make the show in this spring training opportunity, I'd like to see you not have such a full baseball schedule. Bubba, the Peloton bike has arrived.
Well, how did it go? Did they tell us? Did they come in and set it up? And
yeah, I wasn't there, but I got. We were in our meeting yesterday, and I kept getting calls. It seems like I'd never ever seem to be able to get this right. Anytime that Sherry and I, as husband and wife, are working together, and they want to know on some sort of delivery, it's like we can't beat it. We will say, well, if it's going to be delivered at the house, put my Here we go, another hour. Thanks for being with us, recapping the weekend. We started with the Super Bowl, so we're kind of working in reverse order, but that was the we'll get to the other stuff as the program moves forward. Bubba back from Hamcation, Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. So Bubba, you said there's some different organizations that are ranking the winners and losers on the whatever.
You're going to see them all over the road today. But I thought it was funny. CNN Entertainment has a list out. Who won, who lost, all that kind of good stuff. They declared winners. Duncan, the Ben Affleck commercial.
That was a good funny.
The movies in general. They liked all the movie trailers.
Okay.
By the way, I've got to ask this. Deadpool 3. I thought Ryan Reynolds was the Green Lantern. How did he change over and become something else?
Green Lantern was one movie a long time ago.
Yeah, really long time ago.
He's had this character two.
How many
three movies?
This will be his third one, yeah.
But, I mean, he goes from green tights to red. I mean, how do you...
I think he actually did Green Lantern so that he could get permission to do Deadpool. That's like the project he really wanted to do.
Really?
Yeah.
Bob, I don't think you get eliminated if you take a hero, and then if another one comes up that says you were that hero, you couldn't be this one.
It is Robert Downey Jr. couldn't change over and be...
Yeah, I agree with that.
What's his name is...
Green Lantern, I don't think, did a lot.
What's his name? Chris Evans is the Flame guy in Fantastic Four, and he's Captain America in the Avengers.
Okay.
So some people do double duty.
Are we casting our heroes a little tight here?
Yeah.
Seems like we got more people could fill that
No
role.
pun intended.
Well, we only got 8 guys can be super.
It looks like it. It's a tight-knit family.
No pun intended. Seemed like it'd be a bigger pool.
It really is.
But anyway.
Under honorable mention, they have Shogun. They also list middle of the road Dove, BMW, Square Place, Google Pixel, T-Mobile, Verizon, Pfizer, Disney Plus, Kia, and they list in the middle also Jim Nantz and Tony Romo.
Funny.
They say they didn't get in the way of the game.
So State Farm
Tony
and
tried.
Arnold wasn't in that?
Not bad, but category. They have Budweiser, FanDuel, CeraVe. I didn't get that one at all. The moisturizing cream thing with a guy, had the same name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was trying to pitch to him.
I'm out of the loop.
That got a little weird.
That was weird.
Uber Eats, Pluto TV. I thought Pluto
was a
TV
good
was
one.
funny with the couch potato.
That was funny.
SNL, Alumni, Oreo, State Farm. They had all of that. See, that was the Arnold one.
Yeah.
Now, the one they call flat out losers was Doritos, Drumstick, Lindy Chocolate, Reese's, Homes.com, BetMGM, Skechers, Kawasaki. See, I totally disagree with that. Mullet.
Come on.
I think you can tell who was judging.
Now, the
this.
Reese's Cup, that's when they were cheering and then they'd get sad. And then they would cheer.
Funny.
I thought that was pretty
when
funny.
When you look like an old woman dove through that table.
Yes, I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. We hadn't mentioned that one. It made me laugh.
Well, apparently not, Rick.
Well,
According to CNN.
What
about
CNN and I are tracking?
Yeah, we don't track on much.
Right, yeah.
What about Skechers with Mr. T in it? How'd y'all like
they
that?
didn't like that.
Yeah,
I've
there's
always
no
thought that's
T in
funny.
Skechers.
They drug it out a little long.
How about this? I like anything with Mr. T.
Absolutely.
I just said it.
I pity
I'll
the
give him
vote.
in anything.
Yeah.
And I know he's a little older now. He's
all right.
He's going to
That's
take a
fine.
few.
That's all right.
He's going to
It's
take a few
okay.
chains off because he can't hold them up. But he's still funny to me from Rocky and the A-Team.
What was the one? It was some kind of snack where 2 old ladies went after the guy for the last bag of them. And it was
it was a Dorito, but it was some Hispanic flavor.
Yeah.
That was okay
Grannies.
when they crashed into the car on their little thing.
That's all right. I thought the idea was funny. So anyway, I thought the commercials were pretty good.
Yeah.
And
I did too. I thought overall it was a well done event. Everything, top to bottom.
By the way, I was told that the halftime show, the band was the Sonic Boom from Jackson State.
Hey, man.
And they threw down.
They were rocking.
Sonic Boom.
Yeah. I like that name too.
I do
Sonic
too.
Boom.
I think that's a good name.
Rick, you kind of mentioned it in our group text messaging. I want to thank Greg for ruining the national anthem for
What
me.
did I
Yeah,
do?
what happened with the national
do
anthem?
anything.
With Reba, not that I could, instead of just
thought she did a
enjoying
good
it
job.
and honoring America, I was focused on her doing what you mentioned.
Well, she has a style that she sings.
And I want to thank you for that because I
Well,
couldn't
that's all I
enjoy
can
it.
see.
That's all I. That's all
she only
I
did it
could
really
do.
at the end, but I thought she did really good. Rick, what I was going to say is pretty funny, and I know it's just because of the beard. But when Post Malone was performing, Chandler Pace said, "There's Uncle Rick."
What?
Yes, it has to be
Pace
the
thought
beard.
that was me. Post Malone?
Yes.
That's funny.
Post Malone is hard to look at.
He is, man. The guy's talented, and I've heard interviews. He seems like a really nice guy,
yeah.
but he is hard to look at.
He looks
Why
like
the
Jaws.
teeth? Why
from,
the teeth? Why are we doing the teeth?
He looks like Jaws from James Bond,
yeah,
and Russell
exactly.
Brand had a baby.
Yeah, it's bad enough I got tattoos all over my face. Now I got silver teeth.
Yeah.
if you're always trying to do something like that, and a lot of the tattoo folks, they never know when's enough.
Less is more.
Yeah, yeah. Where do you go when you have nowhere else to tattoo? I mean, what
I guess
do
you
you
do teeth.
Well, y'all, we all wanted braces off our teeth when we were kids. Now to go back and put aluminum foil over them, what's the deal with that?
I don't understand.
Brought to you by Reynolds Wrap.
I don't know how anybody who puts their teeth all gold or all silver thinks that looks good.
I know.
As you said, Bubba, I remember because we had caps when we were growing up. If a little kid got caps, he was just like mortified till he got them off.
Does he have the kind I wonder if you can pull in and out? And he just wears them.
Well,
they make those.
There's several people with that look now. I just
they can pop them out.
Were you okay? And I can't believe you let it go. Can't believe there was not a comment. Can't believe it. So you let it go that every time Reba would reference the flag, she'd point to it. You let that go?
She pointed a lot.
Oh, Greg does that Star Spangled.
I didn't see that. I was in the background, not really watching.
You let that go? I
didn't see it,
I never even saw. Oh, she
I apologize for missing it.
Oh, say does that Star Spangled
She
Banner.
pointed a bunch.
Oh yeah,
That much?
She was pointing at
A lot.
A lot of pointing.
I didn't see that because I was checking her mouth out.
Right.
Here's her mouth.
Now you missed the point.
Here's her most wiggly mouth moment. If you guys want.
All right.
Did I play this?
Yeah. Sure.
There it was.
Greg, that's not
Thanks,
what
Greg.
she did, Greg. She was singing about America, okay?
Pointing at the flag.
She a lot. Still there. That's the one I'm talking about.
It was
the
still
flag.
there. That flag right over yonder.
The big one on the field.
Yeah, way under. So,
Thanks, buddy.
So did you? So Post Malone, we thought that was. I didn't think it was a great version.
He got better as it went along.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it.
I'd be okay with us dropping. Let's just do national anthem.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I don't. Can we just get to it?
I would be okay with just the black national anthem.
And there it is.
I wish maybe we just play. The military band plays it. Does somebody have to sing it? Can't the crowd sing it?
What we do like we did at high school game.
Well, because people are so opinionated about it, that's why I now only play the military version of it to start the when we come in on the show. Because people have so many opinions about this is disrespectful,
Right.
that's not good enough. Why'd you play that one? I don't like that one. This is too long, that's too short. I don't like that style. So I just said, you know what? Let's just have the band play it, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
And you can't really lose with that. And to me, you come out there with the military like they did and got the colors and got that set up, you would think right there if a military band just did it, it'd be all right.
I know. It would be good with that.
Yeah, so there you go.
By the way, People Magazine ranked State Farm as the #1 commercial, Uber Eats is #2, and Dunkin' is #3.
See, now that's better.
That's better.
Phone calls next. We'll chat with you. You can give us your feedback on the Super Bowl and all around it. We still have more weekend updates coming. Our number right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines available. And we'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cell number down as your primary contact. And then I would just be a secondary contact. And they'll start calling me first every time. I don't know how that happens. And, and of course, I'm not there.
Yeah.
So we were in the meeting yesterday, and I kept getting, of course, now with all the telemarketing.
Yeah, you can't hardly answer your phone.
And it was a local call, and they kept calling me back. And I was like, well, who in the world is just trying to hound me during the meeting? and I didn't pay attention to it. Well, then I get a text, hey, we're delivering the Peloton in 15 to 20 minutes. But they'd already told me they were coming between 9 and noon, and Sherry knew that, and she was there. But then I start panicking on if they keep calling me, do they think we're not there? So eventually, I don't even know how it worked. All I did was tell Sherry it looks like they're on the way, and it was one of those things where you're going through the rest of your day and you almost forget about it.
Yeah.
And so I get home, and I was like, oh, wow, did Peloton show up today? And Sherry said, yes, the Peloton is set up and ready. And so I walked downstairs, and there it was. There's old Peloton.
In all its glory.
Now, there was some uncomfortable moments because...
You a little intimidated by it?
No, it's I didn't participate in it, as you might imagine. But Sherry...
You didn't give it a test ride?
I didn't. I didn't. And I'll tell you why part of it was, here's the issue with I walk in to get a Peloton thinking I'm going to have it like in a couple of days, and they tell you it's 3 to 4 weeks. you forget what they told you.
Yeah.
Everything.
You don't remember any of it.
True.
And so the way you connect to the pedals, there's a way to connect, and then here's more importantly, there's a way to disconnect and get off the bike. And
I'd love to see you stuck on that bike.
Yes.
Well, I got to see my wife stuck on it. Because,
no.
There was one moment where I thought, well, honey, are you comfortable? Can you sleep there?
So you lock in, huh?
No, buddy. You lock on in. And I was told by people who, are in the fitness world and know all this, because I thought it was a safety thing. And they said, it's not a safety thing. It's to get the hamstring pull that riding a bike, just normally all you get's quad. You don't get the hamstring pull, and this gets you pulling the hamstring as you're riding it as well. Well, thank you for that update. We couldn't remember at one point that y'all. This is hilarious because this is the time we're living in. At one point, Sherry can't get off the bike, and I literally have my phone up and I'm YouTubing how to disconnect from the Peloton bike. Now they told us how to do it a month ago.
Yeah,
during Christmas.
Right. So connecting, not a problem.
Yeah,
disconnect.
Well, because I kept telling us, I think you just keep pushing down till it pops, and it did, and. So I was like, and she was like, well, I guess I can take my shoes off and leave my shoes on the pedal.
Yeah, there's one.
And I was like, well, you can, but it's almost like we're defeated if we do that. Because then tomorrow you're going to come down here and try to get your shoes off. But getting off of it, you got to be careful. I mean, the movement you got to do to disconnect is a pretty violent little move where you're twisting your ankle to try to unpop it and get off. And then I saw all kinds of videos where people have like. You can do it too hard or too soft. Too soft you can't get loose. Too hard the actual bottom that connects you can come off, and now you have the bottom stuck on the pedal. Saw a lot of videos teaching you how to get that thing off the pedals. So I'm concerned this is going to be an issue.
It's not just that simple.
Yeah, you're probably not the only person had a problem.
Yeah, so I'm thinking to myself, is there going to be a time where now I know I would do it. Sherry, unlike me, tends to try to use things the way they're supposed to be used,
right?
And she doesn't modify it to her way the way I will do. I see me with these Peloton shoes just getting to the point that I don't connect. I just get up there and pedal.
I definitely see that.
And can't y'all see me doing that?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know if you can or not. It may not work that way, but I'm already thinking, that I'm going to just get over and see if I can pedal this thing. But it was, I had one of those weird things happen. This happens to me often as well, where Sherry built her little account, so she's ready to roll, and she had her first little session with her first teacher and all that.
Was it live? Did she do a live?
She didn't do a live one. She went to do an archive. There was a live one that she could have participated in around the time we were messing with it. But
you'd be a little nervous for your first time.
Well, and plus, we remembered this eventually, is they clearly told us, use the beginner classes in the archives first.
Yeah.
You don't want to jump into a class as a beginner where people are
part you remembered.
I remember that. And but guys, there's a certain I mean Here we go. Lines are available. Helmsy is on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dial us up. You can join us now as we hear from you. Bubba, did you want to hit that now going into phones, or you want to have that its own segment?
Let's go ahead and do phones, and then we'll come back. We were looking at some of the numbers of viewership of halftime shows. Now, that's not necessarily mean it was the best or whatever.
Right.
It's just based on, the more recent ones would have more anyway. But I thought it was a pretty interesting list on the hard numbers.
To the phones we go. We go to B in Coleman, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. B, go ahead.
Monkey grass, fellas. How are y'all this morning?
Good. Hope you're doing well. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I'm not much of an NFL watcher anymore, much less the halftime shows. I'm more just a college football watcher. But I caught a video this morning that a guy shared. It was one of the moments where they was panning over to Taylor Swift and her two female colleagues that was with her. One of them was named Ice Baby, this black lady, and he referenced a point in the clip where Taylor was turning her cup up and chugging it pretty hard, and you see off to the side that Ice Baby lady, her two hands making like the satanic symbols where your pinky and your pointer fingers up in the air and your two middle fingers and your thumb are joined. And as soon as she dropped
Ice
that
Spice,
gesture,
by the way.
she grabbed.
It doesn't matter, but yeah.
Do what?
It's Ice Spice. It doesn't matter. I know what you're talking about. People are saying, here it is on the screen right here, guys. But yeah, Ice Spice did this weird hand sign, and people are saying it was like a demonic thing. Is that right? Is that real, buddy? Is that a demonic thing?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. So,
like hook 'em horns.
I've heard.
It does look a little like.
Yeah, I've heard all the, you watch performances and they do it. I don't know
about all the number 13s that add up and all this
Yeah,
weirdness.
right. Yeah, I know that.
I'm not.
I don't.
Well, it kind of goes back to it. I don't know about all these people. I don't know these artists, but when you listen to certain artists and the content they put out and the things they say and the things they stand for and the things they promote, of course, that's all from Satan. I mean, do you really need a hand sign? I mean, it's there's no middle ground.
Yeah.
You're either a child of God or you're a child of the devil. We've invented a middle ground, but it really doesn't exist. So I understand what you're saying, but this is the fallen creation. He runs it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you're not under the authority of Christ, you're under his authority. We continue. Let's go to, Let's go to Donna. Donna, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
Good, Donna.
Hey,
We're good.
Donna.
Donna, would
I
you do
love
me
your
a
show.
favor?
I listen.
Would you do me a favor?
What's
Would you
that?
say this has been a Film Waste presentation?
No.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
This has been a film way presentation.
There
Okay.
you go. All right, go ahead.
About that ad, Temu, or Timu, I don't know how you say that, but I order stuff from them all the time, and I've never had a problem.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. They've stolen your information. Now, how do you know if you have a problem?
Rick.
I mean,
Well, so far they haven't. And it takes about a month to get their stuff, but so far I've had a problem. But anyway,
let me ask, ma'am, are they like Amazon? Is that what it is? Just a different.
It's just a website that's got cheap stuff.
Yeah, got cheap stuff. But look, that's what they lure you in to get your information
Hey, look how
done.
happy she is about
Now the Chinese have yours. The Chinese have yours. And if you look at TEMU, it probably makes a devil sign.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I've been ordering them for about a year.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I don't know anything about it.
If the Chinese has my information, what are they going to do with it?
Well, how about it? It ain't gonna be any worse than what the government that's running it right now is gonna do with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to say.
John in Nashville. John, go ahead.
I want to know what Coach Burgess does to Travis Kelce when he comes up and pushes him and cusses him out.
Well, you must have missed the first hour. We said that Taylor Swift would have had to written the song "My Boyfriend Got Punched by the Coach."
Yeah.
He'd have been picking up teeth. Yeah, probably. We continue. Arnold's checking in, Bubba, out of California.
Oh, he's proud of his commercial.
Hey, Arnold, how you doing?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're good. Great commercial, Arnold.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I want to thank all the producers and directors and everyone who helped me with making it. Unfortunately, the voice, the teachers who tried to get me to say neighbor had a really hard time. It's about like saying curtains. I have a really hard time.
Well, we thought it was hilarious.
Yes, it was.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
There's something
Thank you.
about
Have a
Arnold
good morning.
It's always funny to me. I don't know what it is.
Arnold has
Good
been.
dog.
He has been in this country so long. He was actually the governor of the huge state, and it hasn't touched that accent. His
Not at
accent
all.
sounds just like it did when he did what was that bodybuilder movie?
Oh,
made?
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Pumping Iron.
You know
Pumping
what?
Iron.
Be careful watching that.
Yeah.
He really likes to work out.
He sure does.
I was so hoping during that commercial.
I was so hoping during that commercial he would have to give the time.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Because they could have made a commercial on that.
Whenever I see something like that, I think about his agent being like pitched the idea. Hey, look, this is kind of what they want. Can we send you the script?
Funny.
And then him approving it, going, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, so
think about that first initial
funny
contact of, hey, we got an idea.
Well, this tells you he doesn't take himself too serious,
right?
If he do it,
yeah.
All right. So Romeo in Atlanta, rapping Romeo.
Right.
So was it Helmsy that claimed this about the Fat Pilgrim, or Adler, one of them, and he's confirming. Romeo. So the Fat Pilgrim is Jermaine Dupri.
Right, he's the guy that the producer that discovered Crisscross. Remember when they come out back in the day?
Yeah. Make you wanna jump, go.
Time because we tried to work with him when I was doing music, but what it was, he went on to produce an album for Janet Jackson, and they were engaged, but the album flopped, so she dumped him.
No. You mean to tell me that the Fat Pilgrim pulled off Janet Jackson at one time?
Yes,
Till
they
the album
dated.
flopped.
They were engaged, man. And, but thank you guys for 30 great, wonderful years, man. I appreciate all the great memories. My son Michael rapped with me in Oxford when we opened up Mr. Lucky, and I'll never forget that as long as I live. Thank y'all so much.
Hey, Romeo, you've crossed paths with this show many times.
Yes,
Look on 2. That's it on 2.
Okay, yeah.
We watched it the break.
Oh, did you?
That's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, I missed that one. I must have been gone.
But I can't believe the Fat Pilgrim. He was engaged to Janet Jackson at one
You
time.
know, every now and then you see something like that gives every male hope.
Well, like us, when you see us with our wives, I guess.
Sure.
What am I talking about? I'm sure
That's us.
I mean, if you look at us and go, that gives us all hope right there. Right. Thank you very much. Matter of fact, if we put on a pilgrim suit, we'd probably look a lot.
I like to see y'all in pilgrim suit.
Wouldn't be a lot of difference. Eric in Meridian listening on 97.9. Eric, go ahead.
Rick, hey, it was a real joy and meeting you and your Sherry at the reception this weekend. And it's truly awesome the way y'all use your platforms, and just want to say happy anniversary, and I hope y'all have a great day.
Eric, we had a great time. I'll talk about it a little later in the show, our trip over to Meridian for a wedding, and meeting so many wonderful people. 97.9 carries the show there that were local, that listen to the show, and conversation with you, Eric, was very, very encouraging, and I appreciate that. It was a great trip. And now, was I a little sleepy when I got home? I was, and but it was we did the over for the wedding and back in the same day.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll tell you about something a little bit later on. It was my first ever. Had to get back because I had to do Sunday morning. Lord's Supper. First time I've ever.
Since you dumped everything.
First time I've ever handed out the elements. Boy, a lot of pressure. That's a terrifying thing. I know you've done it before, Bubba. I've never done it before. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
You know, we had the Lord's Supper a different way that I'd never had it a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. It was different, but I liked it.
Do you remember handing it out when you were a deacon?
Oh yeah, you had the big tray with like 100 cups.
You don't be the one that dumps it on people.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Keep in mind, the goal for these Sherrys and Ricks of the world is I just want to get a good workout in, and I appreciate your expertise, person. But they almost try to. There's an element in there of they're trying to give you some life coaching while you're riding.
Rick, I just want to ride a bike.
Yeah, I just look.
Okay, I see the twist you're talking about.
Hey, look, that's a pretty but I mean, especially with a foot like mine on the right side, that movement is not a good movement for me.
Yeah, I don't want to be locked in.
Locked and loaded. Yeah.
I might need to jump off and run.
Right. But they'll do things like and this is not going to be for me. You know what I mean? And okay, here we go. 1, 2, 1. Now look, if you're moving at your pace right now, that's fine. Hey, you just just if you need to slow down a little bit, that's fine. No judgment. And no. Hey, this right now, just sit up and negative thoughts. Get all those negative thoughts.
Rick, I'm riding a bike.
And I'm like, oh man.
So how long does a session last? How long do you ride it?
They vary, but the standard is pretty much a 20-minute.
But I'm sure there's longer ones. But the beginners.
Do you stand up or do you sit down when you're pedaling?
Sit down.
But I think
it looks
as
like a
you
lot
progress,
of them stand up.
I think as you progress, that like some of them go, okay, stand up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
as
Probably.
you
They
get
probably-
into the
You're probably
tougher
right. You're probably right.
workouts part of it, you'll have to
looking,
go so long actually standing up.
I'm on the website. I'm looking at the instructors, and it's funny. Their names almost sound, it almost like the old DJ names. How you'd have,
Now, I'll tell you what you can do. They do offer
How
an
about
option.
Jess King?
They do offer an option that you can go into your iTunes and you can actually listen to the music you want to listen to while they're teaching. Now, of course, I'm not going to go that far.
Yeah.
I don't even care if there is any music. I just like for us to. But so there's
get the negative thoughts.
all the negative thoughts. Just get those out. Just stretch. Just lift up right now. Don't hunch over. Lift up. And so, but anyway,
you are so not going to.
Let's get rid of that stress. This is get rid of that stress. I'm like, well, I'm never under stress.
Yeah,
but
with all the stress, guys, I want to buy. Right.
Yeah, paying for this bike is the biggest stress I've had in a while.
Yeah, and I can't get my shoes out of the pedal.
I remember when
and I'm stuck.
I remember one of the greatest lines from my dad. It was not a positive like that. He was talking about all this mental strain and struggles and people. Well, he goes, well, and he was pointing to me. He said, "Dad, right there, he's never gonna have them issues." Because in order to have those issues, you got to actually give them. You know what I mean? And but anyway, so so I'm good with that. But when we finally did figure out how to get Sherry off the bait, I don't think we did as smooth as we were supposed to.
It just suddenly broke free.
but so we're kind of working on that. But I think I'm going to have an issue with some of the talking to me stuff. Yeah. But anyway, it's got a deal where they tell you, like, say you'll be up there and they'll say, all right, you're a beginner. Mm-hmm. So this workout, let's get you, and there's a knob on there. Let's get you anywhere between 28 and 32. That's resistance. Mm-hmm. And then over here, I'd like your pace to be somewhere around.
Wait a minute, Rick, I want to be in first gear.
Yeah.
I want that easy.
Hey, I want your pace to be, and it is, the beginner it is.
Like you're going up a hill when they put you in.
I didn't like this. Now, right now, we're just on a flat road. That means we're not always going to be on a flat road.
Oh.
But anyway, and then they want your pace to be, I want your pace to be somewhere between 60 and 70. Mm-hmm. That kind of stuff. And then they'll go, okay, now let's take it up. Let's see if you can go up between, and they let's get a little more resistance. Let's get a little more speed. Mm-hmm. They're telling you that the whole time through the workout. Speed up, slow down.
Yeah.
Get right here. And they're telling you the numbers, and you adjust them on the bike as you're riding.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
So,
Let
me tell you this from a high tech standpoint.
Yeah. See, I want to see it from that
the technology of it is really.
Oh, I love that.
It's a pretty. Of course, they're proud of it.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. That's why there's not one at our house.
Right,
Rick, we've come a long way from the Swin Airdyne. yeah. Like a big fan.
Yeah.
And Bubba, I will tell you,
they was one at every yard sale.
Oh, yeah.
Every yard sale.
One drawback, Bubba, I did notice the handlebars are really difficult to hang stuff from.
Oh no, I couldn't hang a coat on that.
Yeah, I mean you could a little bit, but not many.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thanks for being with us today, recapping the weekend. Don't forget, this weekend, it is the Man Church Conference, Birmingham, Alabama. The Wright Center, Samford University. So, men, here's where we are. After the hard sellout last year, we went to 2 locations, and we also went to a bigger venue in Birmingham. So unlike last year, when all of you were calling for tickets at the last minute, we didn't have any, we do this year. So there are some tickets left, not a lot, but there's still some, so you're not out. If you want to go this weekend, Robbie Gallaty will be there. He and I will kick it off Friday night. Chuck Hooten doing worship, and then on Saturday, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, and I'll speak again. We got our new resources coming out this weekend. So if you want to get to Birmingham or you're in Birmingham and now you can go, you can go ahead and order tickets, and I think they go ahead and send them to you so you can print them out. You can put them at will call, or you can just walk up and get them until they're all gone. So you can still go this weekend if you want to, and those of you that are coming from all over, I'm getting your emails, and we cannot wait. We cannot wait this weekend. That'll be a lot of fun. So, Bubba, do you want to do this list, and then we want to hear about your big weekend of Hamcation?
Oh, yeah. Well, we, Rick, the Super Bowl halftime shows, they, at least according to this article, out of Digital Trends, said that after 1993, the Michael Jackson performance, the halftime Super Bowl show became a rite of passage for music royalty. In other words, you can't be the biggest of the biggest until you've done the Super Bowl. And they point out stars who have been given that opportunity: U2, Paul McCartney, Prince, Bruce Springsteen, Beyonce, Lady Gaga, just to name a few. Usher now adds his name to that list. But when it comes to actual viewing of the halftime show, now this is, I wouldn't say best or most popular, but it just is the numbers. Who viewed the most? Number one, Rihanna, 121 million, over 121 million.
That was the one that had the most viewers.
That's the most viewers so far. We don't have the Usher numbers from this weekend yet, or last night. Number two, Katy Perry. She was at 121 million even. Lady Gaga, 118 million. Number four, Coldplay, 115.5 million. Bruno Mars, 115.3 million. Number six, Madonna, 114 million. Beyonce, 110.8. Black Eyed Peas, 110.2. Justin Timberlake, 106.6. And Jennifer Lopez at 104.1 million viewers. So it does skew to the later Super Bowls because it's just more people watching.
More access.
So, but that's your hard numbers. We should have the Usher numbers by midweek.
You wonder if Beyonce won't try to have Rihanna knocked off for her not being number one. I know she's queen of everything.
Yeah. The Bruno Mars one I thought was really
good. It was great. Liked it a lot. That's,
remember when Tom Petty did it?
Yeah, I mean the ones I would like as
Who,
whatever, are not ever going to be the big overall deals because I'm not a big pop music guy. But but I enjoyed, probably of all those, I enjoyed Bruno Mars the most.
That was good.
Coldplay, but probably second. That's all right. I mean, I'm not a big R&B guy. So I mean, I like some of the old R&B, but the new I don't really like. Yeah, I mean when I played this morning Bad Mama Jamma now, I'm all about that. So
Carl Carlton never got to play it.
No, he didn't.
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
It is a shame.
Bubba Hamcation.
Hamcation.
Let me tell you, it was hamtastic. I'm sure. Saw some of your postings on social media. So this,
Rick, it's a giant nerd event. It's a big yard sale.
Look how happy you look.
There's all kind of folks there from NASA and various things. We have some local friends that travel. We had a couple of vehicles that went down, and then we have friends that we have met there that we see, and then they will come usually to one of our Hamfest up here later in the year, Huntsville or Birmingham, and then you meet new folks. We had a real nice conversation with a gentleman from Puerto Rico we were talking to about some of the struggles they've had there rebuilding and all that kind of stuff. But there's forums and meetings. I mean, it's a big nerd fest, but I enjoy it. It's fun.
Well, yeah, it's fantastic. So you and your ham buddies, and you told me you're hams. So I mean, even if there's other vehicles, I'm sure y'all talk on.
Oh yeah, we communicate. There's Rex Free. Rex Free passed out right there.
Is it a little tired? Y'all running hard, just partying a little hard?
Well, the fairgrounds is 87 acres, and it was full.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's a lot of walk.
He couldn't control the excitement.
There's Steve from Gigaparts in Huntsville. Steve Molo.
Oh yeah. By the way, you talk about somebody that is out of the loop. Somebody actually sent me an email saying, "You got to tell Bubba about Gigaparts. He'll love this place." I said, "Ain't nobody got to tell Bubba about Gigaparts. Ain't nobody got to tell Bubba about Gigaparts."
Who was this?
But it was fun. There's they don't have the numbers for this year yet, obviously, because it just ended yesterday. But
Scooter.
The last year, there's a lot of those. A lot of those.
A lot of scooters.
A lot of walking.
Last year there was 21,000 and some change through the gate over 3 days. So it's a big event for all the technos in that area. And like I say, Central Florida lends itself to. It's kind of like Huntsville. There's a lot of high tech. You know, you got. I mean, we could see the Cape from our hotel room. You know, so
that's cool.
You got a lot of NASA influence. You got a lot of Central Command in Tampa. A lot of military folks in that area. So it's a good bunch. Good bunch.
Did you did the ride down and ride back okay? Because that's a was that a 10-hour one?
We took 2 vehicles this year because we had more people going.
Right.
And that helped a little bit. I wasn't quite as cramped up. So I was in a truck this time, had a little more room. So,
right.
But it was good. We drove part of the way down, drove some of the time there, and it's Florida, and especially Orlando, is just huge. I mean, and growing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, every year we go, you see, if you feel like 20 more miles of development has happened on the outside.
How about that weather?
The weather is number uno. Okay, so it was 82 degrees with a light breeze blowing. Saturday afternoon got a little gusty once or twice, but I mean, it was, you were like, spring is finally here.
So
and then you come back and it's 58 and raining.
So when I see fellow Ham asleep outside, looks like he's outside. Are y'all tailgating?
Yeah, we're out in a tent, out in the field.
So you set up out there like tailgating?
Well, you have some people that will buy a table for their stuff inside, flea market type stuff, and then you have the boneyard, which is outside.
And
then you have new dealers and stuff in a building too, and it's about all you can do.
It's kind of like Burning Man.
That's Thomas Gaines.
Yeah, right.
He's actually doing a satellite demonstration where he's talking through a satellite going overhead.
Okay. Did everybody go ooh and ah when they come out and say
he gets a mob out there watching him, and he's got a great setup. He's very proficient at it. You see, he's just sitting on the cooler working a satellite in space. It's going faster than a speeding bullet. So that's just cool.
Did y'all in the boneyard have a stuff set up? Y'all had stuff?
The guys I went with carry a bunch of stuff. I didn't have anything.
Did you buy anything?
Just little bitty things.
Nothing
major.
You gonna say connectors again?
Well, there's always you always need connectors.
Wait for that.
You always need connectors,
right?
And it was great forums. We had the AMSAT forum there, and a lot of folks that work with satellites there, and our president's from Dothan, and always good to see him and all the folks that work on that stuff.
Is the walking dog you being asked to speak at a forum in the Orlando Hamfest?
I think I'm not a big speaker. I'm asked to do things from time to time, and I do some, but I'm there for the fun.
But the
I don't want
to
have to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
I'd rather be on the front row.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah. Did it live up to the hype?
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. It's fun. It's the only one bigger is Dayton, Ohio. I'd like to go see it sometime just to say I've been there. But
what time of year is that one?
I don't know. I have to look. I never can go, so I don't really look at it.
What about the Whataburger stop on the way back?
Oh yeah. Met a lot of folks in Opelika on the way back, and appreciate them saying something. Nice folks there, and I'm sure we all look good after riding about 5-6 hours.
Right.
Your hair falling out, stuff going there looking for a hamburger.
But much more comfortable this year. And your riding situation.
Well, yeah. Last year I was a little cramped in that van, but this was better. Getting to drive a little bit helped too.
Yeah, I'm glad the weather
I
worked
do
out
better
for
if I'm driving than riding.
Oh, you took the wheel?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For a little shift. Yeah, me too. I'd much rather drive.
But Florida, wow. The construction, all that stuff. And I think Florida is actually a Spanish word for long red light. I think.
Oh, really? So you can sit there, huh?
Some of them, we were going, this red light is 5 minutes.
Something's wrong.
And then we actually timed it. It was 3 minutes.
Wow.
But, I mean, that's a long time to sit.
That's a long time.
Yeah. And, the traffic. But that's just, that whole Orlando area is just packed with people.
Bubba, what happens to the boneyard folks if it's raining? I'm worried about them.
They
Get
probably
their equipment under a shed.
Most of them have tents and stuff, but I mean, we've been to Hamfest where the boneyard just got washed out. Nobody's there. But this one's 80 acres worth of stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, y'all hit it right because a week prior to y'all, I was down there and it was just windy and a little chilly.
Yeah.
And that boneyard had been a little breezy.
Well, we've been there when it was last year was a little wet. It was a little muddy out there.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful facility. It's an amphitheater, campground, fairground thing. They got a lot going on in Florida.
I saw one guy had like a record player. You have record players and stuff? Like I had a turntable.
Maybe.
Well,
yeah, but it's a lot
Some
of old
record
stuff.
players,
Yeah, you see all kinds of stuff.
Boneyard.
Never know what you'll see at a Hamfest.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're thankful you're here today. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. A very interesting story. The guys were telling me about this. Jalen Hurts, the Senior Bowl coming up, and the Reese's Senior Bowl. Looks like they found a sponsor. And boy, what a good one they did. A Reese's Senior Bowl.
Haven't they been the sponsor for a few years?
Maybe they have. I'm not familiar. I usually don't watch the Senior Bowl. And there it is, back to those All-Star games in football. They're just usually not a – but I like knowing who's going to be in it. And I certainly love this story, that Jalen Hurts is going to wear a helmet that – and the colors work out because they're pretty close. On one side of the helmet, it will have the Oklahoma logo, and on the other side of the helmet, it will have his number like it appeared when he played for Alabama. So it'll be half Oklahoma, half Alabama.
Yeah, the Senior Bowl staff and folks that put that on presented him with that yesterday. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's one thing about those All-Star games, and I always like seeing those guys out there playing again. But I never like it when they take the stickers off their helmet and put them on the other. You know what I mean? And get them all mixed up.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I'm with you. Now, I like this.
Yeah, this is kind of cool because he had, split time.
Yeah, now this I think is cool. It looks cool. It is cool. But, yeah, when people just start taking other team logos and
just sticking it
all
over
their
helmet.
Hair them, scare them.
I don't like that. Yeah. I don't know why. I just never liked that.
It looks a little messy.
Yeah, very messy.
I'm not for that either. But anyway, so where do you guys see Jalen Hurts in the NFL?
Well, I think a quarterback who can run is going to be more the norm than not in the future, just given the success of some of the quarterbacks now. That's almost becoming a necessity. So, and the pro game appears to be kind of drifting toward the college game a little bit. So maybe he'll get a shot. I don't know. I just –
Do you think that he developed his – really, which was kind of his weakness, accurate passing.
The throwing has to be excellent to be an NFL quarterback, run or not. You got to have that.
Nobody wants a running quarterback in the NFL that is not accurate when he throws it, because these that can run can also sling it.
Yeah.
And is he a good enough passer for the NFL?
He'll get a chance.
You just wonder if somebody like in Arizona, Seattle, Ravens, somebody that has that style offense, might get him as a backup, for him to be there.
How'd the little fella from Oklahoma do at Arizona?
Not bad.
Yeah, he's doing really good.
They didn't have
really good.
They didn't
not bad
for a first year guy. He's doing really good.
They didn't have a lot of wins, but I don't think he was a flop per se.
Yeah. Right.
I know
he's
the Ravens have
special.
RG3 as a backup, but
I forgot he was around.
Yeah.
Who is?
But
RG3.
the Ravens is the backup with Baltimore Ravens, but you just wonder.
Now? What do you say?
RG3 is Lamar's backup.
Yeah, with the Ravens.
And the reason they did that because it's the same style. Like if he goes out, they don't change.
So they might not.
I see the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, so they might not need Hurts, but
I think Baltimore had grown weary of the Flacco offense style where they didn't score and just tried to hold everybody, and they decided they had to spice it up, and it was a big success this year. But again, when somebody come up and stopped,
until the Titans said,
and said we're not going to let him run, then you got to have other weapons in your bag.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You have to be able to throw the ball.
Right.
I mean, even though we saw the 49ers, they only went 6 for 8. They did, but when there's going to come a time when the 49ers needed to be able to throw it, they could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they didn't throw it because they didn't have to. Their running game was chewing up.
When they hand it to the guy and he breaks it for 40.
Yeah.
I heard someone make I think it was Cole Kubelik actually, that talked about how they would draft Hurts and let him do one of these Taysom Hill deals that the New Orleans Saints have been doing with him, where maybe he's a third-string quarterback, but you find him in the slot, you find him behind the center running the Wildcat.
Yeah.
You run him in motion. Just have
he plays on the punt team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hill is unbelievable. He's done everything but kick field goals for them.
Yeah.
So that may be a good role for him too, and he can get behind center if you need to.
Yeah.
Get him involved in the game. Right. He's an athlete. He's already shown his character, his willingness to compete, and at the highest level, I think he can make it somewhere, somehow.
Do you think would we wave a caution flag to him if he cared what we thought, to say don't
and we love Tim Tebow. We've made that perfectly clear today. But don't be so I'm quarterback or I'm nothing.
Don't box yourself in.
Yeah. Would we advise him just play wherever they'll play you?
Be an athlete. Yeah.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show recapping the weekend. We've hit Super Bowl. We've hit the Hamcation. SimplySafeBubba.com is reminding you that now more than ever you need to protect your property. Now more than ever. But you need a comprehensive approach. And boy, do they have it at SimplySafeBubba.com. What they're doing with their 24/7 live guard protection, these monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders, which is incredible. It's very affordable, less than $1 a day, half the price of traditional home security. Try SimplySafeBubba.com for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, and you will, return your system for a full refund. There you go. Keep your place safer than ever and save 20% on the new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting SimplySafeBubba.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe quite like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. Get this done today. So, Bubba, we talked about Hamcation. So, it was my anniversary.
You know, I'm kind of uncomfortable with that name because it sounds like something you're forbidden to do in the Bible.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It's a little close to that.
Well, how about this?
I don't want to mess up and say that and be promoting it and say the wrong thing.
You're a Gentile under the new covenant. Ham on.
Yeah, ham on.
So there you go. We were anniversary weekend. Had a lot going on this weekend. So Friday night, our anniversary is actually on the 10th and of February, Sherry and I, which means it kind of gets into Valentine's and all that. Well, of course, our son, one of our sons was born on February the 7th, and I've confused that a couple times, and I'm often reminded of that. But so we were going to a wedding in Meridian, Mississippi on Saturday, our actual day of our anniversary. I'll tell you about that in a minute. So we decided Friday night, going out on the town, going to one of our favorite restaurants. Unfortunately, because it's close to Valentine's, hard to get a reservation. Mm-hmm. And so I'm sitting there, and Sherry goes, so what time's our reservation? Now, keep in mind, I've told y'all this because of what we do for a living. And of course, we're now, I'm going to be 60 this year. Sherry's in her 50s. We live the life of senior citizens. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we do with the senior citizens, we eat when they eat.
Oh, yeah.
No, we go to shows when they go to shows.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
We go to bed when they go to bed, all of that. Well,
we actually went to dinner on this trip one time at 3:30.
Well, you're going to get this because it's hard to get a reservation this close to Valentine's because a lot of people are doing the weekend before Valentine's, which was this past weekend.
Boy, they were out.
And so I said, tell you what, we're going normal. Going to eat at 7:30. And she says, 7:30?
What?
And I said, babe, that's as early as I could get at the restaurant.
You're
wanted
sleepy.
To go.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Look at those flowers I got you. And she was like, 7:30? We'll never make it. Mm-mm. And so I was like, yeah, but we're going to make it. Tell you what, we're going to make it. So we kept going, and you look up at the clock, and you realize, like you just said, Bubba, all right, it's 4 p.m., which means we should be eating right now. Right. I've never been to this restaurant since I started living like a senior citizen. Never been there later than 5:30. Never. Okay. And I was at 7:30. We go. I said we're still young. Well, I said we don't have to get up in the morning. Don't have to be to Meridian till around 5. It's only 2 hours. We can sleep in. We can do it. Yeah. And then she said what I'd not thought of. No. But I'm fine about sleeping in. We can't stay awake to get to the reservation. What about today? And I was like, wow, that's true. You gotta be. And I was like, nope. And so we're sitting there. And at one point she said, do you think we should eat a snack or something? I don't know that we can make 7:30. I was like, no, we're going out 7:30.
A little sleepy, but
go. Hey, then the first time, you still want to go, don't you?
Right.
Women, we could. I mean,
we could.
Long ways. We could eat right here. If we want to. Look at those flowers. So yes, and you like those, don't you, baby?
Still
I do
not
like
even
those.
close.
No. What time is it now? 6. Wow, that's an hour and a half.
How about that?
And so,
Well, I'm hungry and sleepy.
Only takes 10
It
minutes.
gets bad when you have to do a split shift for dinner, you know.
and then finally, I just gave in. I said, "I'm in for a protein bar. If you're in." And
I worked through it.
I'm in if you're in.
Well, your internal clock was going, hey, it's 4:30. What are you doing?
Then there came this one. I said, "Notice some chili left." You know,
Could heat it up.
I said, "What do you think about a small bowl of chili?" They like that.
It's like an appetizer.
Look, how about this? What are you doing over here, baby? Making some coffee.
Yeah, something. Get something in my stomach.
Happy anniversary. Love you. 28 years.
Need a bump.
I'm really sleepy.
So we struggled. Little sleepy at the table. And
yawning at dinner.
Right. So we got there. Of course, there was no old people. They were all leaving as we got there.
They were wiping their lip when you came in.
So we did that, and then we got through it. We were so sleepy, so sleepy. We were driving in. I was like, "Are you sleepy?" I said, "I'm so sleepy." And I said, "Think I'm gonna sleep in my nice clothes." But anyway, so we get in and we get up the next day, and we're getting ready to head to Meridian. So it's Drew Gorosky, the other Gorosky son, of What's Eating Scott Gorosky. It's one of his sons, and Drew and Brooks were roommates at Mississippi State. So they went to Mississippi State together. They were friends in high school and everything. They went to church together. And so there's Drew Gorosky and his new bride. And so we were there. Brooks was a groomsman, and that's you always worry about tuxedos and all that.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
So we went in and met so many people. You heard one of them already called. That 97.9 there. Have you ever been downtown Meridian? I mean, it is a beautiful downtown area. It's really good. And we had it's a beautiful town, and they had the wedding at a beautiful church. Then went over to the country club for the reception.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I get there, I'm telling you, people like for you to go ahead and start eating. And Sherry said,
I like the receptions that have like an appetizer when you walk in.
They had the silver stuff, the main dishes, they had them closed. And then there was finger food over here, and it was very crowded. There were a lot of folks. And I said, I'm about to go start the eating started. She was, do not be that guy. Please don't go over there and open up that and start getting you a plate.
You opened it up.
And I said, well, they want you to, baby. I mean, somebody needs to do it. Everybody's confused. Nobody knows when to eat. Let me get it started.
Let me be the guy.
Yeah, and she goes, I'm telling you, I really wish you wouldn't be the first person over there. And I said, why? Somebody has to be. Nobody knows what to do. I need to help. This is like a gift to the Goroskis for me to let everybody know. So we went in there, we piddled around with the finger food, and all of a sudden I look, when we sit down with the finger food, and I look, and people are eating the main food. And then the line starts just like I knew was going to happen. I said, that guy got my gig. You see that guy? She goes, well, look how he looks. He's turning that up there. He's getting all down in there. I said, well, they wanted us to do that. Oh, now we got a line. We'll never. Wow, look at that line. And then she goes, well, we'll get over in a minute. I said, well, do you see what the line is?
Yeah, it's on back.
I said, see that guy? See the guy sitting down eating? That could have been us.
Yeah. Before everybody got
I don't know why.
I
said, you're blessed to be married to me, and you take some of the gifts I have and you just take them away. Yeah. Your life could be easier if you just let me do my thing.
Yeah, this is my area.
I said, right now, I know this stuff. You and I could have already been eating. So met some really, really great folks. It was a wonderful, wonderful ceremony, beautiful. And so I'm going out in that car that Adler just showed the picture of us getting our picture made by that car. The guy out there was a big fan of the show that was kind of watching the car. And he goes, let me ask you something. Is this What's Eating Scott Gorosky? His wedding? I said, yeah, it's his son. And I said, by the way, when they come out here to walk out, if you don't ask him what's eating him, what's eating Scott Gorosky, I said, you're not a fan of the show. He goes, count on it.
I bet he had a list for that day.
He did. Top of the hour. We'll have more weekend updates coming too. So thank you, Meridian. Wonderful folks. Had a great time. Beautiful wedding.
Rick and Bubba.
Hill's a great example, Hams. I mean, he caught a pass, threw a pass,
and
ran a touchdown, was the lead blocker, and was the tackler on several punts. So, I mean, he's all over the field.
Within about 8 plays.
Do you think Hurts is as good an athlete as Hill?
That I don't know. I mean, I the way they talked he was, I don't know. I don't know what his 40 time is. I know he can line up and run a good route.
He's just a winner, Rick, and he competes, and his character has been shown to be of the highest order. I think he will make it if he wants to. for sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As far as a man, there's no question. I love who he is as a man, but that doesn't always mean that you'll have a successful NFL career. I was wondering about, do you think he has the ability to play in that league?
I think you said it best. He doesn't need to box himself in.
Right, yeah.
And I think they'll find a spot for him, whoever that may be.
Yeah.
That he can contribute. He may not be a starter, but he can contribute on a week-in, week-out basis.
But he's not going to be one of these guys that we're sitting around like everybody's saying. I tell you one thing, when I get to he's not going to be sought after, even injured, even to a Tagovailoa injured will be more sought after than he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then then the other obvious choices, Burrow. He's not. They're not sitting there going, he's going to be drafted by somebody in the first round.
No, they're not.
Well, he can. Look, those pros.
And if he was, he probably wouldn't be at the Senior Bowl. Let's face it.
They'll work on that passing game too. They can.
No,
they can improve.
sure,
I would say, you may not be able to. You can improve your speed a little bit, but I think you really can improve your passing with the right coaching.
No question.
In the work.
Yeah, no question.
I mean, there's a lot of upside there for sure.
You just look at the fact that he there came a time in his career where he was beaten out by the backup.
Right.
In college.
Yeah.
So but he did go to start somewhere else.
But now this backup's pretty good.
He is. He is. But what I'm saying is, why did he get replaced? Because he wasn't as accurate a passer.
Yeah.
And he became a little one-dimensional. So,
but he has shown that he can hold up. He came in and relieved the starter and saved him.
No question. Yeah, well, that goes back to what y'all all are saying. He may be a utility player somewhere. My first question was, do you think he'll be a dominant starting quarterback for somebody? And I think everybody thinks no, but he will play somehow, somewhere for somebody. And I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
He might be in the new look NFL, but you don't know.
Well, I always go back to this. Apparently, when you see some of these NFL teams, apparently these quarterbacks that are starting, some of them aren't very good. I mean, isn't he good enough to play for a bad team? but then
give him a shot.
But then the problem you have is, do you want to play for a bad team?
Yeah, because usually the reason they're bad is their line's not blocking and you're going to get killed.
I'll tell you when that quarterback has bad stats, he has to throw it up in the air.
He's laying on his back half the time.
You already see him in practice when there's no pressure. He really throws quite accurate. Top of the hour, your phone calls and more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
Or whatever. And Bubba, I could see his enthusiasm yesterday. And he openly talked to me about it in the kitchen, where all big decisions are made. And,
right.
And he was so excited about Helmsley's newfound passion for space. And even to the point there was telescope talk on the kickoff hour. And Bubba is so excited, but he came to me and said, I don't really know what to do now. I don't want to rush into he can't believe he's got now somebody on the staff that shares one of his passions that the rest of the staff normally doesn't.
And Helms can run hot and cold.
He does.
Stuff, so I don't want to.
That's what I'm worried about is that Bubba's going to get excited, then you're going to kind of lose interest in it, and it's going to break his heart.
And all that's
this
fair.
Category.
And listen, all that's fair.
Yeah,
okay, I'll be the first to say it. Now I will just say this, Bubba, be you, be you. Throw as much at me as you want.
What's your first instinct, Bubba, to just rush in?
Well, I'm letting Helms talk about it without chiming in.
I had no idea this is what y'all were about to do.
I'm just kind of watching and kind of hearing what he's talking about, what documentaries he's talking about.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if I need to invite him over to watch Apollo 11 or if I need to, maybe carry him up to Huntsville one day or something.
Wait a minute.
Or,
a dual package to space camp.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
Yeah, and I don't
come over and catch some ham satellites in orbit one night.
Right.
All that stuff.
See, I want you to be realistic because I think you may try to parlay this into some ham interest.
Yeah,
I don't.
And just don't put too much on him too quick.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to spook him. I want him to come along at his own pace.
But you know what I can say to you, like yesterday when you were talking, and at some point I stopped listening and didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it, because you were getting so in depth in it. I want to know about these things surfacing.
Right,
just
right.
like
I know that. Yeah. I give you the peeling.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you looked around and everybody else had left you, but Helmsley was like locked and loaded, it had to be a good feeling.
With what, on what topic?
When you were unpacking the SpaceX
and Falcon 9,
and you were talking about how what they were practicing and what they needed to do and why it was this, and of course we were all with you when you first started. And about halfway, I went away, then Speedy went away. Greg hung in there pretty good. But when you looked over there in Helmsley,
Greg's a little more spacey than everybody else.
But he's not gonna go where Helmsley is.
I'm more history of space, not this new stuff.
Right.
I think Helmsley's willing to talk about rockets and
guys. He sent us video yesterday of watching. Was that the NASA channel? What was that?
No, that was
no way he maintained this.
Now,
no
and Greg, when y'all say that is completely fair, and I am open to that. But here's what I will say: yesterday, yesterday afternoon, I'm changing channels, looking, and so I went and found. I could have been watching anything. Colin Cowherd was there talking about sports, had that option, and I.
Well,
and I
he
went,
used to be your obsession.
and
too.
I went. Well, I still watch him. He's every day for me.
Yeah.
From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Helmsy is going to be leaving the show today, but Lord willing, back tomorrow. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Something interesting, wrapping up weekend recap. So, had the dinner, had the wedding over in Meridian. It was great, good to be there. Made sure a guy was going to ask Scott Gorosky what's eating him. Was interesting to watch Gorosky in that element, by the way, with another son getting married. He did pull a good one because his son, you know how sometimes the groom will take the bride and dip her and give her a little sugar.
Yeah.
And everybody go crazy. Uh-huh. He comes in to walk his wife out and dipped her like he was going to do it too, and the place went crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah, so that was a good one.
That's good.
So anyway, then came Sunday. A lot of pressure. I mentioned this to Bubba earlier. Bubba was a deacon at his home church. Obviously, that was a long time coming for me to ever be allowed that. And so I was kind of nervous about it. And then when it finally happened this year, of course, I had a year where you go on probation and they go through the whole deal, and then you get mentored for a year, which I think is wise.
Yes, I do too.
Vet people out, and not sure how I passed that. And I still will remember this. And Bubba, you can say amen because you did the deacon thing when there was no Rick and Bubba show. When they asked me the main thing they should be concerned about nominating me and affirming me as a deacon, I said, well, the show.
Yeah, I didn't have to give an account for every idle word at the time.
That's going to be your most problematic thing, what I do for a living.
/ what my brother might say.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, when it comes to Elf, he talks about all the things that elves can do, but what they call making it to the show is being one of Santa's elves.
Right.
Yeah. Well, as you know, when you're a deacon, the Lord's Supper, that's the show.
Oh,
yeah, it is, right?
Yes, it is.
A lot of responsibility.
That's when you're handing out the elements. And it was very daunting. I mean, we're riding back from Meridian, and Sherry says, "Are you all right?" And I said, "Well, tomorrow's the first time I've ever done Lord's Supper." I said, I just see me probably as the deacon that spills it on everybody. Mm-hmm. And she was like, "Oh no, you've planted that seed in my head now. You are the deacon that'll dump it on everybody."
So do you have the tray that's the big silver with like 100 little cups?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know that, like you said a minute ago, there's different ways. Sometimes we don't always do it that way.
Right.
Now I will say this: older deacons said, "Well, you are a young whippersnapper." Of course, it's 59.
Right.
You should be thankful because back when we were doing it early on, you had to bring the juice, go back. You start with the crackers and then go back.
Juice, right.
Now they have those little things that have it both in there, so you only serve one time.
Well, peel back.
Thank you, Lord.
Oh, I have some of those. Is that what they're using in service now?
Yeah, they have some. Then they have the ones where it's not peeled back; it's just already
container hose both.
But the big thing, if you're a deacon, all you care about is it's a one-time serve.
Yeah,
you're not going back and forth. No. So, but anyway, so they sent out a map, and then Sherry says, "Have you looked at the map?
Oh no.
Do you know where you're supposed to be?" I said, "Section 2." And she said,
I want to walk through.
Do you know where Section 2
is? Do a
is?
walkthrough, Rick. Go in there and do a walkthrough.
I said, "It looks like stage right." She goes, "There you go again. Is it the left or the right?" I said, "Stage right." All the way over. Got the folks up against the wall. And then it hit me. Oh, no, they're up against the wall, people. How do they pass it?
Oh, no.
I mean, so then I realized I was one end from the wall. And they said, "You're just in the front sections. You don't have to worry about anything but the front section." And I was terrified. And I go back there, and, and they tell me when to move back there. Of course, that's all I could think about. Of course, I went early. Sherry's like, "It's time for you to go back there? I said, I got to get back here and stand. I said, I can see. All I can see is that big round silver thing full of grape
and
juice.
it's rattling when you're
with it.
You're more nervous about this than delivering a message.
Well, you know,
aren't you?
Arthritis, yes. Oh, 10 times.
Yes.
If they'd have told me to give the message, I'd have been fine.
See?
But
You wouldn't thought nothing about it. Big old
But
fingers,
like,
look at 'em.
you know, and all this arthritis right here.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I drop the juice on everybody, I'll never hear the end of it. Because all I'm like, well, how did he get vetted? Then that'll get the guy that vetted me in trouble.
Yeah.
And so I think I did okay. I think I made one mistake, but it wasn't giant. I did not spill anything, so praise God for that.
Okay.
But I do think I made one mistake. There was a front row of a bunch of kids all sitting on the front row, and I just handed them the big silver thing. And I looked. Another deacon, when it came to kids, he was walking it down there for them, not letting them pass it.
Yeah.
So I think when I gave it to the kids, everybody was like, "Oh no." Now the kids are going to drop it. They don't have big enough
like a
hands.
microphone. You're not supposed to let it out of your hand.
And then there was another rookie. There was some of us that were first timers, rookies, real nervous, and
they could probably follow directions.
But they gave me a rookie, and I could tell he and I, that thing where you pass it down and then he gets it and you go one row over and pass.
Yeah,
I wanted to get that
alternate.
right. At one time, I think he and I got off, and I think the thing was it was willy nilly just being passed everywhere.
Oh no!
And I saw somebody get up and go to the next row without us doing it.
Oh, they're chasing it now.
And I thought, and it just kind of got away from me. And I was like, well, there it goes. And then I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. How am I taking the elements, even though they had covered that clearly? It had been covered, and I wasn't paying attention then because I just didn't want to spill it on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so I walked back there, and I'm kind of standing around, and I'm like, hey, what do we do now? And they said, well, we covered this. You go over there, and then we this guy gives us, and we take the elements back here. I don't go back to my seat. No, you don't go back to your seat. You stand back here and finish it. Then you go back and I'm like, by the way, I used this though to finally pull off. Didn't have to wait on Sherry for the bathroom. I said, honey, I'm a deacon. Got to serve the elements. I have to sit at a certain point, and I'm just going to have to go get us a seat, and I'll save you a seat. I had no choice. She was like, you're not going to win him.
No argument here.
Got to serve the elements. Got to be in my section. Got to be in my section. Can't get in my section if we stand around out here.
Why do they call them elements?
I don't know, but they do.
I've never understood that.
So then,
the table of elements.
Yeah. So then, so we get through that, and it was like, oh gosh, I felt so good. And so then we get home, and we're thinking about Super Bowl, and Sherry says, what do you think about Super Bowl hamburgers? I said, I'll tell you what I think about that. I say yes. And so she got the patties and made the perfect patties. Bubba, I was not prepared. I just thought I'd do a little post of Super Bowl Sunday. Number one, I want to give props to the listener that picked up that I put the patties in the defensive front, the 5-2.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had somebody say.
Oh, you sure did.
Yeah, somebody said, oh, I see you got your linebackers back there.
Look at that.
So I put this up, Bubba, and of course, with this, that spatula.
Or if you're looking at it from the other ways, at the dime pack.
It is, yeah, true.
Yeah,
that spatula right there is so sought after now. I wasn't prepared for the mayhem that broke out. I had people saying one money like it sits. I can't find them.
Yeah.
They're nowhere around. I started thinking to myself, what do you think the value of that thing is now?
Well,
I mean,
I don't know who has sold one, but I've heard figures thrown around that are astronomical. Really. I mean,
somebody said
it's scary.
Somebody said,
and
I mean, I've got one left. I thought about selling it.
I know. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I think the price is going up.
need it.
How about the price is going up? These I think we may sell. I mean, there were people going, well, tell me how much you. So I don't know what the value of the Rick and Bubba spatula is now, but it's through the roof. And then the burgers just came off. I mean, just so perfect.
Yeah.
I mean,
I saw the post picture.
Oh my goodness!
love a good burger.
Those burgers. Look, let me tell you something.
You think I don't love a good
And I talk
burger
about how
on the grill.
Sherry does that perfect patty. Look at that. Look how they hold together. Good night.
I like to bite
You think
that.
those weren't good?
Good.
How good do you think those were? Seriously.
They look pretty good.
Throw a little bacon on it.
Oh,
that front
my
right
God.
one I'd like in my mouth.
Oh, yes.
Hang on.
People ask why I didn't have cheese on it. I said I'm trying to do a little better.
Yeah.
I drew some boo birds. But let me tell you that right there.
You talking about a Kraft single?
It was almost. But how peaceful was it when I was cutting into it, going, all I got now is a Super Bowl. I got me a hamburger, and I didn't spill juice on anybody. Did I give it to little kids and make everybody nervous? I did. Was I unsure of how I was supposed to take the elements? Yes.
I think it's first time out.
Yeah. Did I save a seat though and show Sherry it could be done? That our church is not the Superdome. This is we can pull this off.
Right.
I did do that as well. So, all right. So we'll be back. We got birthdays today. Speedy's having fun at his wife's expense.
Boy, he's
I'm in
taking a
trouble,
chance.
too.
What
Are you
he's
going to show those videos?
taking a chance?
Birthdays today.
Did you not get clearance to show them?
Unapproved.
Oh,
you know better. You know better.
He's living on the edge. Unapproved videos and
Anything for
pictures.
the show.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
And one of Greg's grandkids' birthday as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, I love his show. Watched a little bit of yesterday's show this morning, but Apollo Chronicles. I found that documentary. It was last year, and it was some new, fresh interviews and you know, cataloging the Apollo run, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. This morning, I'll say this. So I've had this new thing going. No telling how long this is going to last either, Greg. But since 12:20 when we left, I've been getting up. The first thing I've been doing is walking 2 miles on treadmill home. I just sit there and flip channels. I got a nice little setup for that, and I do that now during the show. I get up at 3:25, 3:30, and go do that. And Bubba, you would be proud that this morning. It's usually Colin Cowherd from a previous day. It's Sports Center. It's the Tennis Channel, Australian Open going on. This morning, I went to NASA TV app to see what was going on live.
Everybody stop, because this is a moment I want to give Bubba some clarity right now. I don't know how long it's going to last. I really don't. But for a moment, you have another member of this show that loves tennis and space, and that's a hard combination to find.
It's a rare combination.
You found it, Eureka! I mean,
look, he'll hunt every now and then.
Yeah, I just didn't know that they, because you can find usually people who like tennis or like space,
right?
Yeah. Or but you have found for a moment. You've got a running buddy when it comes
tennis,
to
space, and hunting. I mean, that's a trifecta.
That's a trifecta.
You don't run
and
across
Helmsley likes
much.
all three now.
Yeah.
Bubba, you've done it.
Well, I'm just like,
but he's nervous. He doesn't want to spook you.
You know how he'll cancel a streaming service. I don't want to be canceled.
Right.
So.
So you know what you don't want to do? You're afraid to give yourself to this because you could get hurt.
Right.
You get hurt.
We've
been hurt before.
Yeah.
Did you be standing on the dance floor by yourself?
Yep.
Can I tell you this, Helmsy? Just kind of being the life coach here.
Mm-hmm.
I think then this is going to be your responsibility. You're going to have to show Bubba that how you'll have to be the one, because he's afraid to come in and say, "Hey, I tell you, you see that the other day on the NASA channel?" He's afraid to do that because he thinks that he could get high hopes. So why don't you come to him and start bringing some stuff to him, and he knows, all right now he wants to talk.
I
about
will
it.
be honest. I'll be honest. I kind of had this same feeling too. That's why I came to the kickoff hour yesterday and talked about this, because honestly, what I should have been doing was standing outside of his office, but I didn't want to be that guy that he thinks, this won't last. So I'm kind of letting my actions speak louder
open. He's
than
open
that
to
too.
you. Like, honestly, your telescope conversation, that should have been with Bubba.
Well, that
it shouldn't have been with Greg.
You sound like you're trying to set
they're gonna make
somebody
fun
up.
of you.
I even told them
I'm
this
gonna make
morning.
fun of you. You need to have that conversation with Bubba, because he'll be excited about it. He'll help you.
I told these two, this was off air this morning during a commercial break.
Right.
I looked at them and I said, listen, I know y'all are tired of space facts, but I've got another one for you that I think you
See,
would.
Bubba would love
I
that.
think
Give
Bubba
that to
would have.
Bubba.
Well,
And I
here's another
liked it.
thing.
That
Here's
was a
another
good
thing
one.
too.
So that's that weird thing where Greg pops in every now and then.
I feel like because I'm so
He knows
new
a little
to
more
it.
about tennis than you think he does.
Yeah.
That may be the most disappointing thing I know about it, Greg.
From way back. It's in both of these subjects. I like the history of it.
Yeah.
Like I can't go to the NASA channel and watch them do that all day. I got it. I want to see about how Gemini and all that. I like.
In all fairness, Greg has never left the Arthur Ashe era in tennis. You know what I mean?
Oh, he'll talk
Jimmy
Borg.
Connors.
He'll talk Borg and McEnroe all day with you.
Oh yeah.
And,
That was a great
and what I'm
documentary.
getting from you, Greg, low Earth orbit really doesn't excite you for space. You got to go
really.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, in 2024, we're going back to the moon, my friend.
Are you open
Artemis.
Are you open to some low orbit,
Oh yeah.
Bubba?
Are you a matchmaker, Rick?
I feel pretty confident right now. I mean, we have something here. It might take a little pressure off me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, it can't get any better. Donald Trump is calling out climate activists while Greta is watching. I mean, come on. They're in the same place. Burn, baby, burn. Trump and Greta at the same location. And, Bubba, it is a dandy.
Yeah, it's the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Greta has already given her opening speech. She said that basically that world leaders have basically done nothing to face the climate challenge. President Trump has been speaking in the past few minutes, and we have about a minute and 40 of that where he takes on them and saying that they are fortune tellers, alarmists, and that this is a great time to be alive because there's a lot of good things going on.
Mm-hmm. Wish I could see her face while he's doing this.
With U.S. companies and researchers leading the way, we are.
Minutes past the hour, rolling 30 years and rolling through 31. Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us again today. So some birthdays that we have today. Greg, first of all, one of your grandkids had a birthday, but I know that this was actually this past weekend, even though the party's coming up this week.
Yeah, the party's is next Sunday. But,
okay, fired up.
Yeah, Pace turned 3. So Ellis is 5. Pace is next in line. He's bumped up to 3. And then he'll be followed by his sister, Marion. She'll be the next one. She'll be 3.
How about that?
And then the baby will be 1. But there he is. Pace Jones is 3 years old yesterday.
Look at him.
And
look at that.
As he pointed out during the pregame Super Bowl that he thought Post Malone was his Uncle Rick.
Yep. I've really made a connection with, and he's not an easy connection to make.
No,
he's not
you
crazy
gotta
about
work
people.
for it. No,
and
he's getting better.
When Chandler, your daughter, sent me him on the phone calling Uncle Rick, that was big.
Oh, that's his latest picture there. That's pretty much how he looks now.
He, by the way he handles everything owns me.
Yeah, he's a handful.
Good.
Yeah, you don't never know.
When he's the big bad wolf, and that seems to be at any moment now.
Oh yeah, he'll break into big bad wolf and growl, and then he'll convert into a dinosaur.
Willie.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
I know there's you thinking about that dinosaur show.
I did, but I think they're not old enough.
Yeah, it might be scary.
Yeah, too scary.
Yeah.
Then he say I get scared.
Oh yeah. I don't know how. I was afraid to take that on this year. Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Pistol Pace, happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. We were partying.
Hey, I'm 3 now.
Weekend.
Now will he
Big 3?
Will he accept being 3? I know that Ellis did not want to move to 5. He wanted to stay at 4.
And he thinks he's still at 4.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. He refuses to go to 5. But I think Pace will be glad to be 3.
Okay, good.
Because I asked him, he sticks his fingers up.
Okay, good.
Oh, does he?
Good. That's a good sign. And then Terry Wilbur.
Yep.
Terry Wilbur.
And the video. Go.
Yeah. And so you've been having fun with this age that your wife is at.
Oh
today.
yeah, she's I guess it's okay to say a woman's age, but she's 49.
Mm-hmm.
I just did it.
I guess it is. Yeah.
But anytime we bump into somebody we hadn't seen in a while, I go, her birthday's Monday, 52. And then her 51, and she has to correct me. I'm 49.
You may have to do what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I now tell my wife's age all the time.
Right.
Because the distance in our aging is starting to be an uncomfortable gap.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking so much older while she continues to look young that I now have to announce to people 53. so people don't
You
go.
have to present it.
I think you're going to have to start having to do that. So you've enjoyed doing the.
I have.
Yeah.
I have. I've really enjoyed it. Saturday we made a day of it. It was her day. I surprised her actually. She didn't think we were going to do anything like that. I said, let's start the day and let's do whatever you want. Let's get a birthday present. Let's get things that are on your list. We had nothing, no obligations, and so from the morning till night we went nonstop. And it was a blast. Today, I put on Instagram a reel out of
approved or unapproved
videos
you're in trouble.
and
you are in trouble
and pictures to a little happy birthday song I just found. Some generic
Speedy.
deal. And like nobody's ever seen this jog. We go jogging and
Wait
running.
a minute! You put all this out without her knowing?
Some that I've approved have been approved, but the majority, 80%, never been seen.
You're in a lot of trouble.
I know,
I mean,
that right there.
Yeah.
And I know I'm in trouble, but anything for the show kind of thing.
Right.
Look
out!
That's a
Watch him,
classic.
Greg. We've got his thing on.
That's when he's on steroids.
Keep an eye on him.
That's when she needed knee pads. But
pretty good.
Yeah, she got lucky.
Yeah, right.
And there's a little river.
Look at river.
So this has been an ongoing thing here today that we're nervous, or I am, that I'm going to get a text like, "What have you done? Why did you post those things?"
Yeah.
The last one has got everybody laughing here coming up. This is where she used a filter on Snapchat. I said, "Not a good look for me." To where she would look like me.
Right.
But Saturday, man, we had a blast. We had a great time. We went and she wanted some shoes. We got shoes. We went purse shopping. We went to our favorite place for lunch. We just were hopping all around. And it got to be late, and she screamed ice cream. What about ice cream?
Oh, wow.
And I was like, well, we need ice cream. Because we were talking about, look, we're going to get home, and like we've talked about, we're on these senior citizen schedules. It gets to be 8:30 and we're yawning. It's bedtime. Yeah. But it was pretty late, about 7. And we were like, hey, what do you want to watch when we get back home? Are you in a movie kind of mood, or are you in a episode series kind of mood to where we don't have to watch an entire movie? So discussion kind of came up about that, and she said, why don't you pull into the grocery store here around the corner and just drop me off? I'll run in, get some ice cream. I need one other thing. You loop the parking lot, and I'll jump back in, and we'll get home, watch a movie. That was the big nightcap, okay? So I pull up, and she jumps out, and I told, look, we never stop flirting with each other and goofing off.
Sure.
She calls it a little crazy, but
That's what it should be.
And I have, I sometimes need to know when to stop. Y'all told me I don't know sometimes where that is.
Sure.
And I told her as she jumped out, I said, I just want to let you know I'm gonna watch you all the way when you walk in. I said, so I really want you to work it for me. And she said, what is wrong with you? And I said, I'm talking about, and so she gets out and she goes about 10 steps and I scream, still looking, and then I scream, woo, look at that booty.
No, you did not.
And about the time this lady comes walking out.
No, you did
And she
not.
didn't know that I was screaming at Terry, and she thought I was screaming at her. And she swung around like, what? And I was, of course, you know me, that's my wife. And I was looking at her booty. And she just couldn't believe. I was like, how dare you scream that?
Solid gold.
Do what?
Not your booty, ma'am.
No, not yours. I'm looking at my wife's booty.
Right.
Hey, by the way,
other
check it
booty.
out.
And then there's the weird
Not
moment.
that yours is not nice,
There
but
you
it
go.
was the other one.
There you go. I was going to say, and then the weird part is, what's wrong with mine?
Even though I could see that
Nothing,
lady's
ma'am.
booty, I don't know what's up with these ladies wearing these tight pants and showing their rump. But Terry, I was looking at hers and told her I was the whole way.
Unfortunately, somebody else thought it was
she
them.
did, yeah. And then Terry would turn around. She'd sling around, look over her shoulder, like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, that's good.
But I now say I'm going to be watching.
Were you singing? I like the way you were.
Throw that a gear for me. But no, we had a great time. We had so much fun all day long. This was a blast. And so today we celebrate her birthday. I'm like you though with your the anniversary and then Valentine's. I always have birthday and then Valentine's, but we separate them and have a good time with it. And we're going to get the family together. We're all we're spread out.
Yeah.
But we'll have a family birthday dinner soon. But we had what a great weekend we had.
Oh man,
it was so.
We've
good.
already called steaks at home for Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
You can't go out there now.
Oh man,
you know it's just
It's
you'll
tough
never
out there.
get out
It's
there.
tough.
Now.
You got to plan way ahead,
You
like
do.
last
You do.
summer.
You do.
Still haven't found her tower.
Yeah. Also, happy birthday
new
to one of JC's roommates, Jacob Peters. He's 21 today. We got birthdays all over the place.
Now,
so, JP, happy birthday.
Before
bud.
the show is over, speaking of your sons, are we going to discuss the fact that you missed a huge moment in one of your sons' lives?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have to.
We got to rewind back to Friday.
Yeah.
And weather for the southeast.
We'll come back. There's no way
majority
you're
of it.
getting in now. We got to come
Yeah,
back.
no, I was just going to say, to set it up.
Okay.
The forecast, if you play athletics in the southeast over the past weekend, you had to kind of alter your schedule a little bit.
No doubt.
So UAH baseball tried to get ahead of hosting a northern team coming down and moved the schedule around, which presented a problem for me. We'll leave it at that. And what I missed and how I missed it was so sad.
Oh, I got to hear this. And I want to know. How you found out. I want to know all of it. Bottom of the hour.
Well, ma'am, I wasn't talking to you, and I don't think she really understood that I wasn't.
I think the Mark probably did it.
Right.
Well, look, if you wear those yoga pants, I mean, you know, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the threshold of virtually unlimited reserves of energy, including from traditional fuels, LNG, clean coal, next generation nuclear power, and gas hydrate technologies. At the same time, I'm proud to report the United States is among the cleanest air and drinking water on earth, and we're going to keep it that way. And we just came out with a report that at this moment, it's the cleanest it's been in the last 40 years. We're committed to conserving the majesty of God's creation and the natural beauty of our world. Today, I'm pleased to announce the United States will join 1 Trillion Trees initiative being launched here at the World Economic Forum. 1 trillion trees. This is not a time for pessimism. This is a time for optimism. Fear and doubt is not a good thought process, because this is a time for tremendous hope and joy and optimism and action. But to embrace the possibilities of tomorrow, we must reject the perennial prophets of doom and their predictions of the apocalypse. These alarmists always demand the same thing: absolute power to dominate, transform, and control every aspect of our lives. We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country.
How dare you?
Why could I just got one pan? Just one look at Greta.
Okay, there's a picture.
Yeah,
of her
there he is.
How dare you?
It's
I
precious.
feel, and I honestly feel really bad for Greta Thunberg. I truly do, because she's a naive young person who is being manipulated and terrified by a bunch of idiots. I mean, just seriously, a bunch of loons.
That's right. Where she tells. I'm sorry, Rick. Go
Would-
ahead.
would-
When she tells the world leaders that she hasn't seen them do anything, is that this year?
Yeah, that was in her opening remarks. That's
Like
her
outside,
audience.
she's outside. It looks like.
But see, what no one's telling Greta Thunberg.
Just like Shannon of sleep.
President
Yeah.
Trump just gave you a list of things that
you should be happy about.
This country,
Yeah.
this country has been doing.
Right.
We certainly have. Is this it right here?
Yeah. Let me go back.
In power,
Let me go.
God love her.
are you okay out there? It started raining now.
I wish I could take her deer hunting.
I know.
Deer outside.
To the world leaders and those in power, I would like to say that you haven't seen anything yet. You have not seen The Last of Us. We can assure you that.
God love your little heart.
Does she ever go to class? Ever?
She is on my nerves, man.
And that is the message that we will bring to the World Economic Forum in Davos next week.
Okay, so this is prior to it.
No, this is prior to it.
Merci beaucoup.
Real cold.
Little thank you there in French.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. I just feel so bad for her. They got her out there in the freezing weather.
I know.
I mean,
Getting wet.
and they've terrified. How about this? This ridiculous movement, the climate alarmists that believe it is tied to man-made carbon emissions. Their strategy is to terrify a child, and then have a child go out and be terrified, and use that child to advance something the child honestly doesn't know anything about. And I've seen it. Look, I've seen it with young people. These people are terrifying young people. And I would just caution all of you that are terrified, do a little homework. Just take a breath and don't listen. You have to understand, once this agenda has started, when agendas like this start, their strategy has been the same as any agenda that's ever tried to rise up in this fallen creation. It's always fear-based. They will terrify you to give up something under the guise of they're going to save the world, so we need to be in charge for your own good. And that strategy has always resulted in disaster. And we can't continue to fall for it. So educate your children, talk to them calmly, take a deep breath, and give them something that doomsday agendas will never do, some good news. I mean, if I'm a doomsday agenda, then you know what ruins my doomsday agenda? A lack of doomsday.
Yeah,
I can never come back and say things are getting better. I can never come back and say, hey, we got some good news. Some other climatologists have come out with some information that maybe it's not as bad as we thought, or maybe these adjustments we're making have made a difference. We were talking about the pay-per-view event, Conor McGregor.
We're back, Rick and Bubba Show weekend recaps, and we've hit a bunch of it. We'll get us more of your phone calls coming up. Excited about men all over Rick and Bubba land coming to our home city, Birmingham, Alabama, this weekend for the Man Church Conference. Robbie Gallaty and I will kick it off Friday night. We'll also have our brand new resources available in the lobby, and we'll talk about those. Chuck Hooten, leading worship, did a phenomenal job last year. He's put together another all-star group of singers and musicians. It'll be phenomenal hearing men singing and praising together. Is just a very unique, powerful experience. And then Rich Wingo, Andy Blank's also speaking. I'll speak on Saturday as well. So if you're coming this weekend, we look forward to seeing all of you from all over. I mean, I've got the emails, people coming from Texas and as far away as, well, that's about as far as it is. Texas is pretty far. And the different states all around. That'll be this weekend. If you don't have tickets, there are still some available. Either go ahead and get them and put them at will call, print them out, or you can get them at the door coming up this Friday night. And the doors open at 6, and we get rolling at 7. All right, so Speedy, your son plays baseball still, JC.
Mm-hmm.
He plays for UAH in Huntsville. They're moving the schedule around because where we live, the forecast was kind of iffy this past weekend on when it would rain, when it wasn't going to rain. The good news is it wasn't very cold,
right?
Which is good for baseball, but the rain was an issue. So everybody started moving around, and tell us what happened.
So they moved the Friday, Saturday, Sunday 3-game series to 2 Thursday, 1 Friday to get it in, to your point.
Okay.
And so we'd already gone up Thursday. I missed game 1, got up there for game 2, got back late Thursday night. Friday, the plan would be, hey, if I can make it, I'm going to try, but Terry was going to be on the road, and she was going to go to represent the family and support JC, and then Reese was going to try to make it and all this kind of stuff. So Greg knows because I was talking to him about it. So I peel out of here Friday with the attempt of, hey, might try it. Might try it.
Think I'm going to head up there and see my boy play.
Yep. Probably going to be late. Do I really try to do this or what? And so I get around the corner, and the interstate just shuts down. I'm talking about solid red.
Stand still.
And please understand, this is not a keep it and drive kind of situation. This is throw it and park.
Right.
We're here.
So you're not even inching along.
No.
At least you have hope when you're inching along.
And apparently there was some high-speed chase that made the news where, unfortunately, someone lost their life. And I didn't know this at the time, but it was pretty serious, and it had the interstate shut down. And I thought I had a little 18-wheeler friend because we were sitting there for so long. And he had his window down with his arm out, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on up there? You know, kind of like trying to, shoot the ball.
You figure he had the CB.
Yeah, and he told me. He said, we got a situation. I'm like, oh, okay.
So any thought then that you just try to find a way to turn around and go home?
Kind of, sort of. I thought, well, it's over, but I'm stuck.
Right,
So, hey, let me go to the stream. I'm sitting here in park. Let me go to the streaming of the game because they offer a couple of different varieties of how you can receive the game. No, and I hadn't even got out of Metro. And I knew I was going to be late. And so it's in the bottom of the first, 2 outs, and the bases are loaded. And then all of a sudden I hear up to bat right fielder J.C. Wilburn. And I'm like, oh, wow. So now I'm dialed in. And I think it got to a 2-2. Yeah, it says it right here, 2-2 count.
Do I go?
You can. Yeah, it goes 2-2 count, and this is what happens, and then I'll tell you what happened to me.
Okay.
Yickety yak, grand slam.
Grand slam.
Deep left center, and the bases are cleared. Quickly, it's 4-0. Bottom of the first. Okay, so it's a big moment, right? And so I'm thinking, come on, son, 2-2. I saw one that he didn't like. I'm like, oh no, just hey, try to get a hit or whatever. Before I could ever see this, because the streaming is behind, even if you're watching it live.
Right.
All of a sudden, I see text messages appearing on my screen, taking over the broadcast. Grand slam! Oh my goodness, Terry, you're not going to believe this. Grand slam! Exclamation point! From other dads that are there that aren't. They're just trying to help me out because they don't know.
Looking, it hadn't happened yet.
It hadn't happened yet. It's like It's like still a 2-2 count. And I'm stuck in traffic. I almost wanted to show the guy on the 18-wheeler, look, check this out. We could have gotten out and literally leaned up against the cars and hung out.
Nobody you could talk about to it. You need to find somebody to discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sitting here watching this 2-2 count thinking, okay, please don't strike out with the bases loaded and 2 outs. I'm thinking that, and all of a sudden, boom, and a grand slam. But it got ruined because everybody was texting me that it had happened before I ever could see it.
So number one, you missed it.
Yeah.
Number two, when you could have seen it streaming, everybody ruined that.
Yeah.
So it just went south.
It just went south. It just completely went south.
But you got the replay now.
Yeah, and I was telling Greg, this was never really going to make it on air, but I was telling Greg before the kickoff hour about can't have nothing. And then he brought it up during the kickoff hour on air. That's
funny when you're sitting there trying to watch it and everybody's.
This is just me being a handle. Not trying to show JC hitting the ground. It's just the way it happened.
It's hilarious.
You know.
No, I think that's something you ought to be proud of.
Well, I know, but it's the fact I'm stuck in traffic. I can't get there, so I go to streaming, and then everybody hits me up that it happened. But to them, they're just being friends, saying, "Hey, he hit a grand slam."
They didn't know you were streaming.
No.
Now I know what my sons would do if I missed something like this.
Yeah.
They would then act like that they're heartbroken that I wasn't.
Right. After the
the only thing that would have made it perfect.
Yeah. So after the game, Terry, is there, and I think they're having to pull tarp because of all the weather coming in. Because I think they host again tomorrow, so they're wanting to make sure they can at least do that. And he came out and told Terry, "Hey, I'm gonna be a minute. Hey, thanks for coming, but I still got a lot to do. Hey, how mad is Dad? He wasn't here." And that's the first thing.
Did you continue on?
No, I'm done. I went to the house.
Yeah,
went to the house and just
once the traffic finally got
I just
moving.
mirrored it up to the TV and watched it.
So Brody was headed to supposed to be a bachelor gathering for another wedding in North Carolina at Charlotte. He said, by the way, I was stuck in the same traffic and I was hours late to it, and everybody hated me.
Oh, that's all. So what you got is what I understand. It was a very serious situation. You had 3 different cars traveling from Atlanta to Mississippi, and they get into some interstate race where one car touched the other car, sent them off the road. The driver lost his life, I think, very young. The passenger, they had to get to the hospital. The other 2 flee. And then there's this high pursuit chase now, trying to find the other 2. Of course, everybody was apprehended, but it was a sad situation. I just didn't know at the time that's what I was sitting in. I just knew it's over. I'm not going to the game, so let's just go on back to the house.
Well, it was just a grand slam.
That's it.
Those happen, a lot.
Yeah,
on a 2-2 count.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I know. You can't. It's the ultimate. You can't have nothing. But at least Terry was there, and she got to see it.
At least the streaming, you do have.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank goodness for that.
In the old days, you wouldn't.
Now you didn't get to see it as it happened either, because everybody texted you.
Right. Everybody texted me 10, 15 seconds before it happened, but they again didn't know.
No.
Don't stop doing that, because if I'm not there, I'd love to know what my son does.
Right.
And they're just being good friends. But little do they know they spoiled the grand slam for me.
That's awesome for him. That's
just waited.
Oh yeah,
special accomplishment.
You know what's funny is
the whole team played great. It was a
They win the game.
Yeah, they did. But it was a great effort by everybody.
What was the score?
I think like 11-4 they won that one. I think.
What's interesting is all of us would have said, "I tell you what's going to happen. You're going to be stuck in traffic, and JC's going to hit a grand slam." We'd win.
Yeah, right.
We would have laughed. Of course, it really did happen.
It's standard.
Right.
That's classic.
But at least you got it, and what if you turned around to head back and Cats in the Cradle came on by?
Yeah.
I had to pull over and ball.
Speaking of you,
my son hit a slam just the other day.
Speaking of you can't have nothing. I think I mojoed Terry and getting a new phone. Before we went home and got ice cream. We decided to run by the Apple store to grab her a new phone, and we had done that previously twice, I think, within the last couple of months of different family members getting upgrades, and she has a 12, and so she was like, it's like, okay, it's time for an upgrade, and hey, for your birthday, we're gonna go grab you a new phone. And I know the system; they got a new store, and I'm walking in there, and I'm like, just tell them what color and what size we want, and how many, you want 256, 512. Okay, sir, this lady will help y'all. Y'all just go over here, and then I start bragging. I'm like, ever since y'all got this new store, man, things just work really smoothly around here. I mean, the last 2 times we have been in and out of here in 25 minutes.
Oh,
yeah, we did some upgrades, and boy, I said, but just the whole process is it's totally different. And then we sitting there and, okay, you want this? What kind of plane you want to do this? Okay, that. Okay, just sign right here. All right, I hit this button, push it through, and then I'm going to send you over to this table, and y'all going to push everything over to your new phone, okay? I said, okay, honey, we'll be just a second. Go ahead and pick you out what kind of case you want. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear the associate go, uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, not uh-oh. Because, you look to the professional.
Right.
Uh-oh. What do you mean, uh-oh? I hadn't seen this before. Hold on, let me go get the manager. The manager. So she walks over to the manager, and I see them going. And now another person comes over, looks over her shoulder. Now there's 2 or 3 employees there looking. She comes back. She goes, we've got a problem here. I don't know that when it says activation error, I think we have a problem with our server is down. So AT&T knows that you're doing this, and they're pushing it back to us saying it's approved, everything's fine, but we can't see it because our server's down. So we're like hung up in just nothing.
It's just like traffic again.
And they said, but hey, we can resolve this.
Internet
Why don't y'all
traffic.
come over here to this other table, and then we'll try to resolve the matter. 2 hours later, we walk out with her same phone.
It never worked.
It never
Nothing
worked.
changed.
It never worked. And it was creating problems for the entire store if it had to do with AT&T. It was a mess. So now they have to go back because the 12 still had the SIM card. Well, they burn it because they had pushed us to a new phone. So now they have to get another SIM card, activate it. It was a mess. So we walk out 2 hours later with her same phone.
Oh, no.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Taking on somebody called the Cowboy. Somebody. I don't follow the. Is this MMA?
Yeah.
I know.
Is it?
Well, I know Conor McGregor, and the reason why that we started talking about this, I forgot about it, that we had the pay-per-view over the weekend, but McGregor, but he's also in the news because he put out on Twitter that Trump is a phenomenal president. So, you do something like that.
He's in trouble now.
Now he's in trouble. Now he's got a real fight on his hands.
He ain't apologizing to anybody.
No, he's not. McGregor.
He knocked Cowboy out in, 40 seconds?
Yeah, so I guess
do it.
I want to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody. To no one.
It's
awesome.
Yeah. So
he's awesome. I want to be him.
But
I can see that.
You were telling us in the break that you saw it because you have
you rented it,
and
bought it. Whatever.
You and your wife have got, which would make Dave Ramsey very happy, a budget.
Yes.
Bubba and I called it at our house the B word.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a budget for fights.
I do, yeah. So I'm pretty big. It is my favorite sport for sure. Mixed martial arts definitely are my favorite sport. It's great to see it going mainstream, especially with the acquisition of the UFC via ESPN. The gates are open, people. It is mainstream now. It has taken over boxing. Boxing had a good run. MMA has taken over.
Let me ask you this: how much did it cost to do the pay-per-view?
It was $60 for the.
And you got to see 40 seconds worth.
Oh
of fight.
wow!
Okay, so
there was some preliminary fights.
Or was you in the kitchen or something?
There are preliminary fights. So it's not just the one fight that's on that card. So you've got prelims, and then that's like 4 to 5 fights, and then on the main card you have usually 4 or 5 fights, depending.
Yeah,
on
but you didn't rent it
quality.
to see those fights. You rented it to see McGregor and the Cowboy.
Well, I will say the first fight of the prelims, Anthony Pettis went down, which we all saw coming. I mean, we all saw that happening. Yeah. We know Pettis ain't got it anymore. Pettis ain't got it anymore. He's past his prime. And he needs to work on his jiu-jitsu. We saw that. He needs to work on his jiu-jitsu. His ground game is garbage. Thank you, Greg.
Terrible.
Thank you,
Now, Greg, you're into this a little bit, aren't you?
I dabble.
Yeah.
It's just got to be a big fight for him. Even.
But that card the card wasn't great except for the main card fight. I will say that is why I ordered it. I would not have ordered it had Cowboy and.
But sometimes at 40
seconds.
and save all the jokes. But if 40 seconds,
a lot can happen.
A lot can happen. If it was a great, I remember when the heavyweights used to be on TV. I didn't mind somebody just knocking somebody out.
Tyson be done with somebody in a few seconds.
Larry Holmes.
I used to look forward to that.
Larry Holmes. Well, which one of the Spinks brothers did he knock out? Like about that?
Michael Spinks.
And this is not counting any pay-per-view bonuses that Conor will receive after they get the pay-per-view numbers in, because a lot of times they work out deals like that. Sometimes it's a flat fee. Sometimes you get pay-per-view numbers. For if you're a bigger draw, then there you go. If it's a bigger fight. Without that, Conor made $3 million, so he made around $80,000 a second during that fight.
Wow.
So how do you being the having a fighting budget, which I assume your Brazilian jiu-jitsu training,
does all that come out of the same budget?
With the great George Webby is included in that.
Oh boy.
So what does that run a year? What line? I mean, on your budget, how much does that run a year?
It's around. Well, if I order a pay-per-view every month, and some months there's more than one, so I have to choose. And some months I don't do one at all. I'm like, you know what? I'll catch the replays. I'll be responsible. Babe, what do you want to watch tonight? You know, we're a team here.
Mm-hmm.
We're working together. This is
team.
So counting Webby and pay-per-views, what is that line a year? What does it look like?
What's 200 times 12? Because jiu-jitsu is 140 a month. And that pay-per-view was 60, so 200 times 12. Anybody know that? Because I'm not a math genius. So nobody at this table can tell you that either.
$2,400.
$2,400 I spend on mixed martial arts a year. I'm not proud of that, and I should be way better than I am. I should be much more of a threat.
Now, didn't ESPN Plus have a promotion that you were telling us
about? To children.
Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah, ESPN Plus had something where if you got it, but it came with a membership, so you were almost like. It's almost like you were getting it free, but I think it's a little how you looked at it.
So now with this deal with the UFC and ESPN, some fights are just on ESPN, and they're out there. If you have ESPN, you can watch it.
All right, here we go. Phone troll, 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess takes phone calls. We've covered a lot of topics today. Still to come, Wild Birds. We got that coming up as well. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. If you want to join us on the phone troll, lines are available. Go right now. 30 seconds will be king. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. We just get phone calls and questions and content. Bubba and Speedy each have a timeout apiece, but that's all they have. They only have one apiece. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. I love the emails that we're hearing from you who have bought Raycons and how much you enjoy them. A good pair of wireless earbuds. They're just so important. And premium audio at a perfect price point. You got to go with BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You're going to love these two. With optimized gel tips, they fit in your ears comfortably. They won't budge. 32-hour battery life, 8 hours of playtime, 5-star reviews by the tens of thousands. Why don't you go get yours now? And about half the price of the other audio brands, and we get you an additional 15% off. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Find it right there under the sponsors button. Let's start with Tim in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Tim, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great. We're good.
Hey, did y'all happen to catch Tucker Carlson put on Twitter or X this past weekend his interview with Vladimir Putin? Did y'all happen to catch that?
We played a little bit of it on Friday and broke it down, yes.
Okay, yeah, it's crazy, you know, that Vladimir Putin was able to go 30 minutes and give about every single detail of 1,000 years of their history, but our president can't even recall what he ate for breakfast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a very telling interview and odd as well.
Yeah, I don't know what interview it was, but my email and phone started blowing up when all the demos are going, well, it's over. He can't. I guess it's when the attorney, was it the Justice Department, decided not to prosecute him?
Friday.
And said that the jury would never convict him because he looked like a bumbling old man.
Yeah, exactly.
No, can you believe that's your defense?
Yeah, with poor memory, I think that was their exact quote.
Yeah, they said that he was so mentally incompetent you couldn't do an interview to find out what he remembers.
Yeah, because he can't. Yeah,
he can't remember. It was really interesting to see the numbers come out of this as far as viewership, and you can see that some social media sites definitely suppressed this interview coming out. On YouTube, Tucker and Putin got 13 million. On X, it got about 200 million. On Facebook, it got 100,000 views.
Wow.
See,
I wonder if they suppressed it at all.
Oh no, surely
Maybe.
not.
You would think those numbers would run more
Somewhat, yeah.
similar, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
X got how many? 200 million.
200 million.
So
And
how did that interview go? I haven't seen that one either. What was the takeaway?
It was wild.
Yeah, it was. Well, we watched. Yeah, there was one. We didn't watch the whole thing. He went 30 minutes on the history of Russia. He made fun of Tucker for being denied by the CIA when Tucker tried to be a CIA agent. He was really kind of hacking on Tucker
a little bit.
And he sat there very, very devilish-like, and especially said that they're great, we're losers, and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
We continue. Let's go to Dennis in Alabama. Dennis, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, yesterday after church, it was getting on up in later in the afternoon, and my wife was watching one of the crucifixion, Jesus' Easter movie yesterday. And I was, piddling around, watching another TV in another room, and getting ready for the Super Bowl, and
I guess I'll never get that question. Okay, so
try back, sir.
I'm so sorry, sir. The timeout folks were either not listening or just don't want to give you one. Let's go.
I was being told we have birds in the lobby.
Right. Eric in Columbus. Eric, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Bubba, I just wanted to see if you saw the commercial last night where the babies are playing pickleball.
I didn't, but I have seen it this morning. Yeah, very funny.
Yeah, that was funny. I even not even know much about pickleball. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Meredith in Alabama. Meredith, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just listening to y'all's story about Speedy's son's Grand Slam, and it made me think of my dad. So my dad was a college baseball player, and he was taking my mom to one of his games, very first time she had ever gone, obviously before they were married. And he gets a Grand Slam against, I think his name was Bobby Thigpen. He was a big pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And so he got a Grand Slam against him.
How about that?
Yeah.
So who is that?
Thigpen would play for Mississippi State.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. And
I
went
didn't
on
know
to
that.
play in the majors.
Big career.
Yeah, I think coaches now at a JUCO in Mississippi, if I have that right.
I wonder if somebody missed it.
I don't know.
Because she said she was talking
I know.
about the Grand
I was.
Slam.
Did you see me? I was sitting here. I'm so
I know,
anxious to
yeah,
do it.
yeah.
Well, I've been criticized
It's
on being
tough crowd.
too
Tough crowd.
sweet in
Yeah.
here, and,
No,
and that's why it was taken from me because I was get timeouts.
No,
when,
look, I'd rather you
Yeah.
err that way
Yeah.
than
Sorry,
just throwing
ma'am.
around timeouts just because it makes you uncomfortable.
Email us, ma'am. Sorry.
Let's go to Mike in South Carolina. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
We're good.
I want to ask a question. All the content on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel ain't going nowhere, is it?
I wouldn't think so. Are you? I don't know how all that plays out, but I mean, I guess it's there forever.
All right, good. That's what I want to know. And Bubba, are you going to do a radio show on shortwave?
I have no idea.
Is shortwave still a thing?
Is that a thing?
Is
Oh,
it
yeah.
still a thing?
Yeah, it's still out there.
I mean, but what's on there? Like,
there's a lot of international broadcasts. I don't think there's as many American things. Maybe
now, wasn't
on
Rush
there.
on that?
Oh yeah, all these countries have shortwave transmission.
But I'm talking about. I remember Rush used to talk about that when his show was syndicated, he was also
Oh,
available.
Rush.
Yeah,
I
Rush.
thought you said Russia.
No, I meant
Rush.
I meant Rush. I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably so. I'm not all that up on the shortwave, folks. I don't know a lot about it.
Yeah, but I just remember him making that point, and I think at some point the new Democrats took over and they took it off.
He may have been on one of the Freedom of America broadcasts. You know,
I bet it was.
Voice of America. We used to have that.
Yeah.
We had Radio Free Marty.
Oh, yeah.
You know, from
Oh, yeah.
Cuba and all that stuff. So, you know, we have some out there, but I'm not really familiar with you know the inner workings of all of it.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I guess the main thing it would be for is, hey, I'm stranded and I need to find out what's going on.
Well, I think every country just wants to put out information and
Right.
news and be able to pick it up wherever you are in the world. You know. So.
Speaking of that, and I saw we had a caller there, but we're out of time. We'll come back because we got wild birds. But
Have they ever found this radio tower that was missing?
I saw where they said there's an update, but I have not seen.
I had a guy an email this week and accused you of stealing it.
Yeah, right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Full deal pay-per-view, $60 to watch these last 5 fights. A lot of people were wondering why it was a big deal when Conor was fighting Cowboy that he used his shoulder, and a lot of people are calling that like a dirty boxing technique. In boxing, yes, that is dirty. In mixed martial arts, in the UFC, throwing that shoulder is completely legal.
Yeah.
It was a good move on Conor's part.
Yeah, they were all hugged up. He had his face right there. He
broke the guy's nose.
Jab with that shoulder.
Broke his nose, jumped up into him. A lot, but people are wondering, like, why is that such a big deal? Why didn't he just?
People are wondering.
Yeah, people are talking.
wondering.
So you can use a shoulder, but you can't headbutt in the UFC. A lot of people think there's no rules. There are a whole lot of rules in the UFC, so you can't headbutt. Otherwise, you just have two guys going in there just cracking each other's skulls, and the entire sport would change.
And can't you not use the point of your elbow? Wasn't that in there at one time?
In the clinch, you can throw elbows, but if you have an opponent down, you can't go straight down like 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock. An elbow is what they say, and that's, I think, to avoid that one soft spot on the top of your head. You can just, I think, you can just go straight to brain and just
see that kick,
just straight to brain. Yeah, there's the kick that really brought it to an end. Brought it to an end right there. That
Cowboy out.
It hurts
He's
so
taking
much.
that kick while he has a broke nose. Let's not forget that.
Y'all, these people are crazy.
They
right?
are.
The toughness of these people. In one of the early fights, there's a young fighter, 21-year-old girl who's fighting. Her name's Macy Barber. She's 8-0 going into this fight. She takes a jab early on, I think in the middle of the first round. She takes a jab to the face that kind of made her step weird. So the jab really wasn't that bad. It made her step weird. She completely tears her ACL in that moment. She's only halfway through the first round. This is a 3-round fight. She fights the rest of the fight with a torn ACL, completely torn, guys.
I will tell you, though.
It's unreal. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Well, I will tell you guys, the dudes in there, that's fine. And
I don't like watching the girls fight.
Watching women in a cage is a little trailer park for me. It's a little trailer park
There's
for
something
me.
about it. Don't look right.
I'm looking at our society, and I'm like, we got women in cages fighting. Isn't this going backward?
It
feels like we're working back to cave area. This feels a little uncivilized.
It is. It's a thing to see. It's shocking to see. It is very shocking.
It's like you want to step in.
And if you don't,
and then the people in the other trailers come help you break them up. It just doesn't.
And if you're not technique minded, if you're not thinking about like, oh, what is she doing here? How is she standing? It just looks like looks like two women trailer park smashing each other. It really does. If you're not really familiar with the technique, and we've talked about distance before. You're really watching 4 arts. That's why they call it mixed martial arts. When you're farthest away, you're doing punching and kicking. That's boxing and kickboxing. Maybe you're into Muay Thai kickboxing or some other form of kickboxing. And then as we get closer, then you got wrestling. Okay, as we get closer, we're drawing in closer. So farther out, boxing and kickboxing. As we're coming in closer, and all of this is happening within moments and seconds, and like depending on distance.
Starting to talk down to us a little bit.
You have to do. So I'm so sorry. I'm so excited right now. I'm so excited right now.
A little bit of a tone.
Okay, so from there we got boxing and kickboxing, and so you can do judo, any kind of boxing you like, whatever. Sorry, not judo. Muay Thai is what I meant when I said kickboxing. Okay, as we get closer,
we're not even here anymore.
As we get closer, we're now talking about we're engaged. Now punching and kicking doesn't really work anymore because we are engaged. That is wrestling. That's you're grappling, and that's many different forms of wrestling, from judo throws, that kind of thing, or even Greco-Roman wrestling or college wrestling. That is wrestling. You got to have that too.
But back to this, I don't want to see women wrestle.
Right.
I don't want to see women do
in or out of Jello.
I don't want to see them do Muay.
wait a minute.
I don't want to see them do. I don't want to see women do Muay Thai. I don't want to see women box. I don't want to see women grappling.
And then you get to the ground, and that's
I don't want to see women violently pummeling each other and trying to break each other's bones. Period.
There's just something about it.
It just doesn't.
Please, y'all.
Boxing and kickboxing. And then in the clinch, you got wrestling. And then once you get to the ground, it's jiu-jitsu. And luckily for me, I know jiu-jitsu. So if anybody wants to mess with me, I'll see you right there on the carpet. All right, let's lay down and work this thing out.
I'm mad at you, and if you sit down, you had it.
Okay. I concentrate on jiu-jitsu. The ground is my ocean, and I'm a shark.
Rick and
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang all here. Helmsy is out. He was here, but had to leave early today. Should be back tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Eddie Van Adler are here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. And, you know, if today's show wasn't big enough, now we have Wild Birds.
Wild Birds. From Wild Birds Unlimited, right here in Sweet Home, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, Tracy Hill is here. Tracy, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And then we have from the Alabama Wildlife Center, Executive Director Chris Sykes, and also one of the education program coordinators, Victoria. Is it Parton or Partain? Partain?
Yes.
Partain. And then, of course, there's Wild Birds. So tell us a little bit about what you guys do, again, Chris, in case they're listening for the first time, and then start introducing us to the friends today.
Sure. So the Alabama Wildlife Center is a nonprofit that's been in Alabama in existence for 45 years. So we're the organization that's located inside of Oak Mountain State Park. We have beautiful birds on display, but also we can take in your injured and orphaned birds. So if anyone in Alabama finds a baby bird or an injured bird, they can bring them to us, and we're going to rehab them back to health. And whenever you visit us at the Wildlife Center, you can see that rehab process. And some of the birds that we've brought here today have went through that process, and now they're, here meeting y'all, and everyone can get to see their beautiful colors, their plumage.
Oh yeah, and Old Mountain State Park, as far as our state, is it the biggest state park we have?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's near where we live, and we love going out there. And every time we're out there, we go by and look at the birds. I mean, I remember when the kids were growing up. I mean, if we didn't go look at the birds, then you're gonna have pouting kids in the car. But it's really great to be able to go and see them too. So if you're ever there, you're walking the trails, be sure and get that on the list.
Absolutely. So at our facility, we have a bald eagle. It's one of 2 captive bald eagles in Alabama. We also have 12 owls, hawks, and vultures on a really beautiful treetop boardwalk. So, yeah, come on out, visit us, bring the whole family, bring friends. It's just a lovely place.
True or false, if I see baby birds, I shouldn't touch them because the mom won't have anything to do with them? Is that true or false?
Completely false. And so that was that PSA.
Remember you heard that when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
Don't touch them, the mom will abandon them.
I think that's because your parents didn't want to have to keep a baby bird in a box or something.
So that's totally false.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So birds have a limited sense of smell. And so if you find a baby bird on the ground and you know where the nest is, you can pick that baby bird up very carefully, put it back in the nest. You can create an artificial nest. You want to make sure that you wash your hands. But also, if you don't feel comfortable with it, you can also bring it to us, and we'll take care of it, or we'll reunite it with its parents.
I mean, it might try to peck you or something.
Possibly.
According
it
to
might think you're a big cat or something. You know?
Be safe with wildlife. That's always what it's
picking up a baby bluebird, one thing. Picking up a baby bald eagle, quite another.
Mama may be around.
So, Victoria, tell us who we have here. Who's our first guest?
Okay, so this is Monty, and I think that you've actually met him before last year.
Oh, yeah.
He looks a lot different now. So he has gone through his first big molt where all his feathers fall out. They get replaced with new ones. And he has gone from this brown and tan kind of speckled look. Now he has his adult plumage, so his adult feathers.
So what is this? What type of bird?
He is a Mississippi kite. And Mississippi kites are only here in the spring and the summer. They come here to have their babies, raise them, and then they're going to go back down to Central America.
Okay, so is he from Mississippi State or Ole Miss?
Is he declared?
Not sure.
He hasn't said yet.
Yeah. Okay. So and how did y'all get him? He was injured.
Yeah. So he was actually brought in from Montevallo. That's why his name is Monty.
Okay. We'll be there.
He
Thursday.
was found in somebody's backyard. He had been down there for a couple days. He'd fallen out of his nest. We're not sure why. While he was down there, though, some kind of predator got to him.
Ooh.
And they tore open the entire left side of his wing.
Oh, no.
And as that was healing, we found out pretty soon that scar tissue was building up, so he doesn't actually have full extension of that wing.
Okay.
So he unfortunately never got the chance to fly.
But he'll be able to serve the rest of his life educating people on what type of bird he is. And
Yep.
so what would, if he had his full strength, could do everything, what do they eat? What do they go after?
So they'll eat anything that a normal bird of prey would eat,
Okay.
smaller birds, rodents, but they really, really like bugs.
Okay, so we love them.
We love them. They will actually hang out in pastures, big backyards, because they know that people are going to mow their lawns.
Oh, yeah.
And when that happens, they're going to swoop down right beside your head, pick up handfuls of bugs, and they're going to eat while they're flying.
Yeah, it's
that hook bill, buddy. He can
Yeah,
tear into it.
oh, look, birds of prey fascinate me.
Yep.
And of course, at the farm, they decide that they'll fish as well with me at the pond. It's funny. They're very efficient with that too. We got some bald eagles that come in, and boy, they're good.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they get it done. All right, so I know we have others, but tell us a little bit. Now we've got in show notes today. If you would love to help, because this is an incredible service to continue. Of course, they don't do it for money, but what they do requires money. You can help them. We've got the For the Birds charity gala going on at Regions Field. They got a great facility there. Where the Barons play, March the 2nd in Birmingham. We've put in show notes today the link for you to get tickets to be there. And tell us what will happen at that event.
Absolutely. So For the Birds Gala is sponsored by Wild Birds Unlimited.
Way to go, Tracy.
As well as other organizations around the city. So For the Birds Gala is a time that we can reflect about our success. We can bring all of our supporters and our volunteers and maybe even new people that have never even heard of us together in one room to share in that success, that joy, that love of birds. But also we have some very good news that we're going to unveil at this event. It's a new chapter in the wildlife, saga of our organization, and we're so excited about the secret that we're going to unveil. So you might have to show up, buy tickets, and learn a little bit more about what we have in our back pocket.
All right, so show notes today. Also, can I ask you a bird question?
Sure.
So I told you at the farm we have bald eagles, and it looks like it very similar. It could be the same male and female that come every year, and they nest in the same tree, and they do all this. So one day I was back there, and I saw what I thought was a golden eagle, and I thought, man, I know that it's rare that we have some golden eagles in Alabama, but then you guys in your education, I saw a juvenile bald eagle. And I realized, okay, I think that's the eagle I saw. Mm-hmm. So the juvenile bald eagles, they don't have the white head yet, and they look a lot like a golden eagle, don't they?
Yeah, so they actually start their life almost completely brown. By the time they're 5 years old, it's when they're going to have that completely white head. So Shelby, our bald eagle at the center, she came in. She had a black beak. She didn't have any white on her head at all.
Wow.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So are there gold eagles in Alabama? Rare? Golden, I mean. I know there are in Jacksonville.
Right, in Jacksonville, we're eat up with them.
Yeah, but no, that's what their team was called. Jacksonville High School was their mascot, Golden Eagles.
There's been some sightings. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that's you got to keep in mind. 30 years ago, there was no bald eagles in Alabama.
Oh, I know.
Period.
Yeah, I know.
And so now, occasionally, you will see, every once in a while, just a sighting, but they're not, breeding in Alabama. But the occasional flyover might be possible.
So I saw a juvenile bald eagle. Is what I saw.
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, because I do know they are nesting down there, so that would make sense.
The Mississippi kite, it's a migratory bird.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know any more about how they track? Would those birds come back to the same place
That's
they nested exactly, or do they come back to the same tree?
So these birds are really, really cool. They actually cooperate with each other in the nest. Usually, the little siblings aren't very nice to each other. It's a fight for food. These guys, if Monty was a bird that didn't get hurt, that was able to be released, go down, and come back, he would actually go to the same nest, and then he would actually help the parents raise that new batch of kids. Yeah.
Well,
so how do they navigate that? Do we know any more about?
So much studies. Can we figure out? It's fascinating that they can do that. and the distances they
I
travel.
mean, we've seen specials and speculate. Do we know any more about how they do that?
So a lot of it's comes from citizen science, and so you have these ornithologists that are banding these birds, and so you have kind of flyways, pathways, if you will, that birds will navigate, and we can track that with radar, and there's a lot that goes into that. A lot of Cornell is a big university that tracks a lot of that, but there's ornithologists down there in South America that will band and then recapture birds that will say, hey, wow, they started in, maybe upstate Alabama and then ended up down in South America somewhere. So a lot of science that goes into that.
Yeah. And is it true that the reason they fly south is because it's too far to walk? Dad joke. Dad joke. Dad joke. All right, we got more. We're coming back.
Do they stop along the way?
At Buc-ee's, strangely enough.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an island, possibly, but once they stop, maybe Dolphin Island's the last venture, and then they gotta go.
Follow the coastline or something so they can bail out if they have to.
Sometimes, yeah.
All right, we'll come back. More wild birds right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Me, there it is. Bubba, I hope you're all right today.
I'm dandy. I hope you are good. Hope everybody else is doing well today. A little chilly across most of the country.
Loved it.
I passed a well digger on the way in, and he confirmed that it was cold.
That's good. How about this? I'll start our time together today, the whole team, with an interesting fact.
Okay.
And it's going to date us a little bit, but those of you that are old enough that you remember the wide world of sports.
Yep.
Jim McKay.
Oh, yeah. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Oh, yeah. What an interesting fact I've got today, gentlemen. I must warn you, stop what you're doing because this is an interesting fact.
Bring it on.
I'm ready.
So, we love him, Steve Farrar. Steve Farrar, if you don't know Steve Farrar, he's probably best known for writing the book that is probably one of the best men's ministry books that were ever released called Point Man. And now he's written many since then, and they're all good and they're great stuff. But he speaks, he teaches, he's a pastor, been a pastor. So now in the world we're living in, I can hear Steve Farrar's Bible study. And he does semesters and he takes breaks and he started back. So he started a new series. And so I was fired up and I was listening to it on the way to work. And he brings up the wide world of sports. And so he says, there's this moment, and he's talking about, we're about to start a trek through the Psalms. And he's talking about that basically the Psalms is always kind of a pathway. And he said most people love the Psalms when they're in times of despair. And he says, so you got thrill of victory. He goes, and then you got some drunk Yugoslavian barber. And I went, what? He goes, oh, yeah, I checked it out. He said, this guy was a barber.
You talking about the agony to defeat guy?
Yeah, in Yugoslavia. He got on the Olympic team and was drunk. He said he was so drunk when he got in his squat, he said he couldn't he couldn't even hold himself up, and he takes off down the hill completely drunk. He said, what you're watching is a drunk who falls, and he goes, and he goes, no, he goes, I looked it up. He said, Yugoslavian barber is what he did for a living, but made the Olympic team. And he said he was about 12 beers in and tried to go ahead and do the jump anyway, thought he could do it, and he was so drunk, that's what we're watching.
Well, it was famous.
Wow. Yeah. And
so the agony defeat guy.
Right here, this guy. He said
God, he busted it.
He said he was drunk. He said he thought he still could make it happen.
Good night. So now what?
Serious?
What country?
Yugoslavia.
So they were kind of like when Eddie the Eagle made it. Maybe they didn't have a lot of people in that
Correct.
sport. So here comes a barber who thinks he can ski jump.
And said he got there and got to enjoying the village a little bit.
Sure.
And
he loved the social aspect.
Yeah, but said that he thought he could still do it off, that he wasn't that drunk.
He was incorrect.
He said the problem, he said, what you see is, he said, you know how they get down, they have to get, when he did that, he said he starts losing his balance and he just takes off. I didn't know that. Did y'all know that?
He said he referred to some drunk barber.
Yeah. And when he said that, I went, what's Farrar talking about? Some drunk Yugoslavian barber. And he says, he goes, no, I researched it. Get ready for the battle. You know how this guys. No, guys, I can tell you, I've already looked into this. hey, cut your crap. So anyway, that's funny. So when I heard that, because how many times have we talked about the wide world of sports? If you're our age, Saturday in the wide world of sports, and Farrar said the same thing. He goes, look, a lot of y'all don't even know what I'm talking about when I say wide world of sports. I'm like, Farrar, I know. And then he drops an interesting fact. Look, I mean, that guy really
he does.
You know, I'm trying to look that up too. They don't mention he was drunk.
Yeah. Look right here.
He sure does look like he was, though.
That was a awful fall.
It really was. I didn't know that. So we'll keep rolling. 15 minutes past the hour.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. It's Wild Birds in the studio, and we there's a great opportunity for you to help this this wonderful group, Alabama Wildlife Center. It's been part of our lives, our kids growing up. We're so thankful to have them in our home state of Alabama. If you'd like to be at the big gala that's coming up March 2nd to help do fundraising, and Executive Director Chris Sykes just said there's going to be something that they're going to reveal that you got to be there to know about, something new.
Got to be there.
So you got a biggie coming.
Absolutely. We don't want to spoil the surprise,
Okay.
guys. If you're familiar with the Alabama Wildlife Center, or if you have brought us a bird or you've visited us, it's something that you're going to be really excited about. So join us on March 2nd at Regions
Well, don't
Field.
tell us. We'll blab. AlabamaWildlifeCenter.org and then /for-the-birds. Tracy Hill is here with Wild Birds Unlimited of Birmingham, a great supporter of what they do and a sponsor of the Rick and Bubba Show. And if you love birds, like my wife does, they have everything that you could possibly ever want for that great experience. So that's in show notes today, too. So go get your tickets and be there at Regions Field for that. All right. Bubba, look what they just brought in. So, Chris, tell us what's going on here. Victoria, tell us what's going on.
So this is Betty White, and a lot of people can't actually tell what she is just by looking at her. But she is actually one of the most common hawks that we have in Alabama. So Betty is a leucistic red-tailed hawk.
All right, now tell us what that means.
So being leucistic means that you are kind of a step below being albino.
Okay.
She doesn't have the pigmentation to look like a normal red-tailed hawk. She has some brown on the back of her head.
Betty White, not thrilled with that. And powerful wings still.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So she has some brown on the back of her head. She still has those brown eyes, but she is nearly completely white aside from that. Even her talons are white.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that, Betty White.
Don't you know somebody has seen that out in nature and went, that's the biggest dove I've ever
Oh,
seen?
yeah, absolutely. Ducks are flying. So how did she end up with you guys? Who found this beautiful bird?
So she was actually found in Gunnersville State Park by somebody that we actually have worked with in the past.
Okay.
She had been hit by a car. That's the most common reason that we do get birds in.
Betty.
And she had a very, very bad broken wing.
Okay.
We had her for about 6 months, and she'd finally healed from that. She was in the rehabilitation process, strengthening her wings so she could be released again. And we realized that she could only do a few laps in that enclosure before she started wheezing. And so that wasn't right. So we took her to a vet, and we found out that she had a lot of scar tissue built up in her lungs.
Oh.
And that's because she had aspergillosis. So
Oh,
that's
my
a
goodness.
fungal infection.
Oh, my goodness.
Careful.
Listen to, did you hear the power
Oh, I
of
know.
that? Did you hear those wings?
How about getting a head knock from a big bird like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Bald eagle once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They have you more. So this is a red-tailed hawk, but those of you who can't see
But
it.
it's white as it can be.
If you're watching on YouTube,
Yeah.
you can see it. She is white. Now, do y'all think there was a chance if she were to breed, would she pass this on?
Is this a recessive
No.
gene?
No,
or
it's
what?
recessive.
So two leucistic red-tailed hawks could have a baby, and it would just be a normal red-tailed hawk.
Okay.
It'd be very rare.
So in the wild, this is actually not good to be white like this because she can't camouflage, right?
Yeah, she's like a walking spotlight.
Right. Yeah.
Where she should have that brownish color to blend in against trees. Something could see her pretty easily.
Right.
I think she's wanting to go get on Big Boy.
Yeah, I do too. I think she wants to sit right on top of the little swoosh in his hair. So who would be predators for red-tailed hawks? Other birds? Eagles?
Great horned owls.
Okay. Uh-oh.
They are very, very fierce. They'll even take down other great horned owls.
And that's a big bird too.
Yeah, they're about tied for each other. So they're apex predators. Obviously, when put up against a bald eagle.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes I see like crows going after them. Is that just a game? I mean, can a crow do anything to them?
That's the only one to go after a bald eagle, right?
Yeah.
Annoy them.
Yeah.
Just annoy them.
So usually the bald eagle is too close to their nest, and they're getting upset. They're going to swoop down, hit him in the head to try and run him off.
Okay.
It's not going to work usually.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fascinating. And so now she's completely healthy?
Yeah, so she's going to be on medicine every day for the rest of her life, but she is doing very, very well. Her quality of life is great.
But can't be released because of the lung situation.
Yeah.
Wouldn't make it long.
Yeah.
Would you release one that was perfectly healthy just on the color alone? That wouldn't be the best life for them? Would they be better being well taken care of in captivity and being on display to educate and to ooh and to ah and help other birds? I mean, would you put her back out in the wild as a white?
Absolutely,
Oh, you
we
would?
would. If they're healthy, then we want them to go back to where they came from.
Okay. So even being white, that's the life that we want if they're healthy.
It's funny. It's almost like she knows you're talking about her, and she'll look at you, while you're talking, going, "Yeah, that's me." You know.
Yeah, I kind of felt like Monty.
She's like, "Yeah, that's me."
Did you notice?
Big Boy again. She loves
Did
Big Boy.
Did you know Monty's always like, well, as soon as Betty White comes out, nobody even looks at me anymore. We see you over there, Monty. You're still.
Is Monty concerned that a hawk is in here?
I don't think so. He looks very, very calm.
Yeah. So I think I was asking you guys. So another bird that I see that looks like, I know a Cooper's hawk is smaller and pretty common, very common, especially in suburbs and stuff like that. But do I see falcons? Sometimes I think, or am I seeing this guy? Am I seeing Monty?
It depends. So you have a farm?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is it in the spring and the summer usually when you see them?
Yeah.
So I almost guarantee that it is a kite.
It is a kite.
Just because they're going to stay there because of the bugs.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, and they got plenty of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. And the
Okay, he wants Big Boy.
I know.
Look at that bird.
I know. Yeah, that is it. And and I noticed that the bald eagles love the fact that they can set up next to a pond that's stocked, and they just look at me like, "Thank you."
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I noticed sometimes they won't take it up into the tree; they'll just eat it on the bank.
Yeah, bald eagles are one of those birds of prey that are very lazy. They want the easiest meal. I can relate. But a fun fact with bald eagles and red-tailed hawks is when you hear a bald eagle on movies or voiceovers or commercials, that's actually a red-tailed hawk.
Yeah, I noticed they use this.
screech.
This is it. Yeah. Should I do it, or is it gonna mess the bird up? Because I have it right here.
She'll be okay.
You sure? Okay. This is what you're talking about.
That's a red-tailed hawk?
Yeah. And you're right. Every time they show eagles, they use that. And so what do eagles sound like?
Ooh.
Well, if you want to hear an eagle in captivity, you can come to the Wildlife Center.
There we go.
But they're very chattery. They kind of sound like little seagulls, possibly. That's kind of what I kind of think of what they sound like. Seagulls.
It's wimpy.
Yeah.
So I like the sound the little kite was making. It's kind of got a little whistle like it's doing. Like, hey, is everything good?
Oh yeah.
He's like checking out. Hey, you good? I'm good.
Well, these they're beautiful, and if you ever get a chance and you're in Birmingham, or those of you that already live there, go out and see the Alabama Wildlife Center. And we want you at the gala because this is going to help continue the incredible work they do. That link is at rickandbubba.com in show notes. It's coming up March the 2nd. Victoria, Chris, thank you guys for coming in. Beautiful, beautiful animals as always.
Goodness,
Victoria,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, hang over there. Hang in there, Victoria. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Much to do on the Rick and Bubba show, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We've covered a lot today, and it's been fun. It's been festive. We've had wild birds, and now I'm going to have to be a Debbie Downer because I'm going to talk about taxes. Let's point you to Tax Nation USA. This is good news, though. Let's look at it this way, Bubba. This is actually good news. It's bad news that some people are getting these threatening letters from the IRS, and they got a tax issue. And hey, let me give you a heads up. That's not going away. Okay, not going away. So why don't we take care of it? Okay, I know they're making you feel like a criminal. Got all that. We know you're not. Okay, it's a system that is so complicated and so convoluted that anybody can get in a bind. So here's what we can say: it's not going to get smaller. It's just going to get bigger. Tax problems don't go away. The IRS, millions of pay up now letters. They're very threatening. 20,000 new IRS agents not going after multimillionaires because they've got the lawyers between them and the IRS. You don't, so they're coming after you. So why don't you go and get some help? Okay, how about Tax Network USA at tnusa.com/Bubba? They have proven war room strategies. They can solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents, hey, stay away from them. They're not going to help you. And then the ones that are a little more reasonable. They know all this, and that's why they can help, and they got these strategies too. The IRS right now has a program. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So why don't you schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer and make 2024 a positive year where you can put any tax issues behind you. So let's call them 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000, or go right to the website tnusa.com and then go /Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we've covered the Super Bowl pretty good, but there's some things from the Super Bowl that we didn't get to. One of them is this very moving message from our president. And we have this ready to go. Speaking of old birds, here's our president, Joe Biden. Watching Speedy clean up after the birds is funny. Mm-hmm. Here's Joe Biden with his Super Bowl message. Here we go.
The Super Bowl Sunday. If you're anything like me, you like to be surrounded by a snack or two while watching the big game. When buying snacks for the game, you might have noticed one thing. Sports drinks bottles are smaller. A bag of chips has fewer chips, but they're still charging you just as much. And as an ice cream lover, what makes me the most angry is that ice cream cartons have actually shrunk in size, but not in price. I've had enough of what they call shrinkflation. It's a ripoff. Some companies are trying to pull a fast one by shrinking the products little by little and hoping you won't notice. Give me a break. The American public is tired of being played for suckers. I'm calling on companies to put a stop to this. Let's make sure businesses do the right thing now.
Does he not understand all he's saying is products cost more? And he's
Speedy, can we take that soundbite out where he says the American people are tired of being suckers?
Right.
In his voice.
Play that.
Yeah, Mr. President, I got you.
But you understand that it may be that just the products, because Americans also are trying to eat less and eat better, it may just be that smaller portions just cost more. I mean, it
I
could
hate
be,
to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm gonna tell you.
I think all this is they've done some testing and they think, hey, something showed up down here on the list. People think they're not getting as much as they used to get, and that's true to some degree. But again, it's because of inflation on the other side.
Yeah, don't you think this is like you just said? I think you're right. I think they said, look, people are mad about how much things cost.
I'm gonna try to give them an excuse.
Let's do something like they're getting wrong. And it's not our fault.
Yep.
It's actually the businesses. That's what they're after. All right. So next we have. Adler, we're not going to do 6B. What's the win on 6B? Is there?
No. It's just part of the list, but we could skip it. Yeah. That's cool. If you, I don't want to skip the Black National Anthem, but if you guys want to, that's fine.
I know we make a lot about this. Who cares? Right. I mean, if this is something that they want to do and people like it and they enjoy it, and then some people don't, I'm not. I mean, there's so many things that I'm willing to take on. This whole discussion about whether we should be doing this national anthem or not. I'm not really.
It's not a national
anthem. No, it was an anthem that was
anthem.
sung during the Civil Rights Movement, And if we want to do something that remembers the civil rights movement, I don't have a problem with it. And I don't feel like it's trying to replace the national anthem, because we get the national anthem and the players on the field right before we're about to start. So I think there's a lot of places we can hang our hats, and a lot of places we can stand up and say, I don't know that this is one, because I don't think you're going to win. You're going to get Black History Month just started in February, and if you say that you don't like this song being played at some event, all you're going to be called is a racist. You're not going to win. No one's going to say, well, you know what? Good point. We're going to stop doing it. I think it's best just to say, if this is something that some of our fellow Americans, it moves them, it inspires them, and it remembers, that liberty was given to people that it was being denied to, and we keep it in that, I say great. I know some people it really bothers, but I'm like, can't we put our efforts somewhere? There's so many more important topics. And it don't hurt me for this to happen. I sit and listen to it. I enjoyed the presentation. If I could have written a song, I expected to have a little more of a hook than it did. But it was, I'm not upset with a song about liberty, especially it is factual. At one time, liberty was denied to some of our fellow citizens, and there was a movement to change that. And if this is a celebration of that being changed, I'm all for it. Now, I'm not for saying that it should replace the national anthem, and then the national anthem in and of itself is racist, and then if you like the national anthem and you like America, you're racist. No, I'm not for that. But if everything is in its proper historic place, I'm fine with it.
Don't we do America the Beautiful a lot of times too?
Yeah.
Also, in that
do that
run?
one. Yeah, do that one second. That's usually in the number 2 slot.
Yep.
Post Malone, you might remember that. So next, did Tony Romo ruin the last play of the game by predicting it?
And he's talking about he almost went way back in time, and this is the final play. He's talking about.
Well, let's hear it.
Second quarter.
Okay,
I believe is what he's talking about. I don't even know.
Here we go.
When you move to the second quarter, that's right. Because I can only feel people out there being like, "What's going on?"
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there. Hardman, jackpot, Kansas City.
He was talking about, a lot of people thought that in overtime, once the time expired that you were looking at, the game is over
right,
or whatever. And he was saying, no, this is just the first quarter.
No, Jim, all this is just another quarter.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's what he was saying.
It's like going into the second quarter, Jim.
Let me ask you this: why are they even running the clock?
Right, that didn't make any sense to me either.
I'll just cut it off.
Really,
Doesn't matter.
Really, what it is if one team scores 7, the other team has to score 7 or they lose. If one team scores 3 and the other team scores 7, they win.
Right.
Why do we need a clock?
And if the clock runs out,
right,
just
do it over.
Kansas City is going down the field. They're either going to score or not score.
Yeah.
So
if they kick a field goal, that keeps
they could
going.
kick a field goal to put it in the next quarter, but then the time doesn't matter then either.
Andy Reid,
we're not going to have another halftime after 2 quarters.
Is it the expiration of that rule set for that time limit, and they have the time limit to score?
I don't know, Adler. It's just like going into the second quarter.
No, there's no time limit to score.
Yeah. They would have just let them score anyway and just started the clock over like a new quarter.
Yeah, according to Romo.
They would. Oh, that's what I'm saying, Jim.
Really?
It's not.
Usher thought he had to do another halftime.
It's not going to end in a tie. Okay, not going to have a tie in the Super Bowl.
Oh no, I'm talking about right here when it's 22-19 with 9 seconds left in this overtime.
Yeah, a lot of people. He was trying to explain. Some people are confused. They think this is it right here. There's 9 seconds left. He said no, it's just the end of the first quarter. That's what he was.
But
saying.
they're not going to reset it. They'll still have the ball right there, and that's what Romo was saying. They're not calling timeout because it really, to Bubba's point, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I will say,
but why have the time then?
On all the tie break stuff and overtime, I think college has the best one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, what do they call it, the Oklahoma shootout or something, where you get on the 25?
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, with these pro teams, you could go on all night.
Yeah.
If they just went down and kicked field goals.
So here next, Andy Reid takes on the Travis Kelce outburst where he ran into him and all that, which was totally over the line. But Andy, thankfully, takes the high road. Here we go.
Was Travis giving that speech on the sideline when he ran into you in the first half?
No.
he keeps me young.
Yeah.
So,
the balance looked good.
Yeah, not so good. He tested that hip out.
Yeah, I know. Like JB's got a new hip too.
Yeah, man.
You took a good hit right there, but that's how you guys communicate sometimes.
Well, he caught me off balance. So normally I'd give him a little bit, but I didn't have any feet under me.
So, and then this Nickelodeon broadcast on F. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say for Adler, unlike regular season overtime, postseason overtime uses 15-minute quarters and is played like a whole new game. That includes a halftime if the game still is tied and all that.
Sense.
So I just wanted to make sure that's what he was referring to, saying this is just the end of the first quarter.
Next quarter, Chris.
Understood.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me if they'd gone another quarter and they'd kept kicking field goals, let's say, or scoring touchdowns,
match it up,
we would have another halftime?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow.
I just find that hard to believe.
I know, isn't that weird?
And that would be a total disaster. And if they ever do it, they'll have to change it.
It's the overtime halftime is a shorter one, but it is a halftime.
Wow.
All right, so Nickelodeon had a Super Bowl broadcast, and apparently Patrick Starr is going to roast somebody over fumbling. Yep. So here we go.
Who's got it? You have to firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it.
George Karlaftis jumped on it, and the Chiefs have the ball.
You have to firmly grasp it. Patrick Starr's tell me how to hold the ball so I don't fumble.
I watched one quarter with that.
No, you did
that
not.
Nickelodeon broadcast. Yeah, it's basically the same broadcast, but with slime and a little bit of elements from Bikini Bottom there with
Funny.
with SpongeBob there.
Funny. We'll be back wrapping up the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. Well, here we go. Yesterday started the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. So this is, it's hard for me to keep up with it all. This is the Senate that is going to, this is now the House has voted to impeach, and now the Senate this is the trial for removal?
This is the trial for removal.
For removal, okay.
And
right.
There's been a couple of rule changes. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell Tuesday reversed an earlier call that the opening arguments would only take place over 2 days, made it 3, and he has agreed to let the House inquiry transcript become evidence in the Senate trial. Now, the other 11 Democrat proposed amendments were all shot down. And this thing went on, to like 2 in the morning, and Judge Roberts had to get on both sides for calling each other bad names.
Really?
At one point, yeah. I don't know if you saw any of it. It is a zoo of the highest level. It really is.
Yeah. So we have Jay Sekulow.
Jay Sekulow did a good job. I like Jay.
And his opening statement is about 5 minutes. We may not play all of it, but we are going to play some of it because this is kind of that theme we were hearing the other day from Dershowitz and some of them saying, we really, what are we even doing here? And he's now going to try to address them. And you said he got kind of aggressive as far as, saying, look, this, and he's like calling Schiff out. And,
it's good. You can hear it.
Okay, here it is.
The manager said facts are a stubborn thing. Let me give you some facts. It's from the transcripts. Ambassador Sondland actually testified unequivocally that the president did not tie aid to investigations. Instead, that he acknowledged any leak he had suggested was based entirely on his own speculation, unconnected to any conversation with the president. Here's the question. What about the aid? Ambassador Volker says that they were tied, that the aid was not tied. Answer. I didn't say that they were conclusively tied either. I said I was presuming it. Question. Okay. And so the president never told you they were tied. Answer. That is correct. Question. So your testimony and Ambassador Volker's testimony is consistent. And the president did not tie aid to investigations. Answer. That is correct. Ambassador Sondland also testified that he asked President Trump directly about these issues, and the president explicitly told them that he did not want anything from Ukraine. I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. Similar comments were made to Senator Johnson. Those are the facts. Stubborn, but that's the facts. No one is above the law. Here's the law. As every member of Congress knows, undoubtedly aware, separate from even state secret privileges is the presidential communication executive privilege to communications and performance of a president's responsibilities. The presidential communication privilege has constitutional origins. Courts have recognized a great public interest in preserving the confidentiality of conversations that take place in the president's performance of his official duties, because such confidentiality is needed to protect the effectiveness of the executive decision-making process. In Ray Sealed cases, that was decided in the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. The Supreme Court found such a privilege necessary to guarantee the candor of presidential advisors and to provide a president and those who assist him with freedom to explore alternatives in the process of ultimately shaping policies and making decisions, and to do so in a way many would be unwilling to express except in private. For these reasons, presidential conversations are presumptively privileged. There's something else about this privilege. Communications made by presidential advisors, again, quoting courts, and by the way, lawyer lawsuits, we're talking about the impeachment of a president of the United States, duly elected. And the managers are complaining about lawyer lawsuits? The Constitution allows lawyer lawsuits.
We're back, 8 minutes to the top. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And y'all might be able to help me with something very specific. So, over the weekend, Bubba, I know some of us are all in the same boat with all the kids at different ages. But when you have adult kids that are out on their own, they're doing their thing. So they start out and, you got to have co-signers for this and co-signers for that. So I have kids that have cars that they've either were a gift to them or they've paid it off themselves. But in different cases, you have to co-sign for them because they don't have any credit built or anything like that.
History.
Yeah, and so and then they pay them off and all this kind of stuff. And so it is not abnormal, sadly, especially my New Yorker. It is not abnormal for me to get various parking tickets.
Oh, yeah.
And things, toll bridges from them traveling all over. You owe this money because they have me on there just like they have them. So this weekend, and I want to know whether it's a scam or not because there's something weird going on. So one of the communities here in Birmingham, I get a fail to appear in court notice, and it says a parking ticket, and I'm like, well, I don't have a parking ticket anywhere. I don't recall ever having a parking ticket. So at first I start thinking, well, did somebody take it off my truck as a good one so I would get burned?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that is a good one.
But where they said I was illegally parked, I don't. It's where the old studio used to be, and I'm like, I'm never even over there anymore.
When was the last time you were there?
I was there for like lunch one day, but I didn't illegally park. I just parked in the parking
You're
spot.
getting a little out of hand.
Parker.
Well, anyway,
Getting a little out of hand.
but here's what I thought. This has got to be
Getting a little up.
This has got to be one of my kids because one of them lives there, and he was out of town. I said I'll go handle this, and then he'll owe me the money back. Okay, because I didn't want anybody to get a driver's license taken away from them or anything like that because that's a huge hassle.
No, you don't want to do that.
So when I try to do what they say to do, it says there's no record of this anywhere. So then I think, okay, well, they paid it, and this is just some late thing that's come to me. So then I contact the kid, young Broderick, and I said, hey, man, did you get some sort of parking ticket, in Vestavia? He said, well, I didn't know I did. He said, yeah. He said, I got something and I tried to pay it. And every time I enter the information, it says that it's no good, that they show no record of it. So
But yet we're sending out stuff.
But then my conspiracy theorists start, is this some scam to try to get like our account information or whatever? Because I don't know why, if it says to go on the website and enter the case number or the ticket number or your name and your birthday, it keeps saying we have no record of you having an outstanding citation.
Well, I say no, Mom.
Well, no, I see that. But I mean, are there scams like this? Is this some sort of
they
scam?
Say they don't have them. You're talking to the people who are going. Who
Well,
deal with you,
I'm
right?
entering the stuff, and then I try to do it on phone. Same thing. I'm gonna try to call them today, I guess. But I mean, I know for a fact that I get invoices that use logos, and they have the number to call to make sure that you don't owe us money, and those are fake.
Yeah. So I guess this could be.
Could it be?
Yeah.
But I just find it
Could
odd.
it be cannabis?
I find it odd. First of all, I mean, the New Yorker, the Philadelphia kid, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
because they have all the weird parking.
Yeah.
Parking. What do you got to do to get a parking ticket in Vestavia Hills?
Yeah.
I mean, where would you even park that somebody would?
I can't think, unless you're in a handicap zone. I can't think of
Maybe.
anywhere that you.
But it doesn't say
when
that.
we were over there, a lot, and I don't remember any area. I go, well, you can't park there.
So I go to vhcourt.com, and then I've done it. I've paid them online before. And
VH Court sounds
does that
suspicious.
sound? So when I go to pay it, and when I enter the case number or the ticket number, it says we show no record of this.
I'd tear it up.
Done.
Throw it away.
And then Brody said he tried to pay it, and it did the same thing.
I'd tear it up. Throw it away.
What?
Is that a scam?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think it is a scam?
It sounds like a scam.
Yeah.
Why don't you call like the police chief or the mayor or something?
Yeah.
Ask them.
Okay.
Do they even
may
give
have heard
away
it.
tickets at? I've never seen anybody ticketed at the old studio.
Yeah, I don't know how you would. What do you got to do unless handicapped? What would you have to do to get a ticket parking in Vestavia Hills? I mean, I don't even know what would be illegal.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I
maybe a
guess.
scamorama.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Did you park in a handicap spot?
No,
Rick, seriously,
no.
did you
I
park
would
in a
never do
handicap
that.
spot?
No, I would never do. There's a lot of things I do. That ain't one of them. Sean.
Well, they're parking in our spots.
Sean, News Talk 1039. Sean, go ahead.
Man, my daughter got a ticket, and me and my wife both tried to go through all that to pay it, and it kept saying the same thing that yours was saying. Even when we called the number, it kept saying that they didn't have any record of it. Well, she ended up getting a letter in the mail a couple months later that her license was suspended.
Well, that's what I'm trying to keep from happening.
Yeah.
What did they say?
it
Did
was
you
a
go
whole
ask them?
process.
Well, what was the excuse?
Yeah,
How did the left hand not know what the right hand's doing here?
Right. I have no idea. They still don't know what happened. We went to the courthouse 2 or 3 different times there in Houston County, and they no record of it until after her license was done suspended. Yep.
Well, they suddenly had a record of that, didn't they?
Ray in Huntsville, what's going on? Ray.
So I had a similar experience, but it was a phone call where they called and said I had a warrant out for me
Been there.
for failure
I'm sorry.
to appear. For failure to appear for grand jury, and it turned out it was a scam.
Yeah, well, I mean, now I got one person saying it was a
Scammer-ding-dong.
real ticket. They just didn't do a very efficient job of how to pay it, and then somebody saying it's a scam. So maybe one.
What about Scamorama?
I'll call this number here.
I wouldn't call the number on there.
Right.
Scamorama-ding-dong.
I would call Vestavia Hills City Hall and talk to somebody. They may be having a lot of these.
Yeah. Officer Wilson is on here. I don't know if it says that's who did it. But I also thought it made me worry because usually if you miss a court date, the next thing they say is your license now is going to be taken. It's now telling me to come back and try again on May 7th. but you can't have nothing.
Give it another shot on May 7th.
This is cosign. See, that's why
That's
you
what
can't
happens.
You
You can't
can't
cosign. Can't have
I mean, hey, you can't even. So I'll try that. So it sounds like it could be either the straight up deal and it just didn't working, or it could be a scam.
Scamorama.
But now I don't trust anything anymore.
I don't either. Yeah, but I mean, to a fault.
Yeah, but I thought this would be a simple, take me 10 minutes and I'll be done with it.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, so anyway. Top of the hour.
Nothing simple anymore.
No, it's not simple. What do you got to do to get illegally park in Vestavia Hills?
Did you park in a handicap spot?
No, I didn't. And it's not me. The kid did it. I didn't do it. One of my sons did
What's
it.
with these open spots right by the door?
Nobody's in them.
Right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick